Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, The Fire Within, by XFangHeartX. What starts out as a normal exploration turns into a fight for Luffy's life, when an evil dragon named Kovar suddenly abducts him. In order to save him, the Straw Hats must go somewhere they have never gone before. Inside their captain's memories. Huge shout out to all the warlords of this channel. You know who you are. Want to stand among legends? Join the channel membership and show your support. Adios.
The Straw Hats stared in utter disbelief at what they had witnessed. But the most shocked had to be Nami and Sanji. They had absolutely no idea what Luffy had put himself through, just to get the both of them to a doctor and keep them out of harm's way. Seeing that, it made them realize just how grateful they were. "I can't believe Luffy did all of that, for our sake," said Nami. "God, I feel like such dead weight," Sanji muttered. "Why didn't he ever tell us about this? I mean, I knew he might have been hurt, but I didn't realize he was that hurt." "He wasn't just hurt," Chopper said. "He almost got his arms and legs frozen off." "Big brother," Ika whispered. "Hey, no one blames you guys for what happened to Luffy," Usopp said. "I mean, how could you have known, anyway?" "We should have known," Nami shouted. "Damn it, why does he keep these kinds of things to himself? He's such a selfish moron." "All right, enough," Zoro shouted. "No more of the self-guilt crap, got that? It's over and done with. We'll talk to Luffy about it after we save him from Kovar, okay?" "Right," Nami said. "Sorry, Zoro." Zoro simply reached over and put a hand on Nami's shoulder while quietly nodding his head at her. At that moment, the memory began to return. The Straw Hats could see Luffy, lying in front of Drum Castle, looking as if he was barely alive. Though his vision was blurry, he could make out the shapes of past Nami and past Sanji, lying near him, as well as two more figures. He could hear them talking, but he couldn't quite make out what they were saying. It just sounded garbled, like there was water in his ears. "I think that might be me and Doctorine that are talking," Chopper exclaimed. "How can you tell?" Blizzard asked. "I found Luffy outside," Chopper said. "He was about to fall off the mountain again until I caught him." "He was about to fall, again?" Nami questioned. "Yeah," Chopper said. "Some snow collapsed when Luffy lost consciousness. He was lucky I was there to catch him in time." As Luffy's vision began to clear up, he shakily reached his hand out and grabbed Dr. Kureha by the arm, causing her to look down at him. "HMPH, Kureha scoffed. Calm down, boy. I'll make sure that the bloody one and the sick girl are all better in no time. You can rest easy now." "They're my FF friends," Luffy said through his chattering teeth as he looked up at Kureha. "Those guys are my friends, okay?" "HMPH, Kureha scoffed, although she had this smile on her face. "I figured as much, kid. I'll save these two. Don't you worry about that." "Thank you," Luffy whispered before he lost consciousness once more. "So that's what this Dr. Kureha is like, eh?" Robin mused. "She really is a kind woman." "She looks scary, at first," said Chopper, "but she really is an amazing doctor. She taught me everything I know and then some." "Yeah, but how bad were his injuries?" Frankie asked. "They did look pretty severe," Chopper began, "but he recovered in the span of just several hours. For a normal person, that would usually take up to a week. I didn't see any sign of his frostbite after that." She, Ika giggled. "Big brother really is strong, isn't he?" "Yeah," Chopper smiled. "Luffy really is." The memory shifted, and while the Straw Hats could only see darkness, they could hear the familiar sounds of their captain snoring. As the darkness slowly faded away, they could see that he was not the only one there, for past Sanji was in the same room with him. The room itself had lots of books and other items lying about, and at that moment, this chubby little blue-nosed reindeer appeared, wearing a pink top hat and purple shorts while holding a bowl of bloodied bandages, which he set down on the table next to Luffy's bed. "Hey, look, it's me," Chopper exclaimed, excitedly. "Huh," Kumi muttered. "Is it me? Or did you look fatter, back then?" "Your head looked a bit more square, too," said Brook. And your antlers aren't as broad, either, said Usopp. Wow, Chopper muttered. Come to think of it, I do look a bit different than I do now, don't I? I wonder why that is. As past Chopper glanced over at Luffy, both he and the current Straw Hats heard an all too familiar sound bellowing from the pit of their captain's belly. NGH. Hungry. Luffy moaned as he sleepily opened his eyes. So hungry. He then glanced over at past Chopper, who blinked at him in curiosity. And that's when Luffy began to drool. Need meat. Wait a minute, Blizzard muttered. You don't think that he... Yep. Chopper deadpanned while his past self yelped in fright and stumbled back against past Sanji's bed. Venison stew should be simmered in a large pot for 3 hours until the meat becomes tender, he said, causing past Chopper to slowly look back and see that the cook had this almost savage grin on his face, which caused the little reindeer to back away in fear. Oh, boy. Sanji muttered. I just know I'm gonna get flack for this. Meat. Luffy slurred as a waterfall of drool came pouring out of his mouth, while past Sanji grabbed past Chopper by the arm. Venison, past Sanji grinned. And that's when past Chopper finally shrieked while Luffy and past Sanji practically lunged at him like a pair of rabid dogs. Of course, the little reindeer managed to jump out of their way before he bolted out the room, but the two continued to give chase. Help! Don't let them eat me, past Chopper cried. You guys wanted to eat Chopper? Aika questioned in shock. Why would you do that? Blizzard growled at Sanji, who quickly raised his hands in defense. Wait, he cried. I'm sorry, okay? I wasn't really gonna cook him, I swear. This was before we found out he was a doctor. Honestly, Nami muttered. You men, always thinking with your stomachs. For shame, Robin added. Look, I'm sorry, okay? Sanji asked. I swear. Don't apologize to us, said Nami. Apologize to Chopper. He did save your lives, you know. Right, Sanji said before he looked down at Chopper, who glared up at him with crossed arms. I'm sorry, Chopper, for trying to cook you. And for all the times I called you, emergency food supply. Apology accepted, said Chopper. Hold still, meat. Luffy shouted as he and past Sanji grabbed onto past Chopper, who was surprisingly still able to run away in spite of dragging them along and was even managing to try and keep Luffy from biting down on his arm. Wait, Luffy. Past Sanji shouted. Let me cook him first. Talk about your first impressions, Frankie mused. Not the best one we've made, Sanji said, embarrassed, while Zoro smirked at him smugly, to his annoyance. Wipe that stupid grin off your face, Mosshead. Geez, Chopper, said Usopp. I'm surprised you didn't hate us after what those two did. Well, I guess I couldn't stay mad, Chopper said. Especially since they helped drive Wapol off the island. What do you mean? Aika asked. Just watch, Chopper answered. You'll see later on. That's when past Chopper came bursting into a room with Luffy and past Sanji still chasing after him, but for a split second, Luffy suddenly stopped right in his tracks as he noticed past Nami out of the corner of his eye. Oh, Nami, he exclaimed as he went to her side. She was wearing some kind of light blue medical blouse. Her eyes were a still bit hazy, and her face was still a little flushed, but other than that, she looked almost as good as new. You're awake. Nami, my dear. Past Sanji swooned, happily. How are you, my sweet Nami Swan? Wow, big sis, Aika said. You look a whole lot better, now. Yeah, like a million berries, said Kumi. You look so much better, now, Luffy said. How are you feeling? You okay? Not 100%, said past Nami, but I'm getting there. Thanks for asking, Luffy. She. Luffy laughed. I'm glad you're okay. I was pretty worried for a while, you know. Ah, Luffy. You didn't have to worry about me, past Nami smiled. I'm fine. Well, if you're fine, and I'll be sure to make you a nice, delicious venison dinner to perk you up in no time, at all. At that moment, he and Luffy spotted past Chopper attempting to flee the room, only to freeze once their eyes locked again. Before long, the chase had resumed with Luffy and past Sanji yelling, "Come back here." "Oh, brother," Nami muttered. PFF'd. Chopper buzzed his lips before he covered his mouth. "Are you laughing at this?" Blizzard asked in disbelief. "Chopper, they tried to eat you?" "I know," Chopper began, "but, looking back, it's kinda funny, now. Hey. Blizzard blinked in surprise at his sworn younger reindeer brother, but ultimately sighed and shook his head before he smiled. I guess it doesn't bother you anymore, the wolf dog began, then it doesn't bother me, either. By now, Luffy and past Sanji had caught up with past Chopper again, with the former about to chomp down on one of his antlers. Seriously, you two look like a pair of savage wolves, said Nami. I'm especially surprised at you, Sanji. I thought you were the more refined one. I couldn't help myself, Sanji said. Anybody would probably go crazy if they went without food for so long, and I wasn't thinking straight. When do you ever think straight, Dartboard? Zoro asked, which prompted Sanji to jump at him and for another fight to ensue, which Nami quickly broke up. Meanwhile, as the memory continued, past Chopper had decided that he had had more than enough of being treated like some sort of prey animal. He suddenly grew twice his normal size, his muscles grew out, and his hooves turned into human-like hands and feet. He then curled those hands into fists, which he then brought down hard upon the two Straw Hat skulls. I am not your food. Past Chopper roared as Luffy and past Sanji soon hit the floor, which cracked from the force, before everything went black again. I still can't believe you guys were going to try and eat Chopper, Usopp said. Like I said, we were starving, Sanji said. Honestly, Chopper began, I'm not even mad about that, anymore. I mean, it scared me, but I know you guys don't think of me like that, now. Of course we don't, Brook added. You're a valued member of this crew, and no one else will tell us otherwise, yo-ho-ho-ho. Yeah, Chopper, we love you, Aika added as she hugged Chopper, who cried out in surprise but accepted the hug, nonetheless. That's when the memory returned and showed Luffy, slamming his hands against a table while Kureha sat before him while past Sanji sat next to him, putting out his cigarette. Join us, Luffy shouted. Please, come on, old lady, it'll be fun. That's when Kureha held up a finger. Luffy, she said. That's your name, right, boy? Yeah, Luffy replied. Only to be kicked in the back of his head and into a wall, Next time, watch what you say, Kureha shouted. I'm still in my young 130s, you know. Whoa, past Sanji exclaimed. What a crazy strong old crone. Holy crap. Frankie cursed. Suddenly, I'm quite frightened, Brook spoke up. She's scary. Aika and Kumi whimpered as they hugged each other. Now I can kinda see why they call her witch, Blizzard muttered. I told you so, Chopper said while Robin chuckled. What a charming woman, she said. Me, becoming a pirate with you lot? Kureha asked. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have time for such nonsense, and I definitely don't have any interest in being out at sea. Who cares if you're not interested? Luffy argued with his usual cheeky grin. Just join us, already, let's go on an adventure together, old lady. I thought I told you to watch your mouth, Kureha barked. Out of the corner of his eye, Luffy spotted past Chopper, who was trying to hide behind a doorway. Except half his face was hidden while the rest of his body stuck out. Oh, Luffy exclaimed before past Chopper gasped, and before long, the chase began again. Hold it, get back here, Luffy yelled. Come back here, you reindeer stew, you, past Sanji shouted as he chased after past Chopper, as well, but not before he glanced back at past Nami. Nami, don't fret. Love, I'll be sure to make you some delicious reindeer stew to build up your strength. I'll eat you both before you eat him, yelled Kureha, who held two butcher's knives in her hands. Holy crap, past Sanji cried, it's the old crone. And she's got knives, Luffy screamed. Run for it, Sanji. Now I'm very concerned on a number of levels, Blizzard said with wide eyes. It's okay, Blizzard, Nami said as she pet the wolf dog on the head. She scared me and Sanji, too. Still does, Sanji muttered with a fearful shudder. After a while of running through the castle's snowy corridors, Luffy and past Sanji eventually lost Kureha. Hey, Luffy, said past Sanji. Doesn't this place kind of strike you as odd? There's snow everywhere and freezing cold? Gah! Luffy cried as he hugged himself. Geez, it's cold in here. Now you notice? Past Sanji questioned before the two ended up looking up at a swirling staircase. Just look at this place. It's filled with snow and ice and the doors to all the unused rooms have been completely frozen over. That is strange, said Frankie. Why would you guys let all the snow in? Well, there's a reason for that, Chopper said. Just then, Kureha appeared out of nowhere with an assortment of weapons strapped to her back, like axes, maces, swords, and other sharp objects, which she proceeded to chase down Luffy and past Sanji with. She even threw a chicken, for some reason. "Come back here, just a moment boys," Kureha yelled. "What kind of a doctor goes around, chasing her patients with knives and stuff?" asked Frankie. "Well, at least she's lively for her age," Robin mused. "Of course you would find her interesting, Robin," Usopp shouted while Luffy barely managed to dodge an axe that was thrown at his head. "Ah!" Aika shrieked, but thankfully, she didn't faint this time. "Luffy! It's useless trying to recruit her," past Sanji yelled. "She wants to kill us both." After a while, they managed to lose her again, and that's when they found that the main entrance to the castle was open. They attempted to close it, but they were stopped when they heard past Chopper yelling. "Stop," he shouted. "Don't you dare close that door." "Huh?" Luffy muttered. "Hey, it's that reindeer, again." "Ignore him," past Sanji said as he shivered. "Close the damn door, already, I'm freezing my ass off." "I said, don't close the door," past Chopper yelled as he turned into his heavy point form and busted off a piece of the railing, which nearly hit Luffy had he not dodged in time. "Whoa, what the hell?" Luffy questioned. "What did he do that for?" "Hey, Luffy," past Sanji said as he looked up at the door. "Come here, look at this." "Huh?" Luffy muttered as he went over to look up, too, and found a nest full of baby birds. "Oh, little baby snowbirds." "Aw, they're so cute," Aika exclaimed. "If we closed the door, they would fall off," said past Sanji. "So that's why the door stayed open," Luffy said. "If those were babies," Usopp began, "where were their parents?" "They got eaten by a fox," Chopper said, sadly. "I found the nest, but it was covered in blood and feathers, and the baby birds were still in their eggs. I brought them inside to keep them safe." "That's very kind of you, Chopper," said Blizzard. "It's kindness like that that makes us proud of you." Shut up," Chopper exclaimed with a blush on his face. "Saying stuff like that won't make me happy, you know." "Brr," Luffy shivered as he and past Sanji headed back inside. "It's too cold out there." "Yeah, tell me about it," past Sanji cried, but then they stopped in their tracks. "Hey, hold up a sec," Luffy said. "Did that thing just talk?" "Yeah, and it was standing on two legs, too," past Sanji said. "A monster?" the duo questioned in shock. "Don't you think that was a bit harsh?" Zoro asked. "Yeah," Chopper said. "I'll admit, I heard you guys scream RT my feelings a bit." "Sorry about that, Chopper," Sanji said, "but that was before we got to know you." "I know," Chopper smiled. "And besides, it doesn't really bother me anymore. I'm proud to be called a monster." "Well, as far as we know, you're the cutest monster we've ever seen," Kumi added. "Yeah," Aika chimed in, which caused Chopper to blush. "So let me get this straight," Luffy said. "It looked like a reindeer, but it walks on two legs instead of four." "And it was little at first," past Sanji started, "but then he can turn huge and scary." A pause, until a huge grin appeared on Luffy's face. "That's pretty cool, right?" he asked. "Hey, Sanji. Let's have him join our crew." And on that, the memory faded to black once more. "Let me get this straight," Brook said. "Luffy only wanted you to join because he thought you were interesting and not because you were a doctor?" "He didn't know I was a doctor, at first," Chopper answered. "He only wanted me because I could do different transformations. But I don't think it's just that, anymore." "How so?" asked Frankie. "I think Luffy really liked me," Chopper began, "because I think he understood me more than anyone else. He knows what it's like to be called a monster, and not have any friends." "Oh, right," Nami realized, "when he wanted to play with those older kids." "It hurts when people don't want to be friends with you because they don't understand you," Chopper said. "I thought Luffy was just making fun of me, at first. But now that I'm seeing his memories, I realize he was just sympathizing with me because we're so alike." He then closed his eyes. "We're both monsters." "Indeed," Robin smiled, "and monsters should stick together, shouldn't they?" "Hee hee hee ha," Chopper giggled. Soon, the memory returned, and this time, it showed Luffy chasing past Chopper around the castle hallways, asking him to join his crew, but the little reindeer continued to refuse. Even though there was a moment in a food storage room when it seemed that past Chopper was interested when Luffy began to tell him about all the adventures he had, he still ran away from him. There was also a time when tried to lock the boy in a room to keep him from following him and pestering him, as well as get him to rest since he was still hurt. Of course, Luffy, ever so sneaky, used his rubbery powers to snatch the key out of the little reindeer's hooves. "Chopper, how come you didn't want to join Big Brother?" Ika asked. "Well, back then, I was still wary of humans," Chopper said. "I mean, I didn't show it, but I was surprised and a little happy when he asked me to join him. It was just hard for me because I've been betrayed by humans before." "Oh, Chopper," Robin said, sadly. "Just like me," Blizzard added. As the memory continued and Luffy continued pursuing past Chopper, the reindeer suddenly stopped in his tracks, which caused Luffy to slip and crash into a wall. Of course, past Chopper didn't seem to pay him any attention as his nose twitched. And not long after, a scowl soon formed on his muzzle. "That scent," he hissed. "Wapol. You could smell him from where you were?" Brook asked. "That is quite impressive." "At first, I didn't want to believe my own nose," Chopper said, "but I knew it was him, that bastard. And I wasn't going to let him take back the kingdom he abandoned without a fight. I swore that I would avenge Dr. Hiralik, right then and there." "Damn," Frankie said. "You sure got balls, Chopper." "Yeah, Chopper, you sure were brave," Kumi added. "Really, brave," Ika spoke up. "Thanks," Chopper smiled. Soon, the memory shifted, and it showed past Chopper standing outside the castle with Kureha at his side in a bitter face-off against Wapol, Chess, and Kuromarimo. "This castle is no longer yours, Wapol," Kureha shouted. "It saw enough corruption and misery during your reign. Now leave and don't you ever come back, you got that? And not just this castle, the entire country? The Drum Kingdom is no more." "She's a brave old biddy, isn't she?" Zoro asked. "That's doctoring for you," Chopper said, proudly. "So, wait," Ika said. "He's not really the king, anymore, even though he came back? I don't understand." "Wapol chose to abandon his nation," Chopper said. "It was for the best. Regardless, he would have brought it to ruin if he stayed or not." "Hey, wait." Past Chopper and Kureha turned to see Luffy come running out of the castle with a familiar look of fierceness in his eyes. The same kind of fierceness he had when he looked like he was about to kick ass. "This guy is mine," Luffy shouted as he made a beeline right for Wapol, who was so shocked by his sudden appearance that he was able to dodge his gum-gum bullet, which sent him flying into the air. "Yeah, way to go, big brother," Ika cheered. "That'll show his fat ass," Usopp added. "Usopp!" Nami shouted. "Language, sorry," Usopp apologized. "I can't people that the locals were afraid that fat blob of tin," said Zoro. "Wait, look," Frankie called as he pointed at the memory, where they saw that Chess and Kuromarimo had managed to grab Wapol by his legs, causing him to dangle at the mountain's edge before he got pulled up, while all the while past Chopper and Kureha gaped in disbelief at what they had just seen. That's when past Sanji came outside, wearing his coat. "Huh?" he muttered. "Those bastards again? What are they doing here?" "You guys are a real pain in the ass, you know that?" Luffy asked. "You kept bothering us, even before we got to the island. What is up with you jerks? Anyway?" He then put his hand on his right arm. "The last time, I couldn't fight you guys because I had to protect my friends. But now," he then gave this impish grin, "I don't gotta hold back, anymore." "That's right," Brook exclaimed. "Now that's he not carrying around Miss Nami and Mr. Sanji anymore, he can fight as freely as he wants. Now we're sure to be in for a show," Zoro smirked. "Yeah, too bad I couldn't do much," Sanji said. "Yeah, because you wouldn't rest," Chopper added. "Seriously, Sanji, you can be a headache, too, sometimes." Sorry, Sanji apologized. "How dare you," Kuromarimo yelled. "Don't you have any idea what you've done? This isn't just some lowly commoner, you know. This is the king of Drum Island." "That's right," Chess shouted. "Wapol is the exalted ruler of this land. You will pay for your insolence." "What a bunch of kiss-ups," Frankie muttered. "I can't stand people like them." "You're telling me," said Zoro. "Ditto," said Blizzard. "Who gives a damn?" Luffy questioned as he stretched his cheeks and stuck his tongue out through his teeth. "You guys piss me off." "Damn right, they do," Usopp said. "You know them, boy?" Kureha asked, although it looked like she already knew the answer. Yeah, these guys are a bunch of annoying pirates, Luffy replied as he pointed at Wapol and his minions. They keep getting in my way, and the fat guy even tried to eat our ship, but I'll fix him soon enough. Never mind that crap, past Sanji said. Aren't you cold? Huh? Luffy muttered as it seemed he was just now realizing it. See? Past Sanji asked. Wait, Luffy said before he gawked at Wapol. That guy's a king? I thought they were pirates. It took you that long to notice? Past Sanji questioned. Wait a minute. It's freezing cold out here, Luffy cried as he hugged himself. You just realized that, too? Past Sanji asked. Are you really that stupid? Yeah, it's 50 below zero out here, past Chopper added while Chess and Kuromarimo were rambling on about something, but were ultimately ignored. How come whenever you guys fight, sometimes you ignore the people you're fighting? Aika asked. Sanji shrugged. Probably to lighten the mood and whatnot. Soon, Luffy ran back inside the castle to find himself a coat to wear, and he just so happened to stumble into the room where past Nami was resting. Hey, Luffy, what's going on? She asked as she sat up from her bed. I'm looking for my coat, you seen it? I don't mean the weather, past Nami replied. What's all the noise out there? Oh, nothing much, Luffy said as he rummaged around the room. Just a fight, that's all. Oh, past Nami answered. Is it serious? Do you need any help? Nah, you stay in bed, Luffy said. I don't want you to pushing yourself. Ah, that's sweet, past Nami said. I don't know what happened to your coat, but you can borrow mine if you want. Nah, it's not cool, Luffy answered. Maybe not, but it's better than yours, past Nami said. You think so? Luffy asked. Well, okay, as long as it's warm, I guess. He then grabbed her coat and put it on before he headed back outside. Alright, now I can finally clobber those jerks, he exclaimed. Thanks, Nami. Ah, big sis, that was so sweet of you, Aika smiled. Yeah, too bad I'm gonna feel pretty rotten later on, Nami muttered. What do you mean? Asked Usopp. Well, Nami began. You know what, you'll see later on. Geez, that always seems to be the case with these memories, Usopp said. Soon, Luffy made it back outside, only to find past Sanji standing completely stiff and past Chopper's feet sticking out of Wapol's mouth. Ah! Aika shrieked. Chopper's being eaten. You know, Chopper began. I still have nightmares about that. Poor thing, Robin said. Yeah, I remember when Luffy almost ate you at a party once, said Blizzard. My goodness, Sanji. Why are you just standing there? Brook asked. Well, my back was already injured, said Sanji. I just made it worse by fighting with those punks. You should have lied down and rested, Sanji, Chopper said. Your spine was in terrible shape. I know, Sanji said. Well, this coat may be girly, Luffy began, but at least I'm warm, now. Luffy, quick, past Sanji called. Grab my leg. Your leg? Luffy asked. Okay. He then stretched his arms and grabbed past Sanji's calf. Like this? That's it, past Sanji answered. Now don't let go, got that? He then turned and glared at Wapol. Arme de l'air assault, gumshoot. Soon, he sent Luffy flying straight at Wapol, who ended up coughing past Chopper up as he was struck in the stomach, and while the false king didn't go flying, his white walkie certainly did. Yes, you got him, Aika cheered. So that's where that attack name comes from, Brook added. Not bad, bro, Frankie exclaimed, even if your back was stiff. HMPH, Zoro scoffed. You could have sent him flying further. Shut up, Moss Head, Sanji barked. If my back wasn't killing me, back then, I would have. All right, enough. Nami shouted. Geez, you two are giving me a headache. Wow. Past Chopper whispered as he looked up at Luffy and past Sanji. That was amazing. You two saved me. Whoa, Big Mouth is still alive. Luffy exclaimed. But his hippo's flying to the moon. Hey, wait a minute. Past Sanji spat as he poked Luffy in the forehead. What do you think you're doing in Nami's coat? Luffy, take it off, right now. No way, it's warm, Luffy argued. I said take it off, past Sanji demanded. No, screw you, Luffy said while blowing a raspberry at him. Really, Sanji? Asked Nami, incredulously. I thought he would ruin it, Sanji said, sheepishly. Seriously, you are such an ass, Zoro said. As if I need to hear that from you, Sanji yelled. By now, Chess and Kuromarimo were panicking, realizing just how strong Luffy and past Sanji really were and that the whole time, they had clearly underestimated them. However, Wapol refused to back down. In fact, by now, the Straw Hats could see by the look in his eyes that he was beyond furious. That does it, Wapol hissed as he stood up. Time to unleash the Munch Munch factory. The Munch Munch what now? Aika asked. It's Wapol's devil fruit power, Chopper said. The Munch Munch fruit allows Wapol to enlarge his mouth so he can eat anything, and then assimilate a part of his body into the object he's eaten. So that explains how he was able to eat the Mary, right? Kumi asked. And I thought I had bad chewing habits, said Blizzard. Geez, he can still get up after all that? Past Sanji asked. He really is strong, huh? Luffy asked. Not strong, said Blizzard, he's just persistent. Chopper nodded. He really is. Chess, shouted Wapol. Tell these fools what I ate for breakfast this morning. Yes, my liege, Chess answered as he opened up a small book. Let's see, for breakfast on the ship. You ate 1 buttered cannon, 1 raw cannon, a bomb, and an explosive salad, followed by a grilled house in the village. And you say that I eat a lot, Sanji, said Luffy. You do, past Sanji answered, but this guy eats way more than you. Who eats a house, anyway? Aika asked. Yeah, Kumi stuck out her tongue. I wonder how that guy even goes to the bathroom, said Usopp. Oh, God, don't put that image in our heads, Nami cried in disgust. Now you idiots will tremble before the awesome might of my Munch Munch fruit powers after I've had a meal. He's up to something, said past Chopper while Wapol slowly began to transform. The things I eat eventually become a part of my body, Wapol exclaimed. Munch Munch mutation. Wapol House. Soon, it looked like he had taken on the form of a giant house with a chimney sticking out of the top of his head, a door on his stomach, and cannons for arms. What the? Past Sanji questioned. A house? Whoa, Luffy exclaimed. Of course he would find that amazing, Usopp muttered in annoyance. You haven't seen anything yet, boy, Wapol declared. Behold, the royal power, Munch Munch factory. Then, chomp, he swallowed both Chess and Kuromarimo whole. Ah, Aika and Kumi screamed in horror. Good heavens, Brook cried. He's eating them? Frankie questioned in disbelief. He's eating his own men, past Sanji asked. That's so mean, Luffy cried. Soon, after Wapol did a bit of shuffling about and steam came out of his head chimney and arm cannons, something emerged from the door on his belly. The so-called ultimate warrior of Drum Kingdom, Chessmarimo, which was really just Chess and Kuromarimo, sitting on each other's shoulders. That was lame, Aika pouted. What a waste of a good power, Robin noted. Sweet, Luffy exclaimed. No, it's not, you idiot, past Sanji yelled. I wouldn't be underestimating them, if I were you, Kureha warned. If they really were a bunch of weaklings, the citizens of this kingdom would have risen up and stopped them from taking all the doctors in this land, a long time ago. The first article of Drum Kingdom's constitution states, Wapol began, those who defy the king's wishes must be put to death. This is the foremost law of this land. This is my kingdom and this is my castle. He then pointed his cannon at the flag that was flying at the top of the castle. Now take that stupid quack doctor's flag off my castle, right now, it ruins the whole look. Wait, no, past Chopper cried before Wapol fired, causing the flag to fall off. A pirate flag, Luffy whispered. Hey, Chopper, said Aika, whose flag is that? It belonged to my father, said Chopper, causing the Straw Hats to look. He raised it, as a way of defying all the diseases in the world. That's how I learned about pirates in the first place. I see, now, said Blizzard. That flag alone inspired you to try and become both a doctor and a pirate, right? Yeah, Chopper smiled, warmly while his past self glared at Wapol. How dare you? He shouted. What have you done to Dr. Hirlick's flag? On that, he charged at Wapol, ducking underneath Chessmarimo before he shifted into his heavy point. The doctor even tried to save you. He then grabbed Wapol by the face and reeled his fist back. I won't hurt you. But you have to leave this country for good. Chopper, what are you doing? Kureha questioned. He can't be reasoned with. While past Chopper was distracted, Wapol shot him with his cannons, causing him to fall down to the 8 blizzard. You knew you couldn't trust him to do that, right? I know, said Chopper, sadly. It's just, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Even though I hated him so much. I could only think about what Dr. Hiralik would have done. Oh, Chopper, said Aika. During that time, though, Luffy was up at the top of the castle, having torn off the right sleeve of past Nami's coat and tied the flag back on the pole. Hey, Big Mouth, he called down to Wapol, causing him to look up at him. You guys are nothing but a bunch of fakers. You only pretended to be pirates, but you're not even willing to risk your lives. You don't even know the real meaning of this flag. The real meaning? Aika repeated. Watch this, Aika, Chopper smiled. You're gonna learn something, here. Oh okay, Aika answered. The meaning of the flag, huh? Wapol asked. Mahahahaha. Don't be ridiculous. There's no meaning behind raising a stupid piece of cloth. That only shows how little you know, Luffy shouted. This flag isn't something you should raise as a joke. You idiot, Wapol shouted. I'm the king. The only joke I've made today is letting you live for so long after you defied me. Now stop raising that damn eyesore. He then aimed his left arm cannon at Luffy. I told you before, this is my kingdom. I'll keep shooting down that useless rag until it's nothing but smithereens. He soon fired again, but Luffy remained firm, even while past Chopper shouted at him to dodge. As if you could break this, Luffy said. The skull and crossbones is a symbol of faith. Soon, the cannonball hit, and Wapol laughed mockingly, thinking he had won. But to his shock, both Luffy and the flag remained completely intact. See? Luffy asked. I told you, you can't break it? What? Chessmerimo questioned. This is impossible, he's still alive. I don't know who raised this flag, Luffy began, but I do know this. This flag is a promise of life. So it should never be taken lightly. Aika's eyes were wide with awe as she looked at her older half-brother, standing on the tower while holding Hiralik's pirate flag. In fact, she was so in awe, she was almost in tears. She always thought that Luffy was an inspiring person. But this just blew her away. Spoken like a true pirate captain, Brook said. A symbol of faith, Aika whispered. That's right, Aika, Chopper said. Our flag is the symbol of faith. Our convictions, as long as we have that, our faith will never die. It's never to be raised as a joke, do you understand? I understand, Aika nodded. Good, Zoro said as he ruffled her hair. You keep that up, and you'll be sure to be a proper pirate when you get big. K, kid. Aika nodded. Again. I will. Good girl, Sanji praised. Hey, reindeer guy, Luffy called, causing past Chopper to look up at him. I'm gonna kick these guys' ass. What are you gonna do? Me. Past Chopper whispered. You moron, Wapol shouted as he aimed his cannon at Luffy, once again. If you're so determined to protect that rag, I'll blow you away along with it. Damn you. Past Sanji cursed as he tried to rush at Wapol. Only for Kureha to kick him right in the back, causing him to scream in pain before he hit the ground. Why did she do that? Asked Usopp. Because Sanji wouldn't lie down, Chopper said with a glare. She didn't have to hit my back, though, Sanji muttered. You'd probably do more harm than good anyway, Crapcook, Zoro smirked. Watch it, Moss head, Sanji barked. Shish, guys, something's happening, Nami said. Mahahahaha. Wapol laughed. What are you idiots doing? Well, just sit there and watch, I'll blow him to smithereens, this time. Watch out, King Wapol, Chessmerimo shouted, causing Wapol to look down and see past Chopper about to punch him, only for the hodgepodge man to block him. Stop right there, past Chopper shouted while Chessmerimo grinned. All right, Luffy cheered. Go get him, reindeer guy. He then planted the flag post back into the tower he stood upon. Ha 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 ha, laughed Chessmerimo. You don't think I'd let you touch King Wapol so easily, did you? Past Chopper growled as he shifted back into his brainpoint form. But you're definitely a strange animal, said Chessmerimo. You must be that monster that the people of the island used to be afraid of, so much, you poor thing. I bet you had a lonely life, despised by everyone, didn't you? He then burst into laughter. So why bother risking your life for them? Shut up, past Chopper shouted. So what if I don't have friends? I can still fight, as long as the doctor's flag is still up. You do have a friend, Luffy called as he grabbed onto the tower and then jumped back in order to stretch them out. Right here. He then used his gum rocket to shoot himself toward the ground. It's me, I'm your friend. What? Wapol questioned, as Luffy crashed into him and Chessmerimo. Thank you, Luffy, Chopper whispered while Blizzard placed a gentle paw on his shoulder, causing him to look up at the wolf dog with a smile on his face. Straw Hat Guy, past Chopper cried while Luffy stood in the snow, are you okay? She, Luffy snickered. Don't worry about me. I'm made of rubber, after all. Our rubber? Past Chopper questioned. Hey, reindeer guy, Luffy said as he looked at Chessmerimo. You can handle that guy, right? Huh? Past Chopper muttered before he looked at Chessmerimo, as well. Who? Him? Yeah, I can take him, no problem. Good, Luffy smirked as he looked at Wapol. That just leaves you and me, Big Mouth. Damn you, Straw Hat, Wapol cursed. Stop bouncing all over the place like a ball. How can he stop bouncing when he's made of rubber? Aika asked. Yeah, rubber's bouncy, said Kumi, causing the others to laugh. I'm done playing around with you, past Chopper shouted. You're going to fight me, then, huh? Chessmerimo asked. What a joke, fine then, you little freak, just try it. All the while past Sanji was trying to get in on the fight, but Kureha had pinned to the ground with her foot. My name is Tony Chopper, past Chopper declared. I was given that name by the world's greatest doctor. He might have forgiven you for mocking him, but I never will. Hey, Chessmerimo smirked. You'll pay for this, monster. That's when past Chopper pulled out a familiar yellow ball in his hoof. Rumble Ball, he exclaimed. This is a special drug I made that lasts for 3 minutes, that's all the time you have left. 3 minutes, you say? Chessmerimo questioned. Ha, yeah, right, as if someone like you could defeat me. 3 minutes, huh? Luffy asked. Cool, 3 minutes? Wapol repeated. Impossible? Soon, past Chopper chomped the rumble ball and the fight had begun. Chessmerimo attempted to shoot him with flaming arrows, but he used his walk point and heavy point to dodge the attacks. Chessmerimo ranted on about how past Chopper only had 3 forms of transformation, but was soon shocked when he saw the human reindeer's jumping point form, which allowed him to leap over the 4 armed soldiers' 4 giant hammers with ease. In fact, it almost looked like he was flying. Whoa, Aika exclaimed. What is that? That's one of my old transformations, jumping point, Chopper answered. It causes the muscles in my legs to grow, giving me the power to jump super high. Super high is right. Frankie agreed while lifting his sunglasses. Look at him. But wait, Chopper, Kumi said. Do you still use that form? Not anymore, Chopper replied. Now, I just need the rumble ball for my monster point form and nothing else. Soon, past Chopper was using his old guard point form, which wasn't as big as it is now, to block one of Chessmerimo's hammers. What? Chessmerimo questioned in disbelief. This is impossible. It won't work, past Chopper shouted. Zone-type devil fruit users should be limited to just 3 transformations. So how can you have more than 3? The rumble ball allows me to modify the transformative powers of the human fruit. After 5 years of research, I discovered 4 other transformations. 7 forms of transformation? Chessmerimo asked in shock. Grr. Who cares how many forms you have? A pause. But then Luffy's eyes began to shine with that usual enthusiasm he had whenever he saw or heard something cool. 7 stages of transformation? He asked. That's so cool. Chopper couldn't help giggling at Luffy's compliments. That was the first time anyone ever called him cool before. However, while this was going on, no one seemed to notice that Wapol was shouting at Luffy to fight him. By now, Chessmerimo was getting furious and was trying to show past Chopper that he wasn't intimidated, but past Chopper soon transformed into his arm point form and shattered his hammers with his hooves of steel, saying that they were strong enough to shatter boulders into smithereens. That's when Chessmerimo had decided that he had had enough and was about to cut the transforming reindeer with his 4 axes, and he did manage to hit past Chopper in the shoulder, as well as cut a hole into the castle wall, but past Chopper wasn't intimidated, either. He just used his different transformations to dodge Chessmarimo's attacks. Damn, look at you go! Usopp exclaimed. You're on fire, Chopper. But how come you just kept running away? Asked Aika. I wasn't running away, Chopper said. I was trying to find his weak spot. Soon, past Chopper returned to his brain point form and put his hooves together, like he was looking through crosshairs. The Straw Hats couldn't help chuckling when they heard Luffy shouting about how he thought that the reindeer was going to shoot some kind of laser beam at his foe. Chessmarimo tried to argue that he had no weak points, but as he attempted to attack past Chopper one last time, the reindeer disappeared, and then reappeared right underneath him in his arm point form. Hoofprint. Roseo, past Chop fed Chessmarimo in the jaw, causing a hoof-shaped bruise to appear under his chin before he collapsed on the snow. Soon after, past Chopper returned to his brain point form while pulling on the rim of his hat. 3 minutes, exactly, he said. Woohoo! Luffy cheered. All right, he did it. All right, Usopp cheered, as well, as he picked Chopper up and gave him a noogie. You did it, Chopper, way to go. Nicely done, little buddy, said Blizzard. You fought well, Robin smiled. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. Nicely done. Shut up, Chopper exclaimed, blushing happily. Like saying that will make me happy, jerks. Hey, said Aika. Where'd Wapple go? The Straw Hats looked up and saw that Wapple had indeed disappeared. Huh? Luffy muttered as he looked around. Hey, where'd Big Mouth go? He climbed up the mountain on that white walkie of his, said Kureha. There's no way he can't get down from here on his own. But, when did he sneak away? Luffy asked. When do you think, you idiot? Past Sanji questioned. You were too busy being distracted by that reindeer? That damn Big Mouth. Luffy cursed as he snorted through his nose. I'll find him and kick his ass. Wait a minute, past Sanji said. What if he snuck into the castle while we weren't looking? That means Nami's in trouble. Ah, you're right. Luffy cried before he ran inside. Hang on, Nami, we're coming. Damn it. Past Sanji cursed as he began to crawl into the castle. If that fat ass puts one hand on Nami, I'll julienne him. Wait. Get back here, Kureha shouted. Since Luffy was faster than past Sanji, it didn't take him long to find Wapple, who, for some strange reason, had slimmed down some. According to Nami, it was because he actually ate himself, which didn't seem to make any sense, but the Straw Hats decided not to ask about it further. However, Luffy didn't seem to care about that, for he kicked the now slim king off of past Nami, whom was pinned to the floor and about to be eaten. Phew, made it. Luffy sighed in relief. Hey, was he always that thin? Ah, past Nami shrieked before she bopped him on the head. Ow, what was that for? Luffy questioned. Luffy, past Nami said as she gave Luffy a very scary glare. Do you mind telling me what happened to my coat before I murder you? Gah! Luffy gasped. Well, you see, Do you know how much that coat cost? Past Nami questioned. 28,800 berries, and that was after haggling. I'm sorry. Luffy apologized. But, he was throwing bombs at me and Oh, well, past Nami sighed. It's fine, Luffy. I mean, I kinda knew you'd rip it up, somehow, if I lent it to you. She then turned away, with an almost wicked gleam in her eyes. But in exchange, you're going to pay me back 3 times its value, plus interest. That means you owe me 100,000 berries. Hee. What? Luffy questioned. I bet you planned that all along, didn't you? Oh, boy. Nami muttered, embarrassed and ashamed of herself. You were gonna shake him down for 100,000 berries, huh? Zoro asked. That's cold, Nami, Frankie added. Well, I didn't realize what he had been through, Nami replied. Hate to say it, Nami, Usopp began, but that's not an excuse. He did save you, twice, here. You're right, Nami said. I guess I sounded pretty ungrateful, huh? You can talk to Luffy about it once we find him, Robin answered. I'm sure he's mad at you, but still. Yeah, Nami said. As the memory went on, Wapple boasted about how he was about to open the door to the castle armory, saying how he was going to eat them all and become a human weapon, capable of killing all who opposed him. Except for one thing, he didn't have the key. I swiped it off him, said Nami. I thought it was the key to the treasure vault. Seeing no way to fight, Wapol made a run for it while Luffy gave chase after him. He eventually caught up with him, only to find himself facing a large, Gatling gun-like cannon in the shape of a hippo wearing a crown and sunglasses. Wapol called it the ultimate weapon of the Drum Kingdom. Just as he pulled the lever to fire it, though, nothing happened. "Well, that was anticlimactic," Brook said. "What happened?" Ika asked. Wapol tried to shoot the cannon, again, but still, nothing happened. Not even a squeak was made. However, they soon found out why. It was the same snowbirds that past Chopper had been trying to protect, now nestled inside the cannon. Wapol was so enraged, he actually yelled at one of the birds and prepared to eat it, only for Luffy to grab his mouth. "Listen here, Big Mouth," Luffy said. "Whether you're a king or even a god, I don't give a damn, and do you know why?" He then grinned at him. "Because I'm a pirate." "Yeah, you tell him, big brother," Ika cheered. A pirate?" Wapol questioned as he struggled. "You think that my status doesn't matter, boy? Mahahaha? You're a fool, Straw Hat. The Drum Kingdom is a member of the world government, therefore by attacking me, you just committed an international crime." "I don't care about that, either," Luffy shouted. "I'm still gonna kick your ass." "It's just as Luffy said," Robin said. "He's a pirate. He's already committed a crime just by being one." "But Wapol left his kingdom," said Chopper. "Therefore, he's not a king anymore. That means the world government can't help him." Having had enough of Luffy's insolence, as he put it, Wapol tried to eat the rubber man, only for his fingers to stretch. When that didn't work, he attempted to shoot Luffy with his tongue cannon, and at first, it looked like that did it. Until it was revealed that Luffy managed to dodge out of the way by jumping behind Wapol. Then, he began to wind his whole body up while holding the false king with his arms, then shot him through the ceiling with his gum-gum bogan, where he got stuck in the roof. There, he saw the flag of Dr. Hiralik still flying in the wind. Soon after, Luffy appeared in front of him. "If you're not willing to put your life on the line," he started as he punched his fists together, "then don't ever touch the skull and crossbones." He then stretched his arms way back, preparing a gum-gum bazooka attack. No, wait," Wapol cried. "I'll give you title medals. How about a seat in my court? I'll even make you vice king." "Why does that sound familiar?" Ika asked, remembering when Luffy defeated a certain mad scientist. Goom goom. Bazooka, wabomb. Luffy struck Wapol with both barrels, sending him flying away, and soon after, the memory faded to black. "That was a fight?" Zoro asked. "PFF'd, please, that was a joke." "Yeah, Luffy wiped the floor with that guy," said Kumi. "Tell me about it," said Blizzard. Soon, the memory returned, showing Luffy outside of Drum Castle at night, where a full moon was shown. Past Usopp was making a snowman while past Zoro, who was wearing a coat that was from one of Wapol's flunkies, sat nearby. "Hey, it's you guys," Ika exclaimed. "Yeah, Dalton brought us on the ropeway," said Usopp. "Your brother almost attacked us because he mistook us for Wapol's crones." "Hey," Luffy called out. "Reindeer, come on, let's be pirates together, okay?" "Geez, Luffy, give it up, already," said past Usopp. "Yeah, he obviously doesn't have any interest in joining us," said past Zoro. "Leave him alone, already." "No, you're wrong," Luffy shouted. "I want the reindeer to be a pirate with us." "Just because you want something doesn't mean you're always going to get it," past Zoro shouted. "Luffy sure was determined to have you join him," said Blizzard. "What can I say?" Chopper asked. He couldn't take no for an answer, but I was happy that he wanted me to join so badly. "Then why didn't you say yes, at first?" Ika asked. "Because I thought I didn't belong with him," Chopper said, sadly. "I thought that a reindeer like me would never fit in with humans." "Well," Robin began, "I'd hardly call us human." "Yo-ho-ho-ho," Brook chortled. "Yeah, look AED, flexing his mechanical arms. Do I look human to you?" "But then I realized that Luffy didn't care," said Chopper. "Whether you're a human, a reindeer, a robot, or whatever, Luffy would always accept you, no matter what. That's why we love him so much," Nami whispered. "Oh, look," Ika exclaimed as she pointed at the memory, and at that moment, past Chopper finally appeared, and not long after, past Nami, wearing a different coat, and Vivi came out, dragging an unconscious past Sanji. Tony? Past Nami asked in surprise as he noticed him. Hey, Sanji, asked Brook. How come you were passed out, anyway? I had to have some surgery done on my back, Sanji answered. She didn't knock me out, though, so. Yeah, that sounds like doctoring, Chopper muttered. Hey, reindeer guy. There you are, Luffy exclaimed. Hey, you're gonna come and be a pirate with us, okay? I can't, past Chopper answered. Sure you can, reindeer, Luffy argued. It's a whole lot of fun. That's not a very good argument, past Usopp shouted. It sounds like a good argument to me, said Ika. You would say that, Kumi muttered. I can't, past Chopper repeated. I'm not a human. I'm a reindeer. I have antlers and hooves, don't you see? I even have a blue nose. He then paused for a moment. Okay. Maybe I do want to be a pirate. But I can never be one of you. I'm not human. I'm a monster. I can't be your friend and I can't be a pirate on your ship, you see? Luffy only stared at him while past Chopper sighed. I just wanted to say, thank you, he said, looking like he was trying to fight back tears. I appreciate you asking me to join your ship. It was nice. Thank you. He then gave a forced smile. I'm going to stay here, for now. But if you wanted to, maybe you can stop by here again and… Shut up! Luffy yelled as he threw his arms in the air and his hat flew off his head. Let's go. You're not alone, anymore. Chopper. A pause. But then past Chopper's eyes welled up with tears before he soon let out a loud sob. I still don't see how he made friends with you by telling you to shut up, said Zoro. I think Luffy said that because he was trying to tell Chopper that he didn't care if he was a reindeer or not, said Nami. Chopper nodded. He was trying to show me that he'd accept me, no matter what. Luffy wouldn't care if you really were a monster, said Blizzard. He wanted you to join him, and he got you. Yeah, he did, said Chopper with tears of happiness in his eyes. The memory shifted, and the past Straw Hats were standing outside, waiting for past Chopper to come out. For some reason, though, they heard what sounded like terrified screams coming from inside the castle. What the hell is all that noise? Asked past Zoro. Geez, people can't be so rude, said past Nami. Can't they have a nice, peaceful goodbye? If only they knew, said Usopp. Knew what? Brook asked. 3, 2, 1. Nami counted down before she pointed at the castle door, where they saw past Chopper in his walkpoint form, pulling a sleigh behind him, while running away from Kureha, who was holding a spiked ball mace. Wah-ah! Ika and Kumi shrieked. Scary, holy hell! Frankie shouted. What was she doing, trying to kill you? She didn't take my goodbye very well, Chopper answered, worriedly. Talk about not taking things well, Blizzard shouted. Soon, the past Straw Hats, in their panic, all climbed into the slide as past Chopper ran by. Run for it, guys, Luffy cried. Let me in, past Zoro shouted as he jumped aboard. Wait for me, past Usopp screamed as he ran after them. Wait for me, damn it. She's right behind us, past Nami shrieked. Thankfully, the group managed to make it to the ropeway, just as Kureha hurled the mace at them, only to miss. As past Chopper ran down the ropeway and their silhouette passed by in front of the moon, it almost looked as if they were flying through the night sky. Wow! Ika whispered in amazement. That's amazing. That was one way to say goodbye, Robin mused. Yeah, Frankie began, but there's a fine line between that and wanting to murder someone. Soon, the group had made it down the mountain and were now at the island's shoreline, preparing to board the Mary. But as they were about to leave, they heard several explosions, which caused them all to turn and look back at the Drum Rockies, which looked so small in comparison to when Luffy was up close to it. At that moment, a huge cloud of pink had formed at the mountain's summit, and pink snow began to rain down from the sky above. Whoa! Kumi gaped. Do you see that? It's like a giant cherry blossom tree, Ika whispered. It's beautiful, Blizzard said in awe. It's impossible, Brook added. My father made those cherry blossoms, said Chopper. He wanted to make cherry blossoms bloom in a winter land. And even after he died, he made it happen. So that's where the name Sakura Kingdom comes from. Robin smiled while Frankie was trying his hardest not to start bawling. Oh, cool, Luffy exclaimed as he watched from the sleigh. Yeah, past Zoro agreed. Wow! Past Nami whispered as she admired the cherry blossom snowflakes. As for past Chopper, he stood there, staring up at the mountain. Before he began to whimper as tears formed in his eyes. Then, the dam broke loose, and he began wailing as his tears fell at full force. That will always be the best night of my whole life, Chopper said. That night, I realized something. Scars can heal. The Straw Hats all smiled at their doctor, who sniffled as he wiped his eyes. However, as they continued watching, Aika seemed to spot something in the shadows of the trees nearby. She gasped, recognizing the 6 glowing red eyes, just before the shadow vanished. Shade! She cried as she pointed. What? Zoro questioned as he drew his swords. Where? Gone, now, Aika replied. Don't tell me that mutt was here this whole time, Frankie shouted. But that's impossible, Sanji said. We would have sensed him by now. That means that Shade isn't able to be detected by observation Haki, said Robin. He must have been watching us the whole time. So what does that mean? Asked Usopp, worriedly. He's probably gone to report to Cover, said Nami. Just what I wanted to hear, said Usopp with dread. What are we gonna do if he comes back? Chopper asked. Don't worry, Zoro said. If he does decide to attack us again, this time, we'll be ready. I hope Big Brother's okay, said Aika, worriedly. He'll be fine, Aika, said Blizzard. That is, if he's still fighting. XXX Shade soon materialized in the black void as he bowed before Cover, who turned upon acknowledging him. Master, Shade said with his bowed. Well, Shade? Cover inquired. It seems that the Straw Hats will not heed our warning, said Shade. Ha! Luffy laughed. I told you, don't get so cocky, Straw Hat, said Cover. They've only made it so far. But sooner or later, they'll have to stop. Let's see how much longer they'll last, and as for you. He then brought his head down toward Luffy, who gasped as he tried to look away, only for Cover to grab his face with his tail and force his head to turn to him. Then, the dragon's eyes went wide as they flashed red, causing Luffy's eyes to turn white. He grunted as he clenched his fists. But then, he opened his mouth and began to let out a blood-curdling scream. That was beautiful, Aika smiled. It sure was, Chopper agreed. Chopper, do you ever miss your home? Asked Blizzard. Sometimes, yeah, Chopper admitted, but I was happy I got to see home again. And it made me remember why I joined Luffy in the first place. You know, I'm kinda glad I got sick, Nami said as she petted Chopper on the head. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met the best doctor, ever. Yeah, Aika cheered as she hugged Chopper, once again. Shut up. Chopper stammered with a blush on his cheeks. Flattery will get you nowhere. You know, despite this, he was still giggling and clapping his hooves. You're still not good at hiding your feelings, huh? Kumi asked while Robin chuckled. You know, it comes off as odd to me, said Sanji. What does? Usopp asked. Has it ever occurred to you that aside from Moss Head, Sanji began? While getting a glare from Zoro, Luffy seems to have met most of us by mere coincidence, at best. Mere coincidence? Blizzard repeated, sounding a bit offended by that. What do you mean, Sanji? Robin asked. Think about it, said Sanji. Luffy just happened to be caught in a whirlpool before he was pulled up on the passenger ship, where he later heard Zoro's name, then went to go and recruit him. After that, he met the rest of us by mere happenstance. Like how he got carried off by that bird and then ended up officially meeting with Nami in Orangetown. Huh, Nami muttered. Or how when Usopp accidentally shot that rock where Johnny and Yosaku were, thus causing them to take us to the Baratie, where we met you, Sanji. So what? Frankie asked. Luffy just happened to pop into our lives by coincidence. I don't think it's coincidence, said Robin. Every time we met Luffy, he doesn't just recruit us, but he also saves us. Saves us? Zoro repeated. Think about it, Robin answered. Zoro, if Luffy hadn't found you, you would have been shot dead by the Marines the following morning. And Nami, if Luffy hadn't met you, you would still be working for Arlong until the day you died. Nami shuddered at that thought. Usopp, you and all of Syrup Village would have been slaughtered by Captain Kuro and his men, said Robin, causing Usopp to gulp, nervously. Sanji would have been killed by Don Krieg and his armada, and Chopper either would have been eaten alive by Wapol or killed, along with Dr. Kureha. Chopper let out a silent gasp while Sanji took a drag of his cigarette, trying not to look unnerved. As for me, Robin began, Crocodile would have killed me back in Alabasta. And Frankie would have been sent off to impel down. Oh, man. Frankie muttered with dread. Blizzard would have spent the rest of his life waiting for his master, who was killed by a traitor, who likely would have killed him too, as well as Miss Hillary, Robin said as she gestured to Blizzard, who let out a sad whimper. Brooke, you probably would have spent the rest of your days in the Florian Triangle. I don't even want to think about that, Brooke said, grimly. And let's not forget Aika and Kumi, Robin said. If we hadn't landed on Punk Hazard, Caesar would have killed them and everyone else on the island. Not to mention Luffy would have never found out that Aika was his sister. Hearing about that last part is sad enough, said Aika with Kumi nodding in agreement. So you see, Robin began, Luffy appears to us at a time when we need him most. But, why would that be? Nami asked. Few things in this world happens by chance, said Zoro. It must have been fate. Perhaps, Robin said with a hand to her chin in thought. At any rate, Zoro began, it's because of Luffy that we're all here, now. Which is why we have to find him and get him away from Cover before it's too late. I hope Big Brother's still okay, said Aika, holding Luffy's hat in her hands. Hey, we got this far, said Blizzard, we'll find him, eventually. At that moment, a new memory began to appear. This time, it showed Luffy sitting on the Mary's figurehead. The others were all lying around on the deck with empty plates and mugs. Vivi was even snuggled up against past Sanji, who snored softly as he had an arm around her. Past Zoro was leaning against the railing with a snot bubble in his nose. Past Usopp was sprawled out next to past Nami, who was giggling in her sleep with a bright red flush on her face, and past Chopper was nestled up with Karoo. This must have happened after we had that party to celebrate Chopper joining us, said Nami. Man, you guys looked hammered, Frankie said, humorously. Tell me about it, Usopp bemoaned as he put his hand on his head. I had such a hangover the next day. The Straw Hats laughed a bit at that, but then brought their attention back on Luffy, who glanced back at his sleeping crew before he smiled and looked up at the sky. You're seeing them, Luffy said. Right, Mom? This is my crew. The stars gave off a soft twinkle, causing Luffy to laugh. Yeah, I know, he said. I picked out some good ones, didn't I? He then glanced back at the others, particularly at past Chopper. I have a swordsman, a sniper, a navigator, a cook. And now I've got a doctor, too, even though I didn't know he was one. He looked back up at the sky. We really had a bit of a scare with Nami. But I'm glad she's okay, now. I don't know what I'd do if I lost her, or the others. Oh, Luffy. Nami whispered. I wonder what Ace is doing, Luffy said. It's been a while since I last talked about him. But I'm sure he's doing okay. Who knows, I might see him sooner than I think. Well, he's not too far off, Usopp smirked. Luffy then gave a yawn as he stretched his arms, again. Well, I guess it's time I went to bed, Mom, he said. Tell Sabo I said good night, too. He then slid off the figurehead and headed inside, accidentally stepping on past Zoro's stomach. Ow! The swordsman cried as he woke from his sleep. Luffy, watch it. Sorry, Zoro, Luffy said before he continued to head to the men's quarters for a good night's sleep. The memory shifted to daytime, and for some reason, there was an air of nervousness. Well, mostly coming from Luffy, who was sitting down on his knees before past Sanji with this expression on his face that made it look like he was trying to pass off as innocent, but he was clearly guilty about something. Don't you lie to me, Luffy, past Sanji ordered. Tell me what you know, right now? Luffy just looked away, sweat dripping off his face. Don't you look away from me, past Sanji as he grabbed the boy by the face. I want you to look me in the eye right now and tell me the truth. Oh, right, Sanji muttered. This was 5 days after we left Drum Island. Wait, what did Big Brother do? Aika asked. Same thing he does every time, said Nami. He raided the fridge. Which reminds me, Robin began. Aika, weren't you and Luffy about to do the same thing before Cover came and grabbed him? Wait, what? Sanji asked in surprise. Were we? Aika asked, trying to feign innocence like her brother. Don't get cute, Missy, said Zoro. No idea what you mean, Sanji, said Luffy as he waved his hand and puckered his lips. I don't know anything. No clue. Really? asked past Sanji. Then how do you explain that all the food that I had carefully rationed until we reached Alabasta suddenly went missing in the middle of the night? He then grabbed Luffy by the face again. I know you know, so, fess up. You've got a terrible poker face. All that he got in response from Luffy was a small burp, causing him to sigh as he stood up. But then, his eyes seemed to go wide. Oh, hey, he said. It looks like you have something around your mouth there. I forgot about the crumbs, Luffy cried before he quickly covered his mouth, causing past Sanji to growl. I knew it was you, you pig, past Sanji shouted as kicked Luffy in the face, sending him flying across the deck before he hit the wall. Can't take my eyes off him even for 1 second, said Sanji in irritation. It's a crying shame when our rations, said Usopp. Like you're any better, Sanji barked. You, Chopper, and that duck ate some, too. We didn't eat as much as Luffy did, Usopp argued. I can see why you asked for a fridge with a lock, now, said Frankie. With Luffy's appetite, it's a matter of life and death. A little while later, after past Sanji gave past Usopp, past Chopper, and Karoo a walloping for sneaking food, too, the group had now gathered around on the deck for a little meeting with Vivi. So, let me get this straight, said past Nami. Crocodile is considered a hero in Alabasta? Wait, a hero? Asked Brook. I'll explain it to you soon, said Robin. The 7 warlords of the sea are pirates who are in the pay of the world government, said Vivi. The citizens don't care if they chase other pirates off for money or treasure or if the marines do it in the name of justice. Either way, the threat is eliminated. HMPH, past Sanji scoffed. Some hero this guy is. No one even suspects that he's trying to take over a kingdom. Ah, who cares? Luffy asked as he threw a punch in the air. All I gotta do is kick Crocodile's ass, right, Vivi? That's right, Vivi nodded. If we can stop the rebellion and expel Baroque works from Alabasta, then the kingdom will be saved. Geez, she makes it sound like it's supposed to be easy, said Frankie. Well, Luffy was going to show her it wouldn't be so easy, later, said Zoro. How so? Asked Blizzard. You'll see, said Zoro. But what kind of operation is Baroque works, anyway? Asked past Usopp. I mean, how come these people have numbers and names and such? At that moment, past Zoro groaned as he woke up and rubbed his eye. Their system is simple, said Vivi. Sir Crocodile, or Mr. Zero, is at the top, and taking orders directly from him are the agent's 12 people and an animal. They all have code names, with the men being numbers and the women being holidays or days of the week. Each man is paired with an equally lethal woman. Mr. 13 and Ms. Friday are special. They execute any agents who fail. All agents from Mr. 5 and up are called officer agents. Most of them have devil fruit powers and they handle the most important missions. After them come the frontier agents, who command the lower operatives and collect payment for the company at the entrance to the Grand Line. That is the kind of organization Baroque Works is. Oh, yeah? Luffy asked. Then we'll just go ahead and kick that crocodile guy's ass. You didn't get a word of that, did you? Asked past Sanji. Hold it, said past Nami. If Baroque Works' plan is to take over Alabasta, that means that the officer agents will be. That's right, Vivi affirmed. They'll be coming together, soon. The memory shifted once more, showing Luffy and past Usopp sitting on the railing with their fishing rods. However, the former's stomach began grumbling, clearly wanting food. All Luffy could do was groan as he rubbed his empty belly. I'm so hungry, he muttered, and the fish aren't biting at all. Really? Past Usopp questioned. You do realize this is your fault? You ate all the bait that we had? The fish aren't ever gonna bite if we don't give him a reason. Hey, you ate some, too, Luffy retorted. Yeah. But I only ate a little bit, past Usopp said in defense. Just what was stuck to the lid. You both are gluttons, said Sanji. Let's put it that way. Seriously, Luffy's not the only reason our food supply gets drained. Now and then, Nami agreed with a glare. Blizzard snickered a bit at that. Blizzard, we're talking about you, too, said Sanji, causing the wolf dog to freeze. Hey, guys, said Vivi as she walked up to them. How's the fishing going? To her horror, she saw that Luffy and past Usopp were using Karoo as bait, hoping to catch either a shark or a sea king with him. Naturally, Vivi reprimanded them both by bonking their heads together. That's my Vivi, Sanji grinned. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. And I thought Nami was feisty. Just then, the Straw Hats spotted something rising from the water's surface, causing her to gasp. Is that smoke? Asked Vivi. What the hell is that? Past Usopp asked, nervously. Cotton candy? Luffy asked with his tongue hanging out of his mouth, hungrily. I'm almost not surprised Luffy thinks that's food, said Kumi. I think everything looks like food to Big Brother's eyes, said Aika. What is that, anyway? It's steam from a geothermal vent, Robin said, otherwise known as an underwater volcano. There are volcanoes underwater? Aika asked. That's right, Nami answered. And when lava bubbles up to the water's surface, it cools down to form rock. That's how new islands are formed. Wow, really? Aika asked. Yeah, but that takes thousands of years, said Chopper. By that time, we'll all be long gone, Brook said, even though I'm already dead. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Oh, I see, said Aika. Too bad, I would have liked to explore it. Soon, the past Straw Hats sailed through the cloud of steam, coughing and gagging from the smell as they covered their mouths. Yuck! Past Usopp cried. It smells like sulfur. I can't see, Luffy shouted. Relax, Past Nami called. It'll clear up, soon enough. Yeesh, Frankie muttered as he covered his mouth, even though he couldn't really smell anything. Going through a cloud that smells like rotten eggs has gotta be murder on your nose. I'm glad I wasn't there, said Blizzard, covering his nose with his paws. As the steam finally cleared, both Luffy and Past Usopp gawked as they saw someone clinging to Kuru. A man wearing makeup and a ballerina outfit. Huh? Aika asked. Who's that guy, and how come he's got makeup? Oh, it's Mr. 2, Robin said. Oh, my gosh, Chopper exclaimed in excitement, it's Bon. No way. Usopp exclaimed, just as ecstatic as the little reindeer. Oh, God, not that weirdo. Sanji bemoaned. Bon Clay, I don't believe it, said Blizzard. Wait. Blizzard, you know Bon? Chopper asked. Yeah, Luffy and I ran into him when he and I went to Impel Down, answered Blizzard. Impel Down? Chopper repeated in shock. Wait, didn't you guys escape from there? If that's true, did Bon go with you? Well. Blizzard muttered before he sighed, sadly, we don't really know what happened to him. What do you mean? Usopp asked, worriedly, what happened? It's a long story, said Blizzard, you'll see, later. What a weird fish. Luffy and Past Usopp cried. Gah! Bon Clay cried as he jumped off of Kuru. How did I get caught by a duck? Unfortunately for him, he ended up falling into the sea, forcing the past Straw Hats to come to his aid, once again. Soon, Bon Clay was sitting on the deck, dripping wet as he kneeled before his saviors. Wait, hold up, Frankie said. Mr. 2. That means he was part of Baroque Works, right? Why'd you save him? We didn't know he was from Baroque Works at the time, said Zoro. And he may have been our enemy once, said Usopp, but he's a really great friend. If you say so, Frankie replied. You saved me, thanks, Bon Clay exclaimed as he bowed his head. I never imagined that my life would be saved by a group of complete strangers. Thanks again. I'll never forget your kindness. But could I trouble you for a cup of warm soup? Chicken noodle will do. No way. The past Straw Hats yelled. We can't even feed ourselves, Past Zoro barked. After Bon Clay did a bit of flirting with Vivi, to both hers and Sanji's disgust, he decided to show off his devil fruit powers to the gang. Aika was shocked when she saw him smack Luffy across the face, but then she was even more shocked when she saw him turn into an exact copy of Luffy, minus the matching clothes. The same went for the others when they saw Bon Clay turn into Past Zoro, Past Usopp, Past Chopper, and Past Nami, respectively. Of course, Nami was not amused when Bon Clay flashed Luffy, Past Usopp, and Past Chopper, and even Frankie and Brook drooled a bit at the sight, which caused them to get clobbered. Perverts, Nami muttered. I swear, hey, don't look at me, Usopp cried. Wait, what just happened? Asked Aika, who had hers and Kumi's eyes covered by Robin. Don't worry about it, girls, said Robin, who was using her powers. After switching back to his regular face, Bon Clay began to entertain the childish trio by switching faces, randomly. It almost wasn't surprising that they all got along and danced on the deck, merrily. However, it was when Bon Clay's crew sailed by, calling him by his code name, that he had to leave. Although, any crew members who weren't there at the time were a little surprised by the fact that his codename was revealed, and yet no one said anything, not even Vivi. "You'd think Vivi would say something, wouldn't she?" Frankie asked. "Well, Vivi's sweet and all," Sanji began, "but she's a little scatterbrained," Nami said. "Yes, scatterbrained," Sanji said. "Thank you, Nami. That was not easy for me to say." "You're welcome," Nami replied. However, the only thing that made Vivi more upset was the fact that among Bon Clay's collection of faces was the one of her father, King Nefertari Cobra. "Damn it," cursed past Zoro. "If that Mr. 2 can impersonate the king, then we could be in for some real trouble." "Looks like we really let a bad guy get away this time, huh?" asked past Usopp. "He was really a bad guy?" asked past Chopper. "Zoro's right, though," said past Nami. "This guy could be a real problem if he decides to make us his enemies. If he disguised himself as one of us, that means we wouldn't be able to trust each other." "You think so?" Luffy asked, to the past Straw Hat's surprise. "It's a shame," said Frankie. "The guy did seem like a lot of fun." "You call that fun?" Kumi asked. "I call it weird," said Aika. "Wait a minute," said past Zoro as he put his hand on Luffy's shoulder, just when past Nami was about to explain. "Luffy here might be a little slow, but he might actually have the right idea in not being worried." He then smirked. "Believe it or not, this was a lucky encounter for us. Now we can make a plan." "A plan?" the past Straw Hats asked. "Zoro thought of an idea?" asked Brook. "Yeah, and it was one of the few good ideas he ever had," Sanji smirked, causing Zoro to growl at him while Blizzard snickered a little. "Don't even start, you guys," Nami barked as the memory changed, showing that the crew was still on the Mary, except the crew was sitting in a little circle, along with past Sanji, who had not been present at the time that Bon Clay was there. "What are you guys doing?" Aika asked. "You'll see," Zoro answered. "So, what do you guys think?" asked past Sanji. Ooh, I know," Luffy exclaimed. "Let's make it an X." "An X?" asked past Nami. "Why?" "Because we're pirates," Luffy replied, simply. "Yeah," past Usopp began, "but doesn't an X usually mean death?" "It doesn't matter," Luffy said. "It has to be an X. What do you think, Vivi? Sounds cool, right?" "Yeah," Vivi nodded. "I'm fine with that, too." "Look, cool or not, it doesn't matter," said past Zoro. "That's not why we're doing this." Soon, the past Straw Hats all had black X's tattooed on their left wrists. "Here we go," Luffy grinned. "Okay then," said past Zoro as he held up his wrist. "In case you see one of us, but you think they might be a fake, take the bandage off and show them to your friends. If they don't have it, that means they're an imposter." "Right," Vivi nodded. "Ah, I see now," Brook exclaimed. "A double mark, isn't it?" "So that's what that was," Robin said. "Very clever, Zoro." "Hey," Zoro grinned. "I have my moments. It's not like you to think of something as clever as a double mark, Moss Head," said past Sanji. "Maybe you're an imposter, too." "Don't make me kill you," past Zoro shouted as he drew his swords. "Nah, that's definitely Zoro," said Luffy. "Oh, good," past Usopp whispered in relief. "It is Zoro." Soon, everyone was tying bandages around their wrists. "Tie him on tight, got it?" asked past Zoro. "The enemy's got too many secrets." "That's a good idea," said Vivi as she tied on past Nami's bandage. "With these, we'll be able to tell who's who," said past Nami. "Are these clone fruit powers really all that good?" asked past Sanji, using his teeth to tie on his bandage. "They're not just good, Sanji," said past Usopp. "They're practically flawless. You should have seen him earlier." "HMPH, past Sanji scoffed. "Sounds like a real freak to me." "He was amazing," past Usopp replied. "We couldn't help but cheer for him." "Now that we know what we're up against," said past Zoro, "we have to plan our next move carefully." Hey," said past Chopper. "What can I do?" "Just do whatever you can, Chopper," said past Usopp. "If you can't win, there's no shame in running away, just do your best." "That's your philosophy, eh, Usopp?" past Sanji quipped while tying a bandage around Karu's wing. "Do my best. Got it?" past Chopper exclaimed. Is there really no shame in running away? Asked Aika, somberly. Aika, there are some points in life when you face an opponent that is stronger than you, said Blizzard. If you run away, that's fine. But don't run all your life. If you run, you give yourself the opportunity to think things through and choose your fights carefully. You run so you can live and get stronger to fight another day. He then glanced at Usopp and Chopper. Right, guys? Why yeah. That's right, Chopper answered. What Blizzard said. Usopp agreed, grinning confidently. I see, Aika said before she smiled. Right, okay then. Kumi barked in agreement while in the memory. The Mary was beginning to approach the harbor of Alabasta's shore. There's the harbor, said Vivi. We better weigh anchor in the cove to the west. We have to hide the ship. Right, Luffy exclaimed before he held out his wrist to the crew, who did the same thing. No matter what happens, guys, from here on out, this mark on our left arms will be the sign of our friendship. Right. The past Straw Hats agreed. Okay. Let's get going, Luffy declared as the memory faded to black. That was exemplary, Brook whispered in awe at the previous memory. Man, you guys sure were a tight-knit group, huh? Frankie asked with a bit of a sniffle. Luffy truly did know how to bring a group together, said Robin. Yeah, said Blizzard, proudly. What a guy, am I right? A mark of friendship, huh? Aika asked as she glanced down at her own wrist while Kumi looked at her paw. What are you thinking about, honey? Nami asked. I wish I had something like that, said Aika. Something to tell us that we're all joined together as one. We do have that, said Zoro. Our Jolly Roger is the symbol of the bonds we made on our ship. Sure, it's not something like a mark of friendship, but it's still what signifies us as the Straw Hat Pirates. I'm sure your brother knows that. Big brother. Aika whispered, worriedly as she held the rim of Luffy's hat. We'll find him, Aika, said Sanji. I'm sure of it. Until then, Chopper began, we'll just have to keep watching these memories until we find the real Luffy. Sure enough, the memories began to return. This time, however, it was Luffy eating in a restaurant while the others were nowhere to be found. For some reason, there was a gaping hole in the wall behind the restaurant's owner. In fact, there were several holes behind that one in different houses. What the hell happened here? Asked Frankie. Something tells me Luffy had something to do with it, said Nami, exasperated. Wait, where were you guys? Asked Aika. Your brother ran off without us to get some food, Usopp answered. Seriously, I swear he thinks more with his stomach than whatever brain he has in that rubber skull of his. Straw Hat. The Straw Hats looked up and saw that the one who was shouting was none other than Smoker. And it looked like he had just pushed someone in front of him against the floor. Wait, who's that? Asked Chopper. Hold up, said Nami as she spotted a familiar orange hat with a familiar pair of badges, one with a smiley face and the other with a frown, on the floor. Wait a minute. It can't be. Holy crap, it is, Zoro exclaimed. It's Ace, is it? Frankie asked. I mean, yeah, it's the same hat, but it's kinda hard to tell with his face in the ground. Before he could speculate further, Smoker approached Luffy, who was still stuffing his face. I knew I'd found you here in Alabasta, said the Smoke Man, but Luffy just kept eating while staring at him, owlishly. How come Big Brother's just staring at him? Asked Aika. I think it's taking him a moment to remember who he is, said Sanji, and sure enough, after a good 10 seconds, Luffy spat food on Smoker's face in shock. You're that smoky guy, he cried. What are you doing in Alabasta? Really? Usopp asked in disbelief. It took him that long to figure it out? Nami only sighed and shook her head while Zoro face-palmed. As for Smoker, he growled at Luffy as he prepared to make a move, but then the Straw Hat Captain held up his hand. Hold on a sec, he said before he shoved all the food in his mouth, then bowed his head. Thanks very much for the meal. On that, he turned and ran away with his cheeks still stuffed with food, and Smoker gave chase not long after. Geez, Luffy, Blizzard muttered. Here's something I'm curious about, said Brook. How did Smoker know you'd be there? And for that matter, why was he there in the first place? I think it's because he thought we were in league with Crocodile or something, said Nami. Why would he think that? Asked Aika. You're there to stop Crocodile. Yes, but he didn't know it at the time, said Robin. That wasn't until after the fact. Oh, I see, said Aika. As Luffy kept running, he eventually ran into Tashigi, who tried to stop him, but he easily evaded her by jumping up onto the rooftops. But Smoker still pursued him. It wasn't very long before Luffy was running from his whole troop. And what's worse, in his haste to escape, he accidentally led them right to the past Straw Hats. Are you kidding me? Frankie questioned. He actually led them to you guys? Yes, he did, said Usopp in a deadpan tone. I'm almost not surprised, said Blizzard. It is Luffy, after all. Yeah, you can say that again, said Zoro. Huh? Luffy muttered as he noticed his crew hiding behind some rubble. Oh, hey, Zoro. Guys, what are you doing over there? He then began to run over to them. You idiot! Past Zoro yelled. Lose those guys before you come to us. As Luffy got closer, he saw that past Nami and Vivi were both wearing what looked like belly dancer outfits with assorted jewelry and other things. Despite the fact that he was already running, seeing Nami in the outfit made the memory go pink and his heart beat even faster. Figures he'd noticed the outfit I was wearing, said Nami. How could he not? Brook asked. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Like it? Sanji asked. I'm the one who picked them out. Perv, Zoro grumbled, causing Sanji to side-eye him. Back in the memory, Smoker shot his fist at Luffy, who was running as fast as he could, but it didn't seem like he was going to escape the Marine Captain's grasp, until... Heat haze, out of nowhere, a jet of fire appeared and clashed against Smoker's fist, causing it to stop in its tracks while the past Straw Hats gasped. That fire. Aika whispered. You don't think it was? Kumi asked. As Luffy turned around, he gasped as well as he saw a familiar figure. The black hair, the face full of freckles, that purple tattoo on his back, the orange with the two badges. There was no mistaking it. You again, huh? Smoker asked, irritably, while the familiar figure just grinned right back at him. Just give up, he said. You may be smoke, but I'm fire. A fight between the two of us is just pointless. It'll probably go on forever. Ace? Luffy asked in disbelief. Is that you? Hey, Luffy, Ace greeted, casually. I see you haven't changed a bit. Whoa, it is you, Luffy exclaimed, still surprised to see his brother after 3 years. Where'd you get those fire powers? You eat a devil fruit or something? Yeah, I ate the flame fruit, said Ace, not taking even one eye off of Smoker. But anyways, you better not waste time talking to me. You better take your friends and get out of here. Don't worry about me, though, I'll catch up, now get moving. A pause. But then Luffy smiled at him before nodding his head and turning around to run. Come on, guys, he called out as he ran. To the ship, hurry up. Wait a minute. Past Nami exclaimed as she and the others ran after him. Luffy. Who is that guy? Past Sanji asked. You know him or something? Of course, I know him, Luffy replied. He's my big brother. 3, 2, 1. Your brother? You guys sure seem surprised, said Brook. Of course, we were. Nami exclaimed. That was the first time we met Ace. We didn't see him again until after we got the Sunny, said Zoro. That was before you came along, Brook. Ah, I see, said Brook. Before we met Ace, we didn't think that Luffy had any other family, said Usopp. It sure knocked us for a loop. I actually thought he was a bounty hunter for a while, said Zoro. Glad that wasn't the case. Once I figured out he was Luffy's brother, I pretty much knew we could trust him to help us out. You have good instincts, Zoro, Aika said. Hey, Zoro smirked. Well, I have my moments. Just then, as the past Straw Hats were running, it suddenly appeared in a flash. A gigantic whirlwind of smoke and flame, swirling around in the sky. The very sight caused Aika to gape in absolute awe as the two elements clash. Whoa, she whispered. That's so cool. You okay there, Aika? Asked Kumi. I think she's a little overwhelmed, Blizzard mused. Whoa, you guys see that? Luffy asked while running backwards with a barrel under his arm. Man, I never thought I'd get to see my big brother in a place like this. Everybody, turn left, past Nami yelled, causing the past Straw Hats to run to the Luas running backwards due to wanting to see Ace and Smoker fight. He was following his left, not their left, and ended up going down a different street. Really? Asked Zoro. And people say that I get lost. Wait, that's what happened to him? Nami questioned. That idiot. Why can't he pay more attention? Usopp shouted. Aika only laughed. Silly big brother, she said. Before too long, Luffy found himself in an empty alley, sitting on top of the barrel he was carrying. Huh, that's weird, he muttered in confusion. I could have sworn everybody was right here. But now they're all gone. Where'd they go? Robin could only give an amused chuckle. Yeah, that's Luffy for you, said Sanji. At that moment, the Straw Hats saw a familiar shadow on the ground. Well, I see that giving you a chance to escape was pointless, said a voice. Huh? Luffy asked before he looked up and smiled upon seeing the older brother he hadn't seen in 3 years. Hey, hi-ya, Ace. Ace soon jumped down from the roof to greet his younger brother. It's been a while, hasn't it? He asked. You could say that, Luffy replied. Damn, he's ripped, Frankie exclaimed. I'll say, said Usopp as he felt his own bicep. 3 years out at sea has really done him a lot of good. Hey, what's on his arm? Asked Aika as she pointed to Ace's left bicep. Oh, yeah, that tattoo, said Nami. Hey, that's weird, said Kumi. How come it's spelled ASCE, and the S is crossed out? Dunno, said Blizzard. Maybe the tattoo artist made a mistake? Soon, Luffy and Ace grabbed each other's hands and put their elbows on the barrel, both of them grinning impishly at each other. How many years has it been? Asked Luffy. 3 years, I guess, Ace replied as he began to push against Luffy's arm with his own. I see you haven't changed much, though. You've gotten a little taller, but you pretty much look the same. They both kinda look the same to me, said Aika. Yeah. Although Ace's eyes look a bit more narrow, said Kumi. Then again, that's probably just me. So do you, Luffy answered as he tried to push Ace's arm over. Aside from those fire powers you got from eating that devil fruit, you haven't changed a bit. He grunted as he kept trying to push Ace's arm down. Remember when you used to sneak into the fields, eat 100 watermelons, and then spit out the seeds like a Gatling gun and run away? That wasn't me. Ace grunted as he pushed on Luffy's arm. That was you. And then the farmers would chase you and you'd scream like a little girl, Luffy added. That was you, too, Ace replied. I just watched and laughed. How did Luffy get that mixed up? Asked Sanji. I think he's trying to make himself sound cool, Frankie answered. As the D brothers continued their arm wrestling match, their faces began to grow bright red as they strained to push each other's arms, when finally the barrel cracked and fell apart, causing the water inside to spill. Are you kidding me? Nami questioned. They broke it? Don't they know how much that water cost? Ah, let him be, said Zoro. They hadn't seen each other in a while. And look how happy Big Brother looks to see Big Brother Ace, Aika exclaimed. I guess, said Nami. I guess we're still the same, said Luffy as he and Ace gave each other a high five. Just like old times, huh, Ace? You said it, Ace said, before he pulled Luffy into a hug, which he happily returned. It's good to see ya again, Lu. You, too, Luffy smiled, causing the Straw Hats to smile, too. Now isn't that just touching? Brook asked. It's so sweet to see them catching up like this, Robin said. Luffy does look happy to see him, Nami smiled. Goo. A reunion between brothers. Frankie sniffled as he wiped his eyes. It just gets you choked up, you know? I gotta admit, Usopp began. I was kinda mad at Luffy for getting lost again, but now that I see this, I can't help feeling happy for him. Me, too, Chopper exclaimed. Yeah, me, too, said Blizzard before he sighed. I just wish the reunion with one of my brothers went as nicely. What was that, Blizzard? Asked Kumi. Nothing, said Blizzard, don't worry about it. So, Ace started as he reached into his knapsack and pulled out a canteen. Isn't your crew looking for ya, just a few minutes ago? Yeah, Luffy replied as Ace took a sip of water. Huh, Ace muttered. I guess you never got my message, did you? What message? Luffy asked as he tilted his head. You know, the message I left for you on Drum Island, said Ace. Ace was on Drum Island? Chopper asked. He was? Nami asked. I guess we got there after he did, said Zoro. Well, no, I guess not, said Luffy. I didn't even know you were there. Huh, Ace scoffed. That figures. Don't worry about it. It was a message, saying to tell you that I was gonna be here in Alabasta for a few days. You see, I'm here on business. Business, huh? Luffy asked as Ace tossed the canteen to him, which he nearly dropped, But thankfully, he managed to catch it without spilling the water. "That's right," said Ace. "I'm with the Whitebeard Pirates, now." "The Whitebeard Pirates?" asked Luffy while Ace turned around and showed him the tattoo on his back. A purple tattoo of a man's face with a long, white, crescent-shaped mustache, and the crossbones were arranged in a cross instead of an X. "See this tattoo?" asked Ace. "It's our mark, and it's my pride." "Wow," Aika whispered. "It's covered his whole back." "So cool," Kumi added. "So, why don't you and your crew join us, Luffy?" Ace asked. "It'll be a lot of fun." "No thanks," Luffy said, bluntly. "That's no surprise," Zoro grinned. "Ha ha 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 ha," laughed Ace. "Yeah, I knew you'd say that. Which is too bad because Whitebeard's the greatest pirate I've ever met. That's why I'm gonna help him become king of the pirates. And not you, Luffy, sorry." Luffy didn't seem at all fazed by what his brother said, but just continued to smile at him, brimming with confidence. "That's fine," said Luffy. "I guess I'll just have to fight him for it, then. Because I'm gonna be king of the pirates." Despite his claim, Ace couldn't help but smile at his little brother, as did the Straw Hats. However, Ace couldn't really stop himself from getting angry once Luffy began to guzzle down almost all the water in his canteen. "Stop it," he shouted. "Don't drink it all, Yamooch, hey." Weird how things change, don't they? Usopp asked. Back when Ace, Luffy, and Sabo were kids, they wanted to be pirates on the same crew. But things are different, now that they've grown. "Yeah, you're right," agreed Blizzard. "It's kinda sad, though," said Aika. "In a way, Big Brother and Big Brother Ace became enemies. They weren't on the same crew." "Not so, Aika," said Zoro. "Just because Luffy and Ace were on different pirate crews didn't mean that they were bitter rivals. They were still brothers, bound by a vow to become pirates and live their lives freely." "Really?" asked Aika. "Well, Aika," Robin began. "Think of it this way. If you decide to leave us and start your own crew, you won't see Luffy as your enemy, will you?" "Of course I won't," Aika answered. "Big Brother is still my big brother, I would never fight him." "And Luffy wouldn't fight you, either," said Nami. "He loves you, just like he loved Ace." "Bonds as deep as that don't change, Aika," said Sanji. "Remember that." Aika nodded with a soft smile. "I will." Soon, Ace and Luffy were walking down the alleyway, together. As they walked, Luffy glanced to Ace's left bicep where his other tattoo was, blinking in slight confusion. "Hey, Ace," Luffy asked. "What about that tattoo on your arm?" "Huh?" Ace muttered before he glanced down at it. "Oh, this?" "Yeah, how come the S is crossed out?" asked Luffy. "What, you spell it wrong?" "Not really," said Ace. "It's a tribute." "A tribute?" Luffy repeated. To Sabo, Ace spoke, his mood becoming somewhat somber, causing Luffy's eyes to go wide before he looked away, biting his muttered. "So that's what that was," Nami whispered. "I always thought that was just a slip-up." "A tribute to their fallen brother," said Sanji. "I see, now," said Blizzard. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy's old Jolly Roger had their first initials, and Sabo's was in front of the crossbones. In a way, Ace is carrying Sabo's mark on his skin. "Wow. What a way to honor him," said Kumi. "You can say that, again," Chopper said. "It's really sad, though, when you consider." "Yeah," Zoro muttered. Ace glanced over at Luffy before he grinned at him, then reached over, pulled him into a headlock and gave him a noogie, causing him to cry out in surprise. "But enough of that sad stuff," Ace said. "I heard about all the trouble you've been getting yourself into in the East Blue." "Oh, you know about that?" Luffy asked. "You kiddin'?" Ace asked as he pulled out Luffy's wanted poster from his knapsack. 30 million feet's pretty impressive, Lou. "Not bad for a start." She, Luffy laughed. "Yeah, I did pretty good, didn't I?" "Of course, you still have a long way to go," Ace replied. "So, those people I saw you with, are they your crew?" "Oh, that's right," Luffy said. "I should tell you about them. First, there's Zoro. He's a swordsman who uses the three-sword style and wants to be the greatest one in the world." "Oh, really?" asked Ace. "The king of the pirates and the world's greatest swordsman. Sounds like a pretty good combination, if you ask me." "I know, right?" Luffy asked. "And then there's our navigator, Nami. She likes money and tangerines." "She was that orange-haired girl, right?" Ace asked. So, who is she, Luffy, your girlfriend? Hearing that caused Luffy to blush heavily. And no, he stammered. I just like her as a friend. Oh, yeah? Ace asked. Then how come you're blushing? I am not. Luffy yelled, blushing even more. Oh, boy. Nami muttered, remembering now how Ace wouldn't stop teasing Luffy about his crush on her. Okay, I'm sorry, said Ace. So, who else is there? Well, there's Usopp, and he's a liar, Luffy said. Seriously? Usopp asked. Why does he keep calling me that? I'm a sniper. She, Aika giggled. And then there's Sanji, our cook who makes really tasty food, Luffy added. Sometimes, I wonder if that's the only reason he has me around, Sanji grumbled. Then there's a princess and her giant duck, Luffy said. Vivi wasn't part of the crew, said Nami. Well, not officially, at least. Yeah, she was an honorary member at best, said Sanji. Oh, Luffy exclaimed. And recently, we just recruited a doctor that happens to be a reindeer. How cool is that? Sounds like you got yourself a motley little crew, there, Ace grinned. Yeah, I know, Luffy replied. Everybody on my crew is so interesting. I bet, Ace said. But, if you ask me, you're probably the most interesting about all of them. No kidding, Zoro grinned while Aika giggled. Yeah, Big Brother really is the most interesting, she said. Still, Ace began, just a handful of people on your crew. That sounds just like ya, too. She. Yeah, Luffy laughed. I'm still looking for a musician, though. Ah, yes, Ace agreed. Can't have a pirate crew without a musician. He agrees with that, too? Nami asked. It figures, Usopp said. They're brothers, after all. Yo ho 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 ho, Brook laughed. I must say, great minds do think alike. It's funny how you were the last to join us, said Frankie. Well, until the squirts came along, anyway. You're not sad about that, are you, Brook? Chopper asked. Not at all, Brook replied. I couldn't have been happier when Luffy asked me to join him. I felt like it was such an honor. I think Luffy thinks so, too, Robin smiled. Just then, as the brothers were walking, they found themselves suddenly surrounded by men with an assortment of weapons, like guns, swords, and other things. Stop right there, Fire Fist, said one of the men who, for some reason, was wearing a melon on his head. You've got nowhere to run, Ace. The brothers turned to see a particularly large man with dark skin, a reddish-pink nose, curly hair, and two sabers strapped to his back. This is the end of the line for you, he said. Your head is mine, it's my ticket to a promotion, so prepare to die. Is he kidding? Nami asked, incredulously. Faye, Zoro scoffed. These guys are nothing but losers. Ah, Robin realized. The Billions agents. The who now? Aika asked. Remember when Vivi was talking about the ranks of the Baroque Works agents? Robin asked. Main agents like Crocodile, Bon Clay, and myself are given single-digit code names or holidays. Below us are 2,000 low-ranking agents that we call Millions or Billions. Millions agents are subordinates for the Frontier agents and are 1,800 agents strong. Billions are the remaining 200 that serve the officer agents and are also next in line to be promoted to a single-digit agent, should the position be opened. Understand? Aika said as she scratched her head. I think so. So the Millions are subordinates to the Billions. Or was it the Frontier agents? She then groaned as she held her head. My head spinning? The older Straw Hats chuckled a little. It's okay, Aika, Robin said. I'll try and explain it to you, later. I'm just wondering if we should be worried here, said Kumi. I mean, look at them, Ace and Luffy are surrounded. Nah, Blizzard replied. Let's just sit back and watch the show. Yeah, it's not like we can do much about it, anyway, said Sanji as he lit a cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. It's our lucky day, boys, said the ringleader. This'll be just like shooting fish in a barrel. You've gotta be kidding, said Zoro. They do know that Ace is a Logia-type devil fruit user, don't they? If they did, they would have brought sea stone bullets, said Nami. Huh? Muttered one of the Billions agents. Hey, boss. Look, that kid in the straw hat, he's Straw Hat Luffy. The ringleader hunched up an eyebrow upon hearing that before one of the other agents showed him Luffy's wanted poster. 30 million, eh? The the ringleader asked before he gave a delighted grin. That promotion is a hop, skip, and a jump away. However, Luffy and Ace didn't seem at all worried. In fact, they just casually walked right past them. "So, let's go find your ship," said Ace. "It's at the shore, right?" "I think so," Luffy replied. "You think so?" Ace replied before he sighed. "Leave it to you to not know where your own ship is." The Straw Hats couldn't help laughing at the two brothers' banter, feeling almost a bit sorry for the Billions. However, the ringleader was less than amused, and he soon gave out the order to attack. However, the fight didn't last very long. The Straw Hats couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic as they watched the D brothers brawling. It was like back when they were on Dawn Island, duking it out with the local thugs in Edge Town. It was almost like the Straw Hats were treating to a show, and it was definitely funny to see Luffy scare the agents with his rubber powers after they shot him with bullets, only for him to send them back. "Have these back, 'cause I don't need him," he shouted. Eventually, the ringleader had grown tired of this and attempted to cut Luffy down with his sabers. However, Ace wasn't having any of that, so he grabbed the blade between his index finger and thumb while smirking casually, then used his powers to heat up the metal, thus making him let go as he held his burned hands. At that moment, Luffy's arm stretched back before he sent the ringleader flying away with a gum-gum bazooka, and he soon disappeared in a twinkling. "Ha ha 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 ha," Frankie laughed. "That was great. My big brothers are so cool," Ika exclaimed. In the shadows of the alleys, Shade growled as he narrowed his 6 eyes before he backed away, vanishing in the darkness. Soon, the memory shifted, and this time, it showed the past Straw Hats on the Going Merry with Luffy, who, for some reason, was sitting past Chopper. "What happened to you two?" Frankie asked. "Luffy used his gum-gum rocket and crashed into us," said Sanji in irritation. "Not fun," Chopper added. "Sanji, Tony, are you two all right?" asked Vivi. "Why you little?" Past Sanji growled before he grabbed Luffy and began to throttle him. "I ought to toss you overboard, you idiot, don't you know your own strength?" "He's right, Luffy," past Nami exclaimed. "Don't you know the trouble you caused us? Can't you try and act a little more like a captain?" "Sorry about that," said Luffy before he gasped. "Oh, yeah. What about Ace?" He soon ran over to the starboard side to look for him. "Ace?" past Zoro repeated. "You mean your brother was with you?" "You sure we should just leave him behind?" asked past Usopp. "Well, I'm sure you'll be okay," said Luffy as he turned to face his crew. "He's a pretty strong guy, you know." "So how strong is he?" asked past Chopper. "Well, let me put it to you like this," said Luffy. "Back when we were younger, I could never beat Ace in a fight, and this was before he ate his devil fruit." "That's for sure," said Frankie. "Wait a minute, back up," past Nami exclaimed. "You're saying that you have someone of your own flesh and blood that even you couldn't beat?" "The big brother of a monster is an even bigger monster if you ask me," muttered past Usopp. "I guess so," Luffy began, "because Ace used to beat me all the time back when I was a kid. But I bet now I could kick his big butt." He then broke into boisterous laughter. "I'd like to see you back that claim up," said past Zoro. "So, exactly whose butts?" "Yipe," Luffy yelped as he jumped away from the railing, just as Ace appeared behind him. "Getting kicked?" he asked. "Oh, hey, Ace," Luffy said with a sheepish grin. Not sure how much of that you heard." "Oh, I heard all of it," said Ace. "Right," Luffy muttered. "Of course, you did." He then looked to the past Straw Hats. "Oh, right, Ace. This is my crew that I was telling you about, guys, this is Ace." "Nice to meet you," Ace said while he bowed his head, "and thanks for taking care of my kid brother. I know he's a handful." "Oh, no, not at all," the past Straw Hats replied as they bowed their heads back. "Ah, come on, there's no need to be modest," Ace replied. "I mean, this is Luffy we're talking about, isn't he a little much for you to handle?" "No, not at all," said the past Straw Hats. "You're good people," Ace said as he bowed his head, again. "Why do I get the feeling you guys were lying?" asked Ika. "Well, we didn't want to make Ace upset," said Nami. "And besides, Luffy's not that big of a handful. At least not all the time." "Yes, he is," Usopp coughed. "Usopp," Nami chided. "What?" Usopp questioned. "Well, sit down and relax," said past Sanji. "I'm sure you two have a lot of catching up to do. I'll make some tea." "No thank you," said Ace. That's thoughtful of you, but I don't want to impose. He then raised his finger, causing past Sanji's cigarette to light up, to his surprise. Well, he's certainly not what I expected, said past Sanji. Yeah, I'll say, said past Zoro. He's polite, helpful, and gracious, past Usopp exclaimed. The polar opposite of Luffy. One of them only cares about stuffing his face, past Nami said. There's no way these two are brothers. While the other only cares about his brother, past Zoro added. I wish I had a wonderful brother like that, past Chopper whimpered, tearfully. Brother? Past Sanji asked. I wish I had a wonderful captain like that? Sanji, Vivi chided. He's just kidding. See, Ace? Luffy asked. I told you they were interesting, ha 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 ha? You guys really didn't mean all that, did you? Brook asked. Of course we didn't mean it, said Zoro. I mean, yeah, sometimes Luffy can be a headache, but we wouldn't replace him, even with his own brother. Yeah, Usopp said. We might have our spats, once in a while, but by the end of the day, Luffy's still our captain. What kind of crew would we be if we just shut him out, like that? Asked Sanji. A pretty lousy one if you ask me, said Frankie. Exactly, Nami said. We may say things, but we don't entirely mean them. And besides, we apologized to Luffy about the things we said when we met Ace. That's right, Chopper piped up, we didn't want to hurt his feelings. That's good, said Blizzard, although I'm sure Luffy knew you didn't really mean it, anyway, he's a good person. At that moment, a fleet of at least 7 ships appeared around the corner of the cape, all of them bearing the Baroque Works insignia. Vivi gasped, realizing that the ships belonged to the Billions. However, Ace didn't seem at all worried. In fact, he had this grin on his face, as if relishing the idea of going after them. He soon jumped off the Mary and aboard this yellow kayak-like boat with a sail, and using his devil fruit powers, he sped toward them with his hands casually in his pockets. What's he gonna do? Aika asked. Watch this, Aika, Zoro smirked. You're about to see, firsthand, the reason why he was called Fire Fist, Ace. Soon, Ace leapt off his boat and over the Billions battleships before he landed on the other side with his right fist ablaze. Heiken, he yelled before he threw his fist forward, unleashing a humongous jet of flame that completely obliterated the ships. Whoa, Aika and Kumi exclaimed. Holy crap, Frankie shouted as he raised his sunglasses. That was crazy. Extraordinary, Brook added. He destroyed them all in just one shot? What would we expect from the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Robin asked with her usual amused smile. Yeah, that's Ace, Nami agreed. Huh? Sanji muttered as he glanced down at Aika, who was staring with her grinning mouth agape and her eyes sparkling. Hey, Aika, you okay? A pause, before Aika suddenly fell backward while muttering, so cool, over and over. Yeah, she's okay, said Zoro, causing the other Straw Hats to laugh. All was quiet in the dark void. Cover sat curled up before Luffy, sound asleep. But as for Luffy himself, he had this strained look on his face, sweat dripping down his forehead. He also had dark circles under his eyes and his breathing was a bit ragged. To put it simply, it looked like Luffy was having a nightmare. No, he grunted. URRRGH. As Cover slept, someone cautiously approached him and the Black Dragon. The figure glanced momentarily at the beast before approaching Luffy. And it was soon revealed to be the White Cat. Her golden eyes fell upon Luffy, who continued to groan and let out shaky breaths, causing her to place her paw on his head. You poor young man, the cat said. You carry so much in your heart, and you try your hardest to be strong. But it's this facade that has allowed Cover to take hold of you. Luffy grunted, again. Help is coming for you, the cat whispered. For now, though, try and hold out. She then placed her paw on Luffy's chest. Right where his scar is. May this put your heart at ease. If only for the moment. That's when a golden glow shined on Luffy's chest, causing him to sigh in relief. But then she tensed up as she heard something stirring behind her. What do you think you're doing here? The cat turned to see Cover, who glared down at her. Didn't I tell you before? The dragon asked as he opened his mouth, from which embers began to seep out from. Mind your own business. FWOOSH. Cover breathed out a jet of fire at the cat, who quickly leapt out of the way. She panted as she ran away before she turned, seeing she had stopped at a good distance. Cover glared at her before he went back to sitting before Luffy. "Heed me, Cover," the cat shouted. "You may have taken the souls of countless others, but you will not take this one soul. Your time is coming." "I'm shaking," Cover said, mockingly, which caused the cat to hiss at him before she turned and ran off into the shadowy void. XXX. After waking Aika up from all the excitement, the Straw Hats continued to watch the memories. This time, the past Straw Hats were sitting around Ace, who was sitting on a barrel while holding a tankard of rum. "So, Ace," asked Luffy, "you sure you don't want to join us? Come on, it'll be lots of fun." "Sorry, Lou," Ace replied. "I can't do that." Why not?" Luffy asked with a pout. "Well, I'm out on business," said Ace. "You see, there's this man that I'm trying to kill." "A man?" Luffy repeated. "Who? His name is Blackbeard," Ace answered, "and he's committed the worst crime on a pirate ship. He killed one of his own crew members." The past Straw Hats all tensed up, and even the current Straw Hats seemed stunned. "Blackbeard," Aika whispered, nervously. "Big brother told me about him before." "B. Blackbeard?" Past Usopp repeated, also nervously. "I've heard about him," exclaimed Vivi. "Isn't he the pirate who attacked Drum Kingdom?" "Oh, yeah, that's right," Nami realized. "Ace was after Blackbeard, wasn't he?" "He must have gone to Drum Kingdom first, hoping for a clue," said Zoro. "I guess he didn't find any," said Frankie. "Despicable," Brook hissed. "A pirate who kills his own crewmate is no pirate at all, I say." "Trust me, I agree with that sentiment," said Blizzard with great disdain. "He also killed Whitebeard during the Paramount War," said Robin. "What?" Frankie questioned. "That SBAG, Blackbeard was a pirate from my fleet," said Ace. "He was one of my men. Therefore, it's my responsibility to track him down and take care of him, for good." "So that's why you're after him," Past Usopp muttered. "I came here because I got a tip that he was last seen here in Alabasta," said Ace. "It was said that he was seen in some town called Yuba, so that's where I'm headed." "Yuba?" Past Nami repeated. "Vivi, that's where we're going, right?" "That's right," Vivi nodded. "What's Yuba?" asked Kumi. "Yuba is an oasis town in Alabasta," said Chopper. "Well, sort of." "What do you mean?" Aika asked. "You'll see later, honey," said Nami while Vivi pulled out a map of Alabasta, explaining that the town that they had just left was called Nanohana and that they were on their way to a place called Aramalu, the Green City, as Vivi put it. They would then cross the desert to Yuba, where the leader of the rebel army was said to be stationed. "Since we seem to be going the same way," Ace began, "you guys don't mind if I tag along, do y'all?" "Ooh," Luffy exclaimed, excitedly. "That's a great idea. Let's bring Ace along. Can we, Vivi?" "I don't have any objections," Vivi smiled. "Nami, Vivi," Past Sanji exclaimed, happily. "Just tell me where to go and I'll follow you anywhere." "Hopefully, right off a cliff," quipped Past Zoro. "What was that, Mosshead?" Past Sanji questioned. "Enough, you two," Past Nami barked before she looked to Ace. "Get used to this, Ace. You're gonna be with us for a while." "I can handle it," said Ace. "Either way, we're happy to have you aboard," Past Usopp added. "Me, too," Past Chopper piped up. She. Luffy laughed before he held up his tankard. "This is gonna be awesome. To you, Ace." "Cheers." The past Straw Hats cheered as they also held up their mugs, and on that, the memory faded to black. "Big brother sure did look happy," Aika smiled. "He was happy to see his brother again after so long," said Nami. "The way you all welcomed him so quickly," Robin noted. "It was like he was one of the crew, already." "In a way," Sanji began, "Luffy did get what he wanted, even if it was just temporary. His brother is traveling with him as a pirate, just like he wanted when they were kids." "Hey, you're right," Usopp realized. "Yeah," Frankie said. "It's just too bad he didn't realize Sabo was alive until later." "Yeah," Nami agreed. "Poor Luffy." Soon, a new memory began to play in front of the crew. This time, it showed that Luffy was in the kitchen, all by himself. One look at his face and the Straw Hats knew. He was looking for a snack. "That idiot never learns," Sanji grumbled. "Tell me about it," Nami added with exasperation in her voice. Hum. Luffy hummed as he looked around. No sign of that mousetrap. His stomach grumbled, causing him to rub it soothingly. Shish, quiet, tummy, or Sanji's gonna hear you. He then glanced behind himself before he opened up the refrigerator, where he saw an assortment of food inside, but what caught his was a nice thick slab of meat on the bone. Sheesh sheesh. Luffy laughed as he grabbed it and took it out of the fridge. It's all mine. Luffy, ah! Luffy shrieked as he turned to see past Nami, who glared at him with her arms crossed. What do you think you're doing? She asked. Nothing, Luffy replied as he hid the meat behind his back. What do you have behind your back? Asked past Nami. Are you sneaking food, again? No, Luffy denied. You liar, past Nami said as she stomped toward him. What do you have? Let me see it. No, it's mine, Luffy replied. I mean, I don't have anything, go away. Oh, wait. Nami muttered with dread. I remember what happens here. Oh, yeah, Zoro realized. I remember this part too. Wait, what? Aika asked. What happens? As if to answer her question, Luffy and past Nami both struggled against each other, the former trying to keep the meat out of the latter's hands. But then, Luffy gasped as past Nami pressed herself up against his chest, giving him a clear view of her cleavage. As soon as he saw them, the memory began to turn pink and the Straw Hats could hear Luffy's heart pounding in his chest. She's up against me. What do I do? What do I do? Whoa! Luffy cried before he fell backward onto the floor, but he accidentally grabbed past Nami's shoulder and pulled her down with him, causing her to let out a shriek of surprise as they both collapsed with pots and pans clanging on the floor. Luffy groaned as he opened his eyes, only for them to go wide and his face to flush even redder as he up against his own. Is she kissing me? Ooh, Brook exclaimed in shock and awe. Whoa, Frankie said as he lifted his sunglasses. Their first kiss. Aika squeaked with her eyes sparkling in delight. Well, that happened, Blizzard muttered while Robin chuckled in amusement. Oh, my, she said. Wait, Sanji said. That's what happened in there. It was an accident, Nami exclaimed with a blush on her face. He grabbed me and we fell over. You saw it, Sanji. Just then, someone else happened to walk into the kitchen, possibly because of the commotion, just as past Nami pushed herself off of Luffy, only for them both to turn and see that it was Ace, as well as past Zoro, past Usopp, and Vivi. Well, Ace smirked. What do we have here? Oh, my goodness. Vivi whispered with a blush on her cheeks. Damn, Luffy, you could have at least taken the top, said past Zoro. She dominates you, no matter what, huh? What? Luffy stammered. It's not what you think, past Nami cried, her face as red as a beet. He was sneaking food and I came in here to stop him. Right, Ace smirked as he turned and walked away. Didn't mean to disturb you guys. Wait for me, Vivi called as she ran after him. Good thing Sanji didn't see that, past Usopp muttered as he walked away, too. He'd have a fit. Hey, I'd actually welcome that, past Zoro said before he looked to the captain and navigator. You two lovebirds have fun, okay? He then went to join the others. We're not lovebirds, past Nami yelled, her face turning even redder. Wait, what just happened? Luffy asked as he sat up, only for past Nami to growl at him. You idiot, she shouted as she bopped him on the head. Ow! Luffy cried as he held the bump on his head. What was that for? Thanks a lot for embarrassing me, past Nami yelled as she stood up and stormed out. God, I can't even look at you, right now. But, what did I do? Luffy asked, still rubbing the bump on his crown before he got up and followed after past Nami, only to run into past Sanji, who growled at him. What the hell did you do to make Nami upset, now? He asked. I didn't do anything, Luffy stammered, only for past Sanji to bop him on the head, next, causing another lump to form. Ouch. Don't you go near Nami until she's ready to talk to you, got that? Past Sanji questioned before he stormed off. And another thing, put that meat back where you got it. What's with everyone today? Luffy asked as he rubbed his scalp. I keep getting bonked on the head and I didn't even do anything wrong. Geez. He then absent-mindedly licked his lips and smacked them a bit. Tastes kind of fruity. Oh, Luffy, Nami said. Now I can't help but feel bad. Me, too, Sanji added. I didn't even know about his feelings for you until later." "So your first kiss was an accident?" Chopper asked. "Yeah," Nami said. "I mean, it wasn't a real kiss, so it doesn't count, at least not to me." "It counts for something," Zoro smirked. "Yo-ho-ho-ho," Brook laughed. "I didn't think Luffy had it in him until now." "Oh, give it a rest," Nami spat. "So, how was it?" Robin asked. "The kiss, that is." "Robin," Nami exclaimed with a blush on her cheeks. "Yeah, big sis, how was it?" Aika asked. It wasn't anything too special," said Nami. "And he tastes a little salty." "Ha ha ha ha." Usopp laughed. "Shut up," I said. Nami yelled. "It didn't mean anything." Soon, the memory shifted, showing Luffy wearing red desert robes and a cloth around his head to keep his hat from falling off in the wind. "Luffy, are you ready?" Vivi called. "Yeah, here I come," Luffy replied as he came outside to see the others. The Straw Hats could see that Ace was also wearing robes, and even past Nami and Vivi had covered up their dancers' outfits, to past Sanji's sorrow. "What a shame," said Brook. "You looked so good in that, too." "Oh, lay off," Nami barked. "We were about to walk across the desert, you know, we couldn't risk getting our skin burned." "The desert must be really hot, then, huh?" asked Aika. "Oh, you better believe it," said Usopp. "It's especially bad when you have thick fur, like me," said Chopper. "It actually gets to be over 100 degrees during the day," Robin said. "You're kidding," Kumi exclaimed. "Hey, that's nothing compared to level 4 of Impel Down," Blizzard said. Then, Aika noticed someone was missing. "Hey, where's Karoo?" "Oh, Vivi sent him on ahead of us to deliver a message to her father," Nami explained. The message explained Crocodile's plan, that she'd returned home and was with brave friends fully prepared to fight for the country. "Wow," Aika said. "What a brave duck, but how were you going to get around the desert?" "We found a way," Nami replied. As the group began to make landfall, something suddenly jumped out of the Sandora River. A group of seals wearing turtle shells. "Hey, look," Aika said. "It's those cute seals. What are they called again? Karate seals?" I thought they were called ninja turtle sea lions," said Kumi. "What are those?" asked past Nami. "Seals, I think they're turtles," said Luffy. "They're kung fu dugongs," cried Vivi. "Oh, yeah, kung fu dugongs," Aika exclaimed. "That's what they're called." "You mean one of those seals that helped us get back Caesar from that pet guy?" asked Frankie. "Uh-huh," Chopper nodded. Soon, the leader of the dugongs began to bark and wave his flippers at the crew, challengingly. "If you want to disembark here, you'll have beat me in a fight before you do," said past Chopper, "otherwise, go dock somewhere else, you bunch of cowards." He then looked up at the others. "That's what he says." "Hey," past Usopp smirked. "There's no way I can back down after being called a wimp." He then jumped off the railing to challenge the kung fu dugong. "Here I come." "Usopp, wait!" Vivi cried. Only for the sniper to end up getting easily pummeled. Kung fu dugongs are a lot stronger than they look. "I really wish she would have said that sooner," Usopp muttered, remembering the humiliation of getting beaten so easily by such a small animal while Frankie, Zoro, Sanji, and Blizzard all laughed. "Just your luck, huh, Usopp?" Blizzard asked. Shut up," Usopp barked. As for Luffy, however, he easily managed to overpower the leader, who was lying on the ground with a large bump on his head. "Well, that's no surprise," said Zoro. "When you consider where Luffy grew up," Robin began. "It's no wonder he was able to overpower the dugongs." "I win," Luffy exclaimed. "Looks like it's clear who's stronger," said past Nami. "Winning is just as bad," cried Vivi, just as the kung fu dugongs began to surround Luffy. "Whoever beats the kung fu dugongs become their new master." "Huh," Aika said. "I didn't know that. It's their way of living," said Chopper. "That way, they become even stronger." "All right, then," Luffy exclaimed as he took a fighting stance. "Now, watch me." He then thrust his fist forward. "Now, punch." The kung fu dugongs soon mimicked his action. "Now, again," Luffy shouted as he thrust his right fist forward and repeated the motion. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. "You call that martial arts?" asked past Zoro. "I guess that's as basic as you can get," said past Nami. She, Aika giggled. Big brother looks like he's having so much fun. I still don't think that's real martial arts, Zoro quipped. After a while, the group got ready to leave again. At first, the Kung Fu dugongs were about ready to follow Luffy, but they knew they couldn't bring them along since the harsh desert heat would be too much for the aquatic mammals. Thus, past Chopper had to bribe them with food to get them to stay. Of course, it did end up depleting their rations a bit. It was then that Vivi revealed that the Kung Fu dugongs don't normally live in the river. Due to the drought that plagued Alabasta, the Sandora River had lost much of its force, and thus the Kung Fu dugongs lived at the river's edge, where the Mouthme group kept going on. They eventually reached an old abandoned city, littered with skeletons and filled to the brim with sand. Whoa! Aika whispered in disbelief. What is this place? It's Aramalu, the Green City, said Nami, sadly. It doesn't look very green to me, said Frankie. What the hell happened? Asked Blizzard. This is the result of the drought that hit Alabasta, said Sanji. This place was once a thriving oasis. But when we got there, it was a ghost town. This was all because of Crocodile, said Usopp with a hateful glare. He caused all of this. How awful, said Aika, sadly. I can't believe I helped him, Robin said as she looked away in shame. To this day, I'm still ashamed of myself. Robin, you know that we don't hold anything against you, said Zoro. He's right, Nami agreed. Besides, I'm sure Vivi's forgiven you. I hope so, said Robin. It was then that Vivi began to explain how the drought came to pass. It all started 3 years ago. The nation's capital, Alubarna, would often get rain for days on end, just like Aramalu. At first, people called it a miracle. Until an incident occurred at the marketplace. Someone had accidentally revealed bags of this mysterious substance known as dance powder that had been shipped to the capital. Past Nami then revealed that the powder originated from a country that had no run. When it was burned, it would cause premature rain clouds to grow and create rain on the spot. So what's the problem? Aika asked. Shouldn't they be glad? You don't understand, Aika, said Robin. Dance powder matures rain clouds at a fast rate, that much is true, but it comes at a cost. It causes neighboring countries to experience drought. And a result, it caused wars. What? Aika questioned. It's true, said Nami. That's why the world government prohibited its use. But then Baroque Works got a hold of it and used it to set up Vivi's father. They were a despicable bunch of bastards. Not counting Robin, of course, Sanji hissed. Because of what they did, various towns around Alabasta began to dry out and rebellion stirred up. Crocodile was behind everything, Robin said, hatefully. Looking back, now, I hated that I helped him. But back then, I didn't care. I felt I had to do what was necessary to achieve my goal. She then sighed. Thank goodness that's not who I am, anymore. Suddenly, there was an ominous howling noise, causing the past Straw Hats as well as Ace to look up at the sound. Whoa, what the hell is that? Past Usopp questioned. Ghosts, Past Chopper cried as he hid behind Luffy. No, Ace said. It's just the wind blowing through the empty buildings. That's not what it sounds like to me, said Aika, glumly. It sounds like crying. In a way, it is, said Nami, and that's when Vivi suddenly fell to her knees, sobbing loudly. It's like the city itself is wailing over its current state, she cried. Vivi, Past Sanji said as he put his hand on her shoulder, causing her to look up at him before she hugged him, which seemed to startle him at first, but then he gently returned her embrace, trying to comfort her as best he could. I'm sorry, Vivi. That poor girl, Brooke said while Frankie sniffled and whimpered. What a kind-hearted girl. He sobbed. Vivi was someone who loved her nation, said Sanji. To see the life being taken out of it like this, it was just too much to bear. Oh, Vivi. Nami whispered, sadly. As for Luffy, he stared down at Vivi before he glared at a nearby empty building. Then he sighed as he began to approach it. I understand, Vivi. I understand it all. As if sensing what he was about to do, past Zoro and past Usopp followed after him before they approached an empty house. Then without warning, they completely destroyed it. What are they doing? Asked Aika. Relax, Aika, said Nami. They were mad because Vivi was upset. That was only the way they could take out their anger. As the trio approached the group, they spotted Ace helping Vivi bury an old skull. which she seemed grateful for before she turned to face Luffy, who grunted as he rolled his shoulder, causing it to pop. "Let's go, Vivi," he said. "I'm itching to do this." And on that, the memory faded to black once more. "Poor Vivi," said Chopper. "It hurts me seeing her like this, again." "She must have been through a lot," Aika said. "Oh, honey, like you wouldn't believe," said Nami. "Damn that bastard, crocodile," Sanji cursed as he clenched his fist. "If Luffy hadn't gotten to him first, I would have kicked his ass, myself, for making Vivi suffer the way he did." "You think you're the only one who was angry at him?" Usopp asked. "We're still angry, for crying out loud." "We'll worry about that later," said Zoro. "The memories are about to come back." True to form, the memories began to return, and this time, it was nighttime. The stars twinkled brightly in the dark blue sky and the past Straw Hats sat around the campfire, huddling together for warmth. As usually, Luffy was complaining that he was hungry, but past Sanji wouldn't let him eat until the food was ready. "How come you were all shivering?" asked Brook. "It gets really cold in the desert, at night," said Nami, rubbing her arms on instinct. "Gives me the shivers just watching." "You're tellin' me," Usopp concurred. "I dunno, I kinda liked it," said Chopper. "Well, of course, you did," Usopp said. "You have that thick fur coat." "Wow, look at all the pretty stars," Aika exclaimed. "Yeah, there are so many of them, I can't even count them all," Kumi added. "Not that I can count very high, though." Just like Aika and Kumi, past Chopper was also admiring the stars, staring up at them in awe and wonder. "Beautiful," he whispered. "There are so many stars up there." "Don't you see the stars from where you come from?" asked past Usopp. "Sometimes," past Chopper admitted. "Where I come from, the skies are always filled with heavy snow clouds, so I never got to see the stars before." "Is that true?" Aika asked. "Yeah," said Chopper. "This was the first time I saw so many at once." "I don't blame ya," Frankie grinned as he lifted his sunglasses. "Look at those babies shine." "It really is a beautiful sight," Robin smiled. "It's like the night sky is giving you a light show." "Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho," Brook chortled. "Indeed. Brr." Past Usopp shivered. "How can anybody enjoy watching the stars when it's this cold?" "I don't mind the cold," said past Chopper. "It actually feels good to me, a nice break from the hot desert sun." "That's because you have such a nice fur coat," past Usopp exclaimed as he snuggled up against the little reindeer, who cried out in shock. "Didn't you tell him earlier that day that he was wearing a stupid costume?" asked Sanji. "I was about to pass out from heatstroke," Usopp countered. "I didn't mean it." Soon, past Usopp shrieked as past Chopper turned into his heavy point form, roaring angrily at him to not make fun of him, and past Zoro was complaining about it not being warm enough and telling the human reindeer to shrink back down. It wasn't Luffy got into the fray, jumping onto the group and hugging them close together. "Ah, nice and warm," he said. "See, isn't this cozy?" "Uh-huh," past Chopper nodded. "Ah, that's so cute," said Aika. "I think Luffy did that because he just wanted everyone to stop fighting," said Robin. As the memory went on, the Straw Hat's gaze fell upon Ace, who was staring at Luffy and the others with this eerily serious expression. He had been doing this ever since Luffy brought him aboard the Mary, just staring at the past Straw Hats like he was some sort of judge. It was almost scary. "How come Big Brother Ace keeps looking at you guys like that?" asked Aika. "We wondered about that, too, actually," Zoro answered. "I think it's because he wanted to see if he left his little brother in good hands." "I can't say I blame him," said Robin. "He just wants to make sure that Luffy found himself some good friends. That's what any big broth." "I guess you were surprised, huh?" asked Vivi, causing Ace to glance over at her. "I mean, by Luffy, that is. I was surprised when I first met him, too." "She's talking to Luffy's older brother," said Zoro. "He's known him since they were kids." "Yeah, I bet nothing about Luffy surprises him by now," said Frankie. "Vivi can be such a worrywart," said Nami. "It's sweet, though, that she cares." "Luffy doesn't seem like much of a pirate captain, does he?" asked Vivi. "I mean, normal pirate captains are respected or feared by their crews. I mean, just earlier this afternoon, a simple drink of water led to that big fight." "We respect Luffy," Usopp spoke up. "Well, most of the time, anyway." "Well, I wouldn't exactly call us normal ourselves, said Frankie. You got that right, Blizzard smirked. Maybe that's why we like Luffy so much, said Sanji. If he was an asshole, like all the other pirates we ever met, that'd be different. We'd either jump ship or toss him overboard. I think, Vivi began, that's just how Luffy does things. It took me a while to understand that. Just as how it took us a while to realize that Luffy works differently from most pirates, said Nami. I mean, even now, we don't understand half the things he does, but in the end, they prove to be for the better, don't they? That's our captain for you, said Zoro. Hey, Ace smirked. He's been that way for as long as I've known him. Huh? Vivi muttered in surprise. I mean, look at him, Ace said as he watched Luffy, who was arguing with past Usopp and past Chopper. He hasn't changed one bit since we were kids. Sure, he looks like a fool, at times. But people have always been drawn to him. He may be my little brother, but he's always had this weird charm about him. The Straw Hats couldn't but agree. They couldn't really understand it, themselves, though, even while they were watching their captain's memories. Luffy always had this magnetic personality about him. Whether it was his childlike behavior or his stubbornness, they couldn't really say for sure. But they knew this much. They wouldn't have Luffy change for anything. Seeing him smile and laugh and hearing Ace talk about those traits, it reminded them why they loved him so much. I guess I was telling you things that you already knew, huh? Asked Vivi. Well, he and I do go way back, you know, Ace replied. I appreciate it. Huh? Vivi asked. Appreciate what? You thought I was worried about him, right? Ace inquired. I appreciate you being concerned about him for me. I'm sure Ace was worried about Luffy, as well, said Robin, just as Luffy was worried about Ace. If Luffy were my little brother, I'd be worried too, said Sanji. I guess Big Brother worries about me a lot, too, doesn't he? Asked Aika. You know how he only worries because he just wants you to be safe, said Blizzard. Plus, you're a lot younger than the rest of us. If you were about 3 years younger than Luffy, that would be different. You're still a kid, though, so you have lots of growing up to do. I figured out that much, Aika said. Still, I don't mean to make Big Brother worry about me. Like how he got worried about me, today when Cover attacked us. Would you rather him not worry about you, at all? Asked Kumi. Kumi's right, Aika, said Nami. If Luffy didn't worry about you, that would mean he didn't love you. And if he didn't love you, what kind of brother would he be? Asked Brook. The same thing goes for Luffy and Ace. If they didn't worry about each other, they wouldn't be brothers, now would they? I guess I never thought of it that way, said Aika. I guess I was thinking about how sad or angry Big Brother looks when he does get worried about me. At least he doesn't stay worried for too long, Robin pointed out as the memory went on with Vivi smiling and chuckling a little. I guess my concerns were a little misguided, she said as she put some more dry sticks on the fire. He won't always be this way, I'm sure, said Ace. Give it some time and he'll mature. Of course, I don't think he'll ever stop being so goofy. Luffy has shown that he's matured after those 2 years, said Zoro, but even then, he's still Luffy. Yeah, Chopper agreed, and we wouldn't have him any other way. By now, Luffy, past Zoro, past Usopp, past Chopper had finally fallen asleep from their scuffling, and the memory began to fade to black, but only momentarily. When the memory shifted, it was still dark out and the stars were still out, too. That's when the Straw Hats noticed that Luffy wasn't with the others, who were sleeping in their tents. Where's Luffy? Asked Usopp. I thought he was still sleeping with the rest of us. Oh, look, there he is, Nami said as she pointed to a sand dune in the distance, and sure enough, there was Luffy, sitting on top of it, staring up at the sky with his arms hugging his knees to his chest. He had the rare thoughtful expression on his face which did give the Straw Hats a big concern. They knew that Luffy didn't make that face unless he was way deep in thought, and they meant way deep in thought. You mind if I sit with you? Luffy turned to see Ace approaching him. Oh, hey, Ace, Luffy said. Did I wake you? Nah, Ace replied. I've been up. He then sat down next to his younger brother before he stared up at the sky. It sure is one beautiful night, huh? I remember when Sabo and I used to sit out and look at the stars with our sister. Yeah, Luffy agreed, but then he blinked in confusion. Hold it, we didn't have a sister. Oh, yeah, Ace smirked as he playfully ruffled Luffy's hair. That was you, wasn't it? You didn't have a sister, yet, Aika whispered while Luffy laughed and nudged Ace in the side. Thank you, okay? Luffy asked, causing Ace to chuckle as he nudged him back. So, what are you out here thinking about? Ace asked. Just stuff, Luffy replied. What kind of stuff? Ace asked. Nothing, Luffy answered. Well, if it's nothing, it's not really stuff, now is it? Ace questioned. Fine, I guess you got a point, said Luffy. I was thinking about Sabo. Oh, Ace realized. I still think about him, sometimes, Luffy said, sadly. So do I, Lou, Ace said as he put his arm around his brother's shoulders, so do I. Oh, Luffy, Nami whispered in concern while Zoro sighed and closed his eye and Sanji took a drag of his cigarette, puffing out some smoke a few seconds later. I wish he were still here, Luffy spoke up as he looked up at the sky. I wish he could go on adventures, too, like the rest of us. I do, too, Luffy, Ace said, but he's alive in our hearts. That's what matters. Luffy nodded his head, though he still had that somber expression on his face. So, tell me, Ace started, how does it feel, being the captain of your own crew? It's awesome, Luffy replied, instantly beaming. I love every minute of it. That's what I thought, Ace smiled. It's everything we ever dreamed about and more, Luffy said. It feels great, having my own crew of friends. We get to go on all these crazy adventures, together, and it's so much fun. I bet it is, Ace replied. It really is the best thing ever, said Aika. Yeah, when we're not running for our lives from some extreme peril, that is, Usopp quipped. Ah, come on, Usopp, said Sanji, live a little. If I lived like you guys, Usopp began, I wouldn't be alive, at all. Shush, Robin shushed. They're still talking. You know, Ace, Luffy began. You could still join my crew if you want to. You could be the first mate. Me, first mate? Asked Ace. Yeah, right. I could still kick your butt. No, you can't, Luffy countered. I bet I could take you, now. Oh, yeah? Ace asked. Well, let's see. He then raised his fist, causing Luffy to flinch a bit. Huh, 2 for flinching. He then gave Luffy 2 light punches in the arm. Ow. You don't have to hit so hard, Luffy said, rubbing his sore bicep. It felt like Gramps punched me. If Gramps punched you, your arm would be broken. How was Big Brother Ace able to hurt him? Asked Aika. It looked like Ace developed his armaments hockey long before Luffy did, said Robin. Huh, Chopper replied. I guess that's how Ace was able to hurt him so easily. How did you know about Grandpa's fist of love, anyway? Luffy asked. Don't tell me he taught it to you. Nah, Ace replied. Pops taught me. Pops? Luffy repeated. Whitebeard, Ace said. Oh, Luffy nodded. Ooh, hey, you think you can teach it to me? I don't think I'd be a good teacher, Ace answered. It took about 3 years to know the stuff I know now, and even then, I still got a long way to go. Well, you're no fun, Luffy pouted. There's always room for improvement, Zoro affirmed. Hey, Lou, Ace said. Yeah? Luffy asked. How is it that you don't have a first mate? Asked Ace. I mean, why not Zoro? He joined up with you, first, didn't he? I bet he qualifies. Oh, Luffy realized. No, I don't think Zoro would like that. You don't think he would like that? Ace repeated. Wait, Zoro's not the first mate? Asked Chopper. I always thought that he was. So did I, said Brook. He certainly has that sort of authoritative look to him. And we do kind of listen to him when Luffy isn't around, Usopp added. When he's not being an idiot, that is, Sanji pointed out, which caused Zoro to growl, although he had to admit, he was a bit confused, too. He had always thought that since he was the first to join up with Luffy, that made him the first mate, and yet, Luffy never gave him the title. Come to think of it, whenever he read newspaper articles about the Straw Hats' exploits, he never saw the title of first mate under his picture. Just, swordsman, or his epithet, pirate hunter. I just thought Zoro would be better off just being the swordsman, said Luffy. That's all. You're lying, Ace said, causing Luffy to look at him. No, I'm not, he replied. Luffy, I know you, Ace countered. I know how you can be and I know when something is actually bothering. And something tells me it has something to do with Zoro. You're not gonna get mad at him, are you? Asked Luffy. I won't get mad, Ace began, That is as long as you tell me what it is that's bothering you. You really want to know? Luffy asked, causing his older brother to nod. Well, it's just… He then sighed as he hugged his knees again and looked toward the sand dunes with this solemn expression on his face. I didn't ask Zoro to be my first mate because I don't think Zoro wants to stay with us. Ace's eyes went wide, as did the Straw Hats, but Zoro seemed to be the most shocked out of all of them. You don't think he wants to stay? Ace asked. I don't follow. Look, don't get me wrong, Luffy said. It's not that I don't trust Zoro or anything. I think he's a great guy, it's just… Just what? Ace asked. We kind of have a contract or something, said Luffy. A contract? Ace repeated. When Zoro joined me, Luffy began, it was only because I saved him from getting executed by the Marines. And we made a deal. As long as I don't get in the way of his dream, he'd do whatever I say, sort of. It's different from how the rest of my crew joined me. You see, Nami was forced to work for somebody who killed her mom because she didn't want anyone else to die. And Usopp joined because he wanted to protect his village and his girlfriend. Kaya is not my girlfriend, Usopp spat with a blushing face. Yeah, right, Sanji quipped. Even Luffy can see it. Sanji wanted to stay at this sea restaurant to pay back the old man who saved him a long time ago, Luffy continued, and Chopper is living someone else's dream. And Zoro? Ace asked. Zoro's different, Luffy said. Zoro is somebody who puts his ambition before anyone else. Even the crew. The Straw Hats all stared at each other in silence. Although Zoro, Sanji, Blizzard, and Brook seemed unusually tense. They immediately thought back on what happened at Thriller Bark. What they saw and heard about on that day. It was a truly deep contrast to the Zoro that Luffy was talking about. Why would you think that? Asked Ace. Because, Luffy began, Zoro and I have this agreement. We agreed that if I did anything to interfere with his dream, then I would have to kill myself. Ace didn't speak, but he looked quite stunned, and the Straw Hats couldn't really blame him. That's why I didn't make him my first mate, said Luffy. That would mean he'd put the others before his goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. And that would mean you're getting in the way of what he set out to do, am I right? Ace inquired, but it looked like he already knew the answer. Yeah, Luffy sighed. Luffy is kinda right, Usopp said. You mean Zoro's never really put us before his dream before? Asked Aika. Talk about selfish, said Kumi. Zoro was about to counter with saying that he wasn't selfish. But at the same time, he bit his words. To this day, he felt that no one else about what happened on Thriller Bark. I get it, now, said Ace. You didn't give him the position of the first mate because you didn't want him to feel obligated to you. Yeah, Luffy replied, almost sadly. And this one time, back at that sea restaurant where I met Sanji. Well, Nami kind of stole our ship. She stole your ship? Ace asked in disbelief. She didn't have a choice, back then, Luffy pointed out. Anyway, I told Zoro to go after her, but, instead, Ace repeated. Zoro went to go fight Hawkeye, Luffy replied, and I tried to tell him not to go. But then I stopped because I remembered our deal. I see, said Ace. So he's even willing to disobey orders from you if it means achieving what he wants, right? Yeah, Luffy replied, but I almost don't want him to. Why? Asked Ace. Because once he does, Luffy began, he'll leave, and I don't want him to leave. He then clutched his pants. I don't want anyone to leave. The Straw Hats felt their hearts sink. But Zoro felt the most guilty out of all them. It was true, now that he thought back about it. He really did put his goal before the crew. But it wasn't because he didn't care about the others. He was just so focused on fulfilling the dream that he and Kuina once shared that he was almost blind to what was more important. Still, he knew that was no excuse. He remembered back when he scolded the crew for trying to bring Usopp back when he left in Water 7. And yet, he disobeyed Luffy back at the Baratie. He felt like such a hypocrite, now. And now, seeing this memory and hearing Luffy's confessions, it made him feel even worse. You're afraid that once everybody accomplishes what they wanted to do, Ace began, that they'll all leave, too, huh? Isn't that how it works? Luffy asked. Once they accomplish their goals. That's it. That means they won't want to be part of the crew, anymore. That's not true, Nami whispered as she put her hand over her heart. Yeah, we can't leave you, now, Usopp added. Not after everything we've been through together. But that's what Luffy believes, Robin said. It's because of what Shanks said, long ago. Pirates can't stay together, forever. Eventually, a crew has to disband for one reason or another. But if we all leave, Ika began, that means Big Brother will be lonely, again. Damn. Frankie cursed, softly, poor guy. Maybe they will leave, one day, Luffy, Ace said, and yet, I find that very hard to believe. What makes you say that? Asked Luffy. The way I see it, Ace said, no matter what, come good or bad, a pirate crew always sticks together. I mean, sure, they'll probably go visit their homes and families, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll leave. Even if you guys decide to retire, it doesn't mean your bounties are nullified. That's true, said Brook. Rayleigh's retired, and he still has a boomer still pretty strong, said Sanji. Maybe, Luffy said, but if they do accomplish their dreams, it's not like I won't be happy for them. If I wasn't, then I wouldn't be a very good captain, would I? Or a good friend, said Ace. That's why. I'll protect them, Luffy said. I'll protect them and their dreams. Or die trying. Well, that's really valiant of you, Lou, said Ace, but that's not really how it works. It's not? Luffy asked. No, Ace said. The crew is supposed to lay down their lives for their captain. Oh, Luffy said. But I don't want them to die for me. I don't want anyone to die for me. If they died without accomplishing their dreams, then what does my dream mean? Luffy. Zoro whispered, remembering how he had told Kuma the exact same thing. Look, Lou, Ace said. I might know what your crew has plans for in the future. But I doubt they'll leave you. You're a good captain, I can tell. And your crew is a direct reflection of that. So maybe I wouldn't count them out, just yet. Maybe. Luffy replied. I guess I don't know what I was so worried about, huh, Ace? No answer. Ace? Luffy asked, only to be met with a loud snore, causing him to look to his left and see Ace, conked out with a snot bubble in his nose. Ace, oh, come on. Man, you fell asleep again? He then began to jostle him around in an effort to wake him up, but that proved to be a losing battle. Eventually, Luffy tired himself out and collapsed on the sand in resignation. I give up. He groaned before he soon fell asleep, too, causing the memory to fade to black, once more. I remember, now, Nami said. That time Luffy got really depressed because he thought that we'd all leave him, eventually. But he knows that we won't leave him, now, right? Asked Chopper. We don't really know for sure, Chopper, said Robin. For all we know, he could still be afraid of that happening. At least Ace made him feel better, Frankie began, a little. Still, Zoro began, Luffy should know better. He should know by now that I'm not going to put my goal before the rest of you. And especially before him. He then looked down to the ground. I only wish I could tell him that, now. You'll get the chance to tell him, said Sanji, but first, we gotta find him and get him away from Cover. I can still sense Big Brother's aura, said Ika. He's still fighting. But it feels like he's struggling. Well, at least we know he's still fighting, said Blizzard. That's good. Let's just hope he holds out until we reach him. I hope so, Ika said as she clutched the rim of her brother's hat. Soon, the memories returned, but this time, it showed the past Straw Hats standing in the midst of some rocky outcroppings with the sun setting in the west. For some reason, a camel was with the group, this time. Oh, it's Eyelash, Nami exclaimed. Who? Ika asked. He's just some pervy camel, said Zoro, pay him no mind. How rude, Nami chided. I'll have you know that Eyelash helped us a lot during our travels in Alabasta. Yeah, he's pretty cool, Chopper added. He only let Nami and Vivi ride him, Usopp barked. Meanwhile, the rest of us were left to drag our feet through the sand. Yeah, the jerk, Sanji shouted. Well, I can tell I already dislike him, Brook said with a glare in his eye sockets. Oh, please, Nami muttered. You're just as big a pervert as Eyelash, Brook. So you admit that the camel was a perv, Zoro pointed. Well, yeah, Nami began, but I wasn't gonna say no to a free ride, my feet were hurting. And you call me lazy, Zoro sneered. So wait, what happens here, anyway? Asked Frankie. Oh, right, said Nami. Well, here, Ace is getting ready to leave. What? Aika questioned. He's leaving you guys. You're kidding, Kumi cried. He was only in Alabasta because he thought Blackbeard was there, said Chopper. You see, there was this bounty hunter named Scorpion who said he killed Blackbeard, but that was only because he wanted to lure Ace out. It turned out, though, that Scorpion had 2 sons named Chip and Dip. He only lied about killing Blackbeard because he just wanted to give them a better life. Oh, I see, said Aika. Sometimes, a father will do anything for his children, said Blizzard. Even outlandish things, like lie. Despite what he did, though, said Nami, at least Ace had the decency to save him and his sons from a landslide. That was caused by one of his own bombs, Sanji pointed out. Well, I guess I'm off, said Ace as he stood up with his knapsack over his shoulder. So you're really gonna leave, Ace? Asked past Chopper. Yeah, Ace replied. Blackbeard isn't in Alabasta, so I guess it's time for me to move on. Where will you go, now? Asked Sanji. Scorpion said some guy in the west saw Blackbeard, said Ace. I guess I'll look for him, there. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a scrap of paper. Here, Lou. Catch? He tossed the paper to Luffy, who caught it in his hand. Keep that with you, always, you hear me? Luffy unrolled the paper, but he saw that it was blank. This is just a blank scrap of paper, he said. Yeah, Ace said, but it'll bring us together, one day. What, you don't want it? No, I'll keep it, Luffy said. If it's important to you, then it's important to me. Is that? Aika asked. It's Ace's Vivre card, Nami confirmed. Having a little brother that's a little slow can make a big brother worry, said Ace before he looked to the past Straw Hats. I hope he won't be too much trouble for you guys, either. But take care of him for me, will ya? Despite the humor in it, the Straw Hats knew what Ace really meant. He was leaving the well-being of his younger brother in their hands. He sounded a little relieved, actually, like he had found the answer to some sort of question. Anyway, Ace began, Luffy. The next time we see each other, we'll be distinguished pirates. Hey, Luffy smirked. You bet. Until then, Ace started, you and girlfriend try to get along, okay? Ace, we've been over this, Luffy said while past Nami blushed. Nami is not my girlfriend. Sure, she isn't, said Ace. She's not, Luffy denied. Not yet, Usopp quipped, which caused the other Straw Hats to laugh a little. Hey, a voice called out, causing Luffy and the past Straw Hats to look up and see Scorpion and his sons, waving goodbye to them, which caused them to wave back. But when they turned around to do the same to Ace, they found he was already gone. Huh? Where did Ace go? Asked Luffy. Looks like he's gone, said past Zoro. We'll see him, again, Luffy said with a smile on his face. One day, we will. And with that, the memory faded to black, once again. Big Brother Ace left, Aika said, sadly. He did, Nami replied. We did end up seeing him, again, though. It was sometime after Frankie and Blizzard joined us, Usopp replied. He sure was a lively guy, Frankie agreed. It's just, too bad that after that. After what? Aika asked in slight concern. Well, Sanji began, only to sigh. No, forget it, you'll see later. You guys always say that, Aika pouted. Only because the memories explain it better than we ever could, said Blizzard. As they were talking, Robin glanced over at Zoro, who had his arms crossed and a troubled look on his face, which was rare for him. Naturally concerned for her boyfriend, she lightly puts her hand on his shoulder, prompting him to glance at her. Is everything all right, Zoro? Asked Robin. Just wondering about Luffy, I guess, Zoro answered. About? What he thinks he should be to all of us. A shield, so to speak. A shield? Chopper repeated. Luffy wants to protect us, Zoro replied. It's the reason why he got stronger during those 2 years. It's the reason why all of us got stronger. But to Luffy, it has more meaning to him. He believes that as the captain of the crew, he's supposed to lay down his life for us. But Ace was right. He has it backwards. Luffy's not supposed to lay down his life for us. We're supposed to lay down our lives for him. But Luffy doesn't want any one of us to die, said Nami, after what he's been through in life. I don't blame him. It's the same with me and what happened to my village. I didn't want anyone laying down their lives for me, so I chose to take on everything on my own. And I didn't even care if I gave up my own life as long as everyone else was safe. But Luffy should also know that we feel the same way about him, said Usopp. That we don't want him to give up his life for us. If he dies before he fulfills his dream, what good is ours? Maybe Luffy will be more willing to listen to us, Chopper began, once we tell him about what we've seen and how we feel. It's worth a try, said Brook. What he said about me not wanting to stay also bothers me, said Zoro. I think part of him still thinks that I'll leave the moment I accomplish my goal. Well, it's up to us to help him realize that none of us are going anywhere, said Nami. For now, let's just watch these memories. As she said this, the memories began to return, this time showing the past Straw Hats walking through the desert. The sun was still setting behind them, so they knew that it wasn't long ago when Ace left the group. As they walked, rode in past Nami and Vivi's case due to them riding on Eyelash the camel. Past Nami held out Luffy's hat to him while holding a needle and thread in her other hand. Here, Luffy, past Nami said. I sewed on Ace's paper to your hatband for you. Thanks, Nami, Luffy replied as he took his hat and checked behind the ribbon, where Ace's Vivre card had been sewn on. You're a lifesaver. I try, past Nami smiled. I know that since Ace gave it to you, it's important to you. You wouldn't want Eyelash to eat it, right? Right. Luffy nodded. I still don't know why you're making a fuss over some tiny scrap of blank paper, said past Sanji. Hey, Luffy spat. If Ace wants me to have it, must be important, so I'm keeping it. All right, past Sanji replied. Geez, no need to get so worked up. That's a way of putting it, Cook, said Zoro. Okay, to be fair, Sanji started. None of us realized how important it was until that whole fiasco on Thriller Bark. Yeah, until then, we just thought it was some blank scrap of paper, said Usopp. Soon, the past Straw Hats had reached the top of a large sand dune, but when they got there, they only saw the ruins of a sand-buried town. Just like in Aramalu. Is this Yuba? Asked Aika. That's right, said Nami. This place wasn't safe, either. We found ruins like these the whole way there, said Chopper. Geez. That's awful, Kumi said, sadly. Just like in Aramalu, said past Zoro as the wind howled around them. You can hear crying, here, too. So there's no water here? Luffy asked, his tongue dangling out of his mouth. I'm thirsty. No way. Vivi whispered in horror. This place was hit, too. I'm sorry, Vivi, said past Sanji as he put his hand on her shoulder. Me, too, said past Nami as she hugged her, while Robin looked down in shame and guilt for putting the princess through all of this. She could clearly see now that this girl loved her country so much, and yet she helped nearly bring it to ruin. Suddenly, Blizzard's ears twitched as he heard what sounded like a shovel scraping the sand. Someone's digging, he asked. Luffy hummed as he also heard the sound coming from a large hole in the middle of town. Hey, guys. I think someone's still here. Really? Vivi asked, suddenly feeling hopeful as the group approached the hole and inside, they could see an old, dressed up in tattered robes and shoveling sand. Hello? Asked past Nami. Excuse us, The old man hummed as he turned to face the group. Oh, travelers. You must be exhausted from your long trip here. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid Yuba is all dried up. I can't offer you any water, but please, stay and rest for the night if you need to. This place has many inns you can stay in. We're famous for our hospitality. Well, it's nice to know that someone is still quite generous, even in such harsh times, Brook said. Just wait, Nami said. Excuse us, said Vivi, trying to hide her face. We heard that the rebels were stationed here. The old man growled, a suddenly deadly glare in his sunken eyes. And what do you want with the rebels? He then began to throw many objects at the group. Are you trying to join them, too? He turned scary. All of a sudden, Aika cried as she hid behind Nami. Geez, what happened to hospitality? Frankie questioned. It was then that the old man revealed that the rebels had left Yuba, to everyone's shock. He then explained that the sandstorm from 3 years ago had wiped out the oasis town of Yuba, and once the water dried up, the rebels left and had made the city of Kotoria their base. Kotoria, Luffy repeated before he looked over to Vivi. Vivi, that's close to here, isn't it? No, Vivi replied. Kotoria is near Nanohana, back the way we came. What? Past Usopp questioned. You mean we gotta backtrack? Hold it. The old man exclaimed as he turned to face the group. "You there, girl? Did that lad just call you, Vivi?" Vivi gasped silently while Luffy yelped and stood in front of her. "And now, hold on," he cried. "I know what you're thinking, but she's not a princess." "Shut up!" Past Zoro and past Sanji shouted as they bopped him on the head. "Princess Vivi. It's really you," the old man whispered as he approached her. "Thank the gods you're still alive." Do I know you?" asked Vivi, causing the old codger to chuckle as tears formed in his eyes. "I'm not surprised you don't recognize me," he said. "I used to be a bit more heavy-set than this." "Wait," Vivi whispered as a look of recollection appeared on her face. "Toto, is that really you?" "Yes, it's me," Toto nodded. "Toto?" Luffy replied. "Toto, what happened to you?" asked Vivi. "You look so scrawny." "Does he know Vivi?" asked Aika. "Toto is the father of Koza, Vivi's childhood friend," said Chopper. "Sheesh," Frankie muttered. "Poor old codger looks like he's been through a lot. I'm surprised he's still kicking." "Princess," said Toto as he put his arms on Vivi's shoulders. "I still believe in your father, many of us in this country still do." "Really?" Vivi asked. "Of course," Toto exclaimed as tears fell from his eyes. "I know that His Majesty would never betray his people, you know it, too, don't you?" He then fell to his knees. "This rebellion is complete and utter lunacy. Those faithless fools. I tried many times to convince them that there was no point at they wouldn't listen, and now, the rebels have also reached their limit." He then looked up as his tears spilled onto the dry sand. "This next battle will decide everything. They're willing to die if that's what it takes." "No," Vivi whispered in horror. "Please, Princess Vivi," Toto began. "I implore you. You must stop the rebels. You must stop Koza. My foolish son is going to get himself killed for a cause that he shouldn't even believe in." "Koza," Vivi whispered. "You gotta admit," Sanji began. "Those rebels really do love their country if they're willing to go this far for it, as stupid as it is." "Yes," Robin agreed. "However, that was something that Crocodile used to his advantage. He used the people's love for Alabasta to trick them into fighting against one another." "Damn that Crocodile," Blizzard growled viciously. There was a moment of silence before Vivi handed Toto a handkerchief while she smiled warmly. "Don't worry, Toto," she said. "I promise. I will stop the rebellion." Toto gasped, tears falling from his eyes once again, but this time, they were tears of hope. "Thank you," he whispered. "Bless you, Princess." "That's Vivi for you," said Sanji, smiling proudly, kind-hearted through and through. "Such a big heart she has," Brooke whispered with a sniffle while Frankie was busy sobbing. "That princess has such a kind soul," he cried. "Yeah," Zoro began, "but unfortunately, she's also naive." "Naive how?" Aika asked, but the memory shifted before she could get an answer. This time, Luffy was down in the hole with Toto, digging away at the sand with his hands. "Where are the rest of you?" Brooke asked. "We all went inside because we were so tired from our trip," said Chopper. "Luffy wanted to stay outside with Toto because he wanted some water," said Nami. "He came in sometime after we all fell asleep." "Yeah, I remember," said Sanji. "We couldn't pull him out of bed without saying, breakfast." The Straw Hats couldn't help but laugh at that one. "Hey, dried up Pops," Luffy said. "Where's all the water? My throat's so parched." "Maybe if he hadn't drunken most of the water, we'd still have some by then," Usopp grumbled. "What a pig," Sanji muttered. "How can you stand to live out here?" Luffy asked Toto. "It's horrible." "Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there, either," said Aika. "Me, neither," Kumi added. "There is water, my boy," said Toto as he kept digging. "The Yuba Oasis town will thrive, again." Luffy hummed, inquisitively. "You think so?" "I know so," Toto exclaimed, confidently. "Yuba shall never surrender to the desert. I'll dig for as long as it takes if I must. After all, King Cobra entrusted this place to me." Luffy hummed before he nodded his head. "I see, in that case, I'll help you, Pops." With that, he began to dig furiously into the sand, but in doing so, he accidentally threw more sand into the hole where Toto was digging, which caused him to yell at the boy before they were going back and forth about who was filling whose hole with sand and mystery holes, and whatnot. It didn't take long for the Straw Hats to burst into laughter, despite the situation. "Leave it to Luffy to call the things he does a mystery," Zoro spoke. "Silly big brother," Ika said. "Well, you can't deny that Luffy has a big heart, too," said Nami. "Yeah," Usopp concurred. "If only his brain was that big, too." "Ah, big brain or small brain," Blizzard began, "you gotta love him." "You said it," Chopper added. After a while, the exhaustion from walking through the desert finally caught up with Luffy as he conked out in the middle of the hole, thus causing the memory to fade. "Sometimes I feel like we underestimate Luffy," said Nami. "He might be a bundle of energy. But sometimes he can be just as tired as the rest of us, if not more." "I noticed something, actually," Chopper said. "Before the 2 years, Luffy could sleep for nearly 10 hours or so. But now, he sleeps for about half as long." "I did notice that," said Sanji. "I mean, if you don't count him sleeping off his food comas, he hardly sleeps through the night." "Yeah, and sometimes I've seen him be tired in the middle of the day," said Usopp. "Really?" Ika asked. "I haven't noticed, at all." "Yeah, I haven't noticed, either," said Kumi. "Well, Luffy's busy playing with you squirts," said Frankie, "so I guess that's no surprise." Soon, the memory returned, this time showing that it was daybreak, and the past Straw Hats getting ready to hit the trail, once more with Toto seeing them off. "Princess," Toto said, "please forgive me for this disgraceful sight." "Don't apologize, Toto," Vivi answered. "We'll be off, now." "Before you go," Toto started as he handed Luffy a small tankard. "Here, Luffy, take this." "Whoa, is it water?" Luffy asked as he took it. "Water?" Past Usopp exclaimed in excitement. "Hey, Luffy. Gimme a sip of that." "You finally hit some water, Pops?" Luffy asked. "That's right," Toto answered. "Just as soon as you fell asleep while digging, I hit some damp sand and was able to extract water from it." "I don't know what that means," Luffy began, "but thanks, Pops, I'll be sure to drink it real slow." "Luffy, saying he'll drink slowly?" Blizzard quipped. "That's a first." "Actually, he really did drink it slowly," Chopper said. "Wait, for real?" Kumi asked. "But, I mean, well, it's Luffy." "I was surprised, too, believe me," said Sanji. "That there is genuine water from the Yuba Oasis," said Toto. "I'm sorry there isn't any more." "That's okay," Luffy replied. "I'll make it last, thanks again, Pops." "You're very welcome," said Toto. "Safe travels to all of you." With that, the group headed off with Vivi waving to Toto, who waved back at her as they left. All the while, Luffy and past Usopp were arguing over the water that the old man had given them, but eventually, past Nami managed to break them up. "That was really nice of Toto to give Big Brother some water," said Ika. "Yeah, but why just him?" Usopp asked in a complaint. "I was thirsty, too." "Ah, quit your whining," said Zoro. "You got some water at the next town, right?" "Didn't expect you to understand," Usopp glared. Just then, as the past Straw Hats walked by a dead tree, Luffy suddenly dropped down on his rump and leaned against it with his arms behind his head. "Huh?" Ika muttered. "What's Luffy doing?" Brook asked. "What the?" Past Nami asked. "Luffy, what are you doing back there? Get up." But Luffy didn't even so much as look at her. The corners of his mouth were pointing down in a bit of a pout and he grumbled in his throat. "Luffy, what's the matter?" asked Vivi. "Nope," Luffy said, bluntly, "I quit." "Huh?" the past Straw Hats questioned. "Wait, what?" Frankie asked. "What's he gabbing on about, now?" "He quits," Blizzard repeated. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" As for the crew members who were present at the time, they all only sighed in exasperation. "What's going on?" asked Ika. "What's the matter?" "You'll see, Ika," Nami said, "but it's not gonna be pretty." "What do you mean, you quit?" Past Usopp questioned. "Come on, Luffy, we don't have time to deal with your little mood swings. Now and then, now get off your ass and let's go." "We're going back, right?" Luffy asked. "Of course we're going back," Past Sanji answered. "We gotta go all the way back to where we came, go to Kotoria, and stop the rebel army, or else this whole country's gonna be bathed in blood. Now get off your ass and let's go. We're doing this for Vivi's sake." "It's boring," Luffy said. "What?" Past Sanji questioned. "What are you talking about, you idiot?" "Yeah, he's not making sense," Kumi exclaimed. What's gotten into Big Brother, all of a sudden? Aika asked. I must say, this is quite unlike him, Brooke spoke worriedly. Interesting, Robin mused. Hey, Vivi, Luffy said. Why yes, Luffy? Vivi asked. Right now, Luffy began. All I want to do is kick Crocodile's ass, you understand? Vivi gasped. Silent Leaf. We stop the rebels? Asked Luffy. It won't stop Crocodile. There's nothing we can do in Kotoria. We're pirates, after all, so it's best if we don't go there. Luffy. Past Nami whispered. Wow, Past Sanji said. For once, Luffy's actually making sense. Yeah, that sounds like Luffy, Past Usopp agreed, while Past Zoro and Past Chopper remained silent. Wait, I still don't get it, said Aika. Why aren't you guys gonna stop the rebels? Because Luffy's right, said Nami. Stopping the rebels doesn't solve the problem. The real root of the problem isn't the rebellion, it's Crocodile. Ah, I get it now, Blizzard realized. It's almost the same, every time. Luffy knows that in order to solve a problem, you gotta to the source of it. And the source of this problem is Crocodile. And Vivi needed to realize that, said Zoro. Personally, I'm glad Luffy finally said something about it. But Luffy, Vivi cried. But nothing, Luffy countered. You think you can stop the rebels without anyone getting killed? That none of us or any of your people are gonna die? Vivi gasped at this. We're going up against one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you know, Luffy said with his eyes closed. There are like 1 million people getting ready for a big fight. And you expect everyone to come out alive? He then opened his eyes and glared at Vivi. You really are stupid, aren't you? What? Past Nami questioned. Luffy, how could you say that? Vivi loves her country and its people. Wait, Nami. Past Sanji cried, holding his arm out to her. But Sanji, Past Nami stammered. Let him talk, Past Sanji said. I don't really like how he's doing this, but it's the only way. What's wrong with not wanting people to die? Vivi questioned. Vivi, Luffy began, people die, no matter what. Harsh, Frankie muttered. Harsh but true, Brooke said. Death is just a part of life as anything else. It's not just that, said Nami. Luffy's saying these things from experience. What do you mean? Chopper asked. His mother, and Sabo. Robin said. There were 2 people that Luffy deeply cared for. Star died. And then Sabo's boat was sunk. Even though he survived, Luffy didn't know until later. In any case, Zoro began. Luffy knows that death isn't something you can stop. Vivi needed to know it, too. Vivi gasped. But then she growled and smacked Luffy across the face so hard that she sent him tumbling across the sand. Shut up, she shouted. Don't say things like that. If you say it, again, I'll make you regret it, don't you see? I'm trying to stop people from killing each other. I'm trying to stop the rebels from throwing their lives away, needlessly, them and the royal army. Don't you understand? No one in the kingdom is to blame here. Why must any of my people die for something that they didn't even do? This is all Crocodile's fault? If you know that, Luffy started as he stood up, then why are you risking your life? Pow! He socked Vivi across the face, causing her to fall to the sand, and it took everything Past Sanji had not to lunge at Luffy. He hit her? Aika questioned. Whoa, that's low, Kumi cried. I've never seen Luffy hit a girl. I have, Blizzard spoke, casually. I seriously wanted to kick Luffy for that, Sanji said, but I knew it wasn't the time. What do you know about anything? Vivi questioned as she tackled Luffy and began to smack him across the face, multiple times. As they watched, Nami couldn't help but think about when Arlong betrayed. About how she completely lost it when she felt that she no longer had anything to fight her. Seeing it caused her to look away, screwing her eyes shut as tears formed in her eyes. But then Robin reached over and put a hand on her shoulder while Aika held her right hand, causing her to smile and nod her head, gratefully. Are you kidding me? Luffy questioned as Vivi kept slapping him. I've only been here for a day, and it's obvious what I see. And what do you see, Luffy? Vivi asked, angrily. What is it? I see that you can't do this on your own, Luffy shouted. I have to do this on my own, Vivi argued. I don't care what it costs me, don't you get that? Of course, I do. Luffy yelled as he pushed Vivi off. Which is why I say you should let us help you, you idiot. We are friends, right? Vivi gasped as she covered her mouth, her tears spilling from her eyes while the crew watched. That was the moment she finally understood, said Zoro. Understood what? Asked Aika. Vivi thought as the princess of the country, Nami began, she had to take on everything by herself. She was naive, though, Zoro said. You can't fight a battle without making sacrifices. Whether it be your life, or the lives of others. And Vivi had to realize that no matter how much she wished for it, Robin began, people would die, no matter how much she tried to prevent that. It doesn't matter if Crocodile manipulated them or not. The people chose to fight out of their own free will. Vivi already sacrificed enough as it is, said Usopp. It'd be pointless for her to give up her own life. As Luffy sat up on the ground, Vivi pulled her hood over her face as tears fell from her eyes. Tears, huh? Luffy quipped. I guess even a princess can cry. Vivi nodded while past Sanji put his arm around her shoulders. I know, Vivi, Luff replied. Out of all us, you want to kick Crocodile's ass the most, don't you? Vivi nodded again as her tears fell at full force. The past Straw Hats all turned to Luffy, a look of seriousness on their faces before they all nodded, knowing what had to be done. Okay, Vivi, Luffy said as he put his hat back on his head. Just point us to Crocodile. And with that, the memory faded to black. You know, Usopp began, I could be out of line for saying this. But Luffy kinda sounds like a hypocrite. What? Nami questioned. What are you talking about? Yeah, Big Brother's not a hippo, Aika added. Even if he eats like one. Not hippo, said Usopp. Hypocrite. I'm just saying. He was going on and on about how people die and all that, but it got me thinking. If he knows that, why would he ask Ace not to die? The Straw Hats' eyes went wide before they all glanced at each other. You do have a point, said Blizzard. I mean, even if Fire Fist did survive his execution, he'd still die, one day. Blizzard's right, Sanji said. Ace would still die, one way or another. It's not like Luffy can do anything about it. Perhaps Luffy always saw Ace as someone who could never die, Robin said. I suppose that's how much he looked up to him. Still, Zoro began, Luffy was right about one thing. People die, no matter what. Even if he did sound a little hypocritical. I just wonder, Chopper began. How much did it hurt him when Luffy realized that even Ace could die? A whole lot, Chopper, Blizzard said, sadly. A whole lot. Before anyone could say anything more, the memory returned, this time showing the past Straw Hats walking through the desert, again, but this time, they were headed for Rain Base, the so-called City of Dreams, where it was that Crocodile was stationed. As Vivi was explaining the route and the casinos there, Luffy and past Usopp were fighting over the barrel of water that Todo gave the former. Oh, come on, Luffy, past Usopp complained. Just one little sip, okay. What good is water if you can't drink it? I said no, Luffy shouted. Dried up pops dug all night so that we could have this water, so we're not wasting a single drop, got it? Huh? Past Nami laughed. Never thought I'd see that you, of all people, would show restraint, Luffy. What are you talking about? Luffy questioned, don't I always? No, past Sanji muttered. That is a bit of a surprise, Brook mused. I've never seen Luffy show any kind of restraint when it comes to food or drinks. I guess it's because he saw how hard Todo worked to get water, said Nami. Luffy really can be considerate, you know. Alright, that's enough, past Zoro shouted as he began to walk away. Let's get moving, everybody. We're in a hurry, here. Hey, Moss Head, past Sanji called. North is this way, you idiot. The Straw Hats, both past and present, laughed at that. Except for Zoro, who only grumbled. For God's sake, he muttered. Zoro's always getting lost, Kumi laughed. A few eggs short of a dozen, aren't we? Frankie asked. Soon, the group trekked through the vast desert, once more, and both Luffy and past Usopp were hobbling along on sticks and groaning. Wah! Tear! Past Usopp wheezed. Oh, will you two stop complaining? Asked past Nami as she and Vivi rode on top of Eyelash. Shut up, Luffy shouted, you get to ride that stupid camel. Yeah, let us ride, past Usopp added, camel hog. Nami and Vivi hog. Past Sanji grumbled. Oh, will you shut up, already? Past Nami barked. He really is a jerk, though, that camel, said Sanji. I agree, Brook added. Past Zoro hummed as he glanced over at past Chopper, who was marching forward in his walkpoint form. Hey, Chopper. You didn't pass out, yet. Yeah, past Chopper answered with a determined expression. I'm gonna do my best, today. Not bad, little buddy, Blizzard smiled. You're actually doing better than I do, most of the time. Way to go, Chopper, Aika cheered. Chopper's the greatest, Kumi added. Shut up. Chopper exclaimed as he happily clapped his hooves. Saying that doesn't make me happy, you know. Luffy? Vivi asked, causing Luffy to turn to face her. I just wanted to say thank you. For that little talk back there. I owe you and everyone else a great deal. Okay, then gimme food, Luffy said as he put his hand to his rumbling stomach. Excuse me? Asked Vivi. After I kick Crocodile's ass, Luffy began. I'm gonna be really hungry. So I wanna eat until I burst. Vivi blinked at Luffy in bewilderment before she smiled. Sure, she said. I promise, it's always about food with Luffy, isn't it? Asked Nami. Well, after a big fight, Aika began, doesn't it make sense to eat a lot to get your strength back? I suppose that's true, said Sanji, but there's a fine line between regaining your strength and wanton gluttony. The memory shifted, showing the past Straw Hats arriving at a large city. We made it, Vivi exclaimed. There's Rainbase, straight ahead. All right, Luffy yelled. Time to kick some crocodile ass. Water, past Usopp and past Chopper shouted with their tongues hanging out. Not so loud, you guys, past Zoro muttered. Subtlety isn't really Luffy's strong suit, is it? Asked Brook. Not really, no, Usopp answered. You can just be as loud as Luffy, half the time, Usopp, said Nami. What? Usopp questioned. No, I'm not. Yes, you are, Nami countered. See? You're being loud, right now. Hey, Usopp, said past Nami. Is that thing I asked for ready yet? What thing? Past Sanji asked. It's more than ready, past Usopp answered. It's fantastic. He then pulled out 3 blue metal poles from his hands. Ta-da! It's just what you asked for, Nami. I call it the Climatact. The Climatact? Past Nami repeated as she took the poles in her hand. Hey, said Aika. That looks a lot different from the Climatact big sis Nami has, now. That was the very first version of the Climatact, said Nami. Of course, I had a bit of trouble with it because a certain someone rigged it to do parlor tricks. She then side-eyed Usopp, who gulped nervously. And I don't have to name names. Ahehe. Usopp chuckled, nervously. Sorry, at least I improved on it, right? Wait a minute, Luffy spoke up in the memory. Usopp, you made that for Nami? Yeah, it's her new weapon, Usopp answered. Oh, wait, Luffy exclaimed. That's what you guys were talking about, the other day. Yeah, remember when you were goofing around and I had to kick you and Chopper out because you were disturbing us? Past Nami asked. Oh, yeah, Luffy said. So you got a weapon now, huh, Nami? That's pretty cool. Now you can fight with us more, she? Well, more or less, past Nami replied, sheepishly. You didn't sound very confident in yourself, Miss Nami, said Brook. I wasn't used to fighting very much, said Nami, but that was then and this is now. She then held up her new Climatact. I'm much more capable of holding my own, now. That's my big sis Nami, Aika exclaimed. So, past Zoro began, you think Baroque Works knows we're already here? More than likely, yes, said Vivi. We already know that Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 are here, so we can assume that Baroque Works knows that we've landed in Alabasta. Yeah, so what? Luffy asked with his arms folded in front of his chest. Since they know our faces, past Usopp started, we might have to watch our step. Why should we? Luffy questioned. For all we know, there could be Baroque Works agents all over Rainbase. Past Usopp answered. If they find out we're here, who knows what kind of trouble we'll be in for. They are known for being skilled assassins, past Zoro pointed out. Who cares? Luffy asked. Let's just kick Crocodile's ass, already. Are you even listening to me? Past Usopp questioned as he smacked the back of Luffy's head. We need to make a plan, first. Actually, Usopp, Vivi began. I have to agree with Luffy on this one. Past Usopp muttered. We don't have time to make a plan, said Vivi. Time's running out as we speak. Right, past Chopper exclaimed. I'm ready to fight, then. You're not scared, right, Usopp? Past Nami asked. No, past Usopp answered. Why would I be? Dude, past Sanji began, your legs are shaking. Soon, the group had arrived at Ray, where they saw all sorts of people, hustling and bustling about, buying all kinds of goods and wares. As they all stopped to take a rest, Luffy's stomach started to grumble, again. I'm so hungry, he whined as he stuck out his tongue. And I'm thirsty, too. Me, too, past Usopp said, his tongue also dangling. What else is new? Asked past Sanji. Luffy, Usopp, said past Nami as she handed them some money. You guys go get us some barrels of water. About 5 should do. And maybe get yourself something to eat, while you're at it. We'll be waiting for you, okay? Nami, Luffy answered as he and past Usopp ran off to find a restaurant. Sure enough, they found the fanciest one in the whole town and barged right in, just whooping and hollering. And they failed to notice the 2 figures that were sitting at the bar. Oh, Frankie muttered. I got a bad feeling. Wait a minute, Kumi said. Isn't that? As Luffy and past Usopp were chugging down the barrels of water that were given to them, they finally spotted the 2 figures out of their peripheral vision, and saw that it was none other than Smoker and Tashigi. Blur RFF, they both cried as they spat water at their faces. Of course, they run into Smoker, Blizzard grumbled. Of all the Marines you could have run into, Sanji began, it just had to be those guys, didn't it? How were we supposed to know they were there? Usopp argued. I was only following Luffy. He paused for a moment before he face-palmed. Of course, I followed Luffy. Why do I keep forgetting that following Luffy always leads to disaster? Soon, Luffy and past Usopp bolted out of the restaurant, carrying 3 barrels of water with them. What the hell are the Marines doing here? Luffy asked. How the hell would I know? Asked past Usopp. Just run. Soon, the rest of the past Straw Hats came into view, except for past Chopper, who was gone for some reason. Hey, Chopper, where'd you go? Asked Ika. I had to pee, Chopper answered, bashfully. Ah, crap. Past Sanji cursed. The Marines are chasing them. And they're leading them right to us, past Nami yelled. Wait, Tony isn't back, yet, Vivi cried. Leave him, past Zoro answered. He can handle himself. And with that, they all ran. Guys, the Marines are here, Luffy screamed. Yeah, because you led them right to us, you idiot, yelled past Zoro. Halt, shouted one of the Marines. Get back here, Straw Hats. We'll get you this time, yelled another. You guys sure were quick to run away, weren't you? Frankie asked. We didn't have a choice, Zoro answered. Back then, we didn't know about armaments hockey. We'd be sitting ducks. Guys, past Sanji called. If we keep running around town like this, Baroque Works will be sure to notice us. Too late, said past Zoro as he spotted several men holding posters. Great, past Nami shouted. What do we do, now? Vivi, Luffy called. Let's go, huh? Vivi asked. Go where? Where else? Luffy asked. Where Crocodile's hiding? Vivi gasped silently before she put on a determined face and nodded. Right, she said before she pointed to a large pyramid with a crocodile that had a banana-shaped growth on its head. You see that building with the banana gator? That's Rain Dinner's, Crocodile's casino. We should probably split up, past Sanji said. Good call, past Zoro agreed. Right, Luffy answered. We'll meet up later, at Rain Dinner's. Soon, the group dispersed, with Luffy jumping high into the air. Catch me if you can, Smokey, Luffy called, mockingly. Hey, Smoker grinned as he began his pursuit. You got guts, kid, I'll give you that much. On that, the memory faded to black. You guys sure ran into Smokey a lot, huh? Asked Ika. You could say that we were drawn to each other, somehow, said Zoro. It got a little annoying from time to time, though, said Nami. We always ended up having to run away from him because Luffy didn't have his armaments hockey back then. Things are different now, though, said Usopp. Although we haven't seen Smoker since Punk Hazard. I wonder if he, Tashigi, and the other kids from Punk Hazard are okay, said Ika, worriedly. Ah, I'm sure they're fine, said Sanji. They're pretty tough. Soon, the memory reappeared, this time showing Luffy and the gang entering Rain Dinners with Smoker still hot on their heels. All the while, Luffy was shouting for Crocodile to show himself while past Nami and past Usopp were telling him to shut up. "Did you forget that quick?" past Usopp shouted. "We're dealing with the country's hero. Here, you want the whole damn town to turn against us?" "Fine, what do we do then?" Luffy asked. That's a good question," said past Usopp. "Wait, I just realized. Vivi's the only one who knows what Crocodile looks like." "Where is Vivi, anyway?" asked past Nami. "I thought she'd meet us here." "Vivi, Crocodile, come out," they all yelled. "Hey," past Zoro muttered. You guys weren't really thinking, were ya?" asked Blizzard with a chuckle. "Not really, no," Usopp said with a grin. "I mean, what could we do? We were kinda running around like chickens with our heads cut off." "Hey, Moss Head," Sanji barked at Zoro. "You're supposed to be protecting Vivi." "Hey, I told her to go on without me while I was dealing with the Marines." Zoro spat. "I don't know how I lost sight of her." "Straw Hat," Smoker yelled as he burst through the doors. "I've got you now. You can't get away from me." "Oh, crap, it's Smokey," Luffy yelled as he and the others bolted. "Run for it." The group ran through the crowds of people, jumping over tables and accidentally punching away staff members, one of which ended up hitting a slot machine that buried one of the casino goers in gold coins. "Wow," said Nami. "I wish I could get that lucky, sometimes." "Don't we all?" Frankie asked. "Yo-ho-ho-ho," Brook chortled. As the group ran through a corridor, they noticed a group of men in tuxedos, lined up at a luxurious-looking door. "Welcome, all," said one of them. "Please, this way to the VIP room." "VIP room?" past Usopp repeated. "Hold it," past Nami exclaimed. "It might be some kind of trap." "Is that so?" asked past Zoro with a toothy grin. "Well, I like his style. You think they got any booze in there?" "That's really all you ever care about, huh, Zoro?" Blizzard deadpanned. "I can't imagine how damaged your liver must be by now," said Chopper. "Hey, I got a pretty high tolerance," said Zoro. "Speaking of booze, I could sure use a drink right about now." "Of course, you would," Nami muttered while Robin chuckled. "Oh, Zoro," she mused. Soon, the memory shifted. And Luffy and the others soon found themselves locked up in a huge cage. "Huh?" Aika asked. "Wait, what happened here?" "Simple," Usopp answered. "We fell for the oldest trick in the book. As we were running, there were two signs that said, Pirates, and V, Nami explained. Obviously, we chose to follow the Pirates sign and… well, here we are." She then facepalmed. "I feel so embarrassed." "Hey, we were just following Luffy," said Zoro. "Yeah, that makes sense," Kumi nodded. "It does," Chopper agreed. "Couldn't have said it better myself," Frankie added. That was a really clever trap," Luffy surmised. "Sure fooled us," past Usopp concurred. "You idiots," past Nami yelled. "How could you not see that it was a trap?" Calm down, will ya?" Luffy asked as he went up to the cage bars. "I'll just pull the bars apart and He then seized up as soon as he touched the bars. Then he began to slump. What's going on? I feel weak." "What's wrong?" past Usopp asked. "Are you hungry?" "No," Luffy said. "I just feel weird." All of a sudden, Smoker leapt at Luffy and pinned him down to the floor with his sea stone jute, causing him to cry out in pain while the others gasped. Luffy, past Zoro, past Nami, and past Usopp cried. What's going on?" asked Luffy while Smoker kept his jute pinned. "I feel really weak. Like that time I fell in the water." "Sea stone," Frankie hissed. "Big Brother's in trouble, now," Aika cried. "The tip of my jute is made of sea stone," said Smoker. "They are mysterious stones that are found only in one place in the whole ocean. All the bars in the prison at Marine HQ are made of this stuff so that criminals with devil fruit powers can't escape. We still don't quite understand all of its properties, but we do know that it emits energy identical to the oceans. Think of it as the sea in solid form." "I know how that feels," Robin said as she rubbed her arms. "It feels like someone wrapped something around you and you can just barely stand." "Yeah, it's definitely not fun," Chopper agreed. "I do concur," Brook added. "So you're saying that these bars also made of sea stone?" asked Nami as she pointed at the cage bars. "If they weren't," Smoker began, "I'd be long gone from here by now." He then glared at the past Straw Hats. "And you'd all be by dead at my feet." Upon hearing that, past Zoro grabbed his swords. Ah! Past Usopp shrieked. Hold it, you're gonna fight, here and now? Wait, Zoro! Past Nami cried. Swords won't work in here. Enough, already, a grisly voice spoke, causing the group to look up and see a man with very pale-looking skin, wearing a fur coat, a fine orange suit with black crisscrossed stripes, a scar going across his face, and a golden hook where his left hand should be. Since you're going to die, said Crocodile, you might as well get comfortable with each other, am I right? Crocodile. Robin hissed. So he's Crocodile, huh? Asked Aika as she felt her body tense. Just like Arlong. All I can sense from him is nothing but evil. You were right, Blizzard, Kumi grimaced. He is ugly, inside and out, especially out. Told you, Blizzard said. Yeah, we figured that much, said Sanji, glaring at the Sandman. I still can't forgive him for all the hell that he put Vivi through. Neither can I, Nami added with the same venomous tone as Robin had. Crocodile. Smoker hissed. Kuhahahaha. Crocodile laughed. You really are a mad dog, just as they say, Smoker. You don't even consider me an ally, do you? Not that you don't have the right not to trust me. Don't worry. I'll be sure to tell the government that you died bravely while fighting that puny Straw Hat. Kuhahahaha. Smoker growled as he pulled his jute away from Luffy, who groaned as he began to feel its effects wear off. It's my guess you're here on your own authority, Crocodile mused. The world government trusts me completely. They'd never sick the Marines on me. Bah, Frankie scoffed. This is the same shit that Doflamingo spouted back in Dressrosa. A warlord runs amok and the government does jack about it. Crocodile abused his power, Nami said. He knew that the Marines couldn't do anything against him. That's why he was allowed to take over Alabasta while the government did nothing about it. Yes, Robin agreed. The warlords are never truly loyal to the world government, except for Kuma, but he. She then sighed as her eyes cast sadly to the ground. Who's Kuma? Asked Aika. You'll see later, Zoro replied. So, past Zoro started, that guy is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, huh? Luffy grunted as he forced himself to his feet. So, you're Crocodile. He then stood up and grabbed at the bars. Hey, you big ol' windbag, come here. And fight me. He then slumped to the floor, again. Don't touch the bars, you idiot, past Usopp yelled. Ah, Straw Hat Luffy, Crocodile said. You did well to make it this far. I never thought I'd actually meet you here. And now that I finally have, I'm going to be rid of you and your little friends, once and for all. He then smirked. But first, we have to wait for the guest of honor. And I sent my partner to go get her. Until then, just sit back and relax. Kuhahahaha. Ah. Cover sat in front of Luffy, who let out these unearthly screams of agony with his eyes rolled into the back of his skull. The dragon's eyes narrowed as he watched his victim pull at his shackles in an attempt to break free, a dark chuckle rising from his throat as he watched. Soon, Luffy collapsed on his knees, panting heavily, before he glared up at Cover. My, Cover mused. I continue to torture you and you still choose to be defiant. Why don't you take off these shackles so I can kick your scaly ass, myself? Luffy questioned. I would, Cover began, but I'm currently waiting. Until then, I'll give you a moment to rest, until I torture you again. Damn you. Luffy cursed. I wonder what your crew is doing, right now, Cover said. No doubt, they've reached the memories in Alabasta by this time. I wonder. He turned to Luffy with a wicked grin. Just how will they react to your demise? Luffy gasped silently while Cover chuckled. XXX back with the Straw Hats, they sat in the darkness of the void of Luffy's mind, waiting for the memories to continue. Crocodile sure seems scary, said Aika. He was scary, Chopper added. I almost got caught by him, once. Wait, what? Blizzard asked. What are you talking about? I might have played a part in that, Sanji spoke up. You see, I kinda used Chopper as bait to lure Crocodile away while I came in to save you guys. You what? Nami asked. So that's what he had been doing. So you were this mysterious Mr. Prince, eh, Chopper? Robin inquired as she lightly tapped the little reindeer's nose, causing him to giggle. Still, Sanji, Did you have to use Chopper as bait? Blizzard asked. Hey, he got out okay, Sanji countered, and you gotta admit, he was pretty brave. Was I? Asked Chopper, smiling brightly. Well, I only did it because I knew that Luffy and the others were in danger. It was a risk, Usopp began, but you took it. We're proud of ya, little buddy. Quite proud, indeed, Brook added. Shut up, Chopper shouted as he blushed. Like saying that will make me happy, you jerks. Guys, the memories are starting back up, again, Nami called, just as the memories began to start playing. Luffy and his group were still stuck in the cage while Crocodile sat calmly at his table, eating some steak. To pass the time, Luffy decided to do some silly impressions, such as this. Hey, look, I'm Sanji, Luffy said, holding his fingers to his lips like he was holding a cigarette. Okay, which one of you ate all the meat? Bahahahaha. Past Usopp laughed while clapping his hands. Okay, I don't sound like that, Sanji barked. Actually, he's not too far off, said Zoro. He got the stoner face look on you just right. Can it, Moss head? Sanji barked. That is kind of what you look and sound like, though, Sanji, Chopper pointed out. What can I say? Asked Usopp. We were bored. Hey, look, I'm Zoro, Past Usopp exclaimed. Oni. Bonk. Past Nami soon struck him and Luffy on the heads. Will you two idiots get serious, already? She questioned. Don't you guys realize the danger we're in? We can't get out, Luffy began, so we might as well kill some time, right? No, Past Nami barked. You should be working on finding a way out of here, not killing time. We could die in here. Past Zoro snored, sitting in the corner next to Smoker. And you? Wake up. Already, WHAK. Past Zoro groaned as he rubbed his eye. With a large bump on his head. Is it morning, already? It's still the same day, you moron, Past Nami yelled. Did you have to hit me, too? Zoro asked. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did, Nami answered. Ha 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 ha, laughed Frankie. I see you guys still have that devil-may-care attitude. You all never cease to amuse me, Robin mused. Seriously, am I the only one with any sense around here? Asked Nami. Sometimes, I wonder if anyone understands me. I understand you, big sis, Aika said as she held Nami's hand. Ah, thank you, honey, Nami smiled. You're quite the feisty young woman, aren't you? Asked Crocodile, causing Past Nami to glare at him. Just you wait, you bastard, she shouted before she gestured to the men around her. Enjoy your little sense of control while you can, because when these guys get out, they're gonna kick your ass sky high, aren't you, Luffy? You bet I am, Luffy yelled while Past Usopp cowered, Past Zoro snored, and Smoker just sat in the corner. Kuhahahaha, Crocodile laughed. Your crew seems to have a great deal of trust in you, Straw Hat. But trust is the most overrated thing in the world. What did you say? Past Nami questioned. Why don't you come up to me and say that? No, Nami, Past Usopp cried. You'll just make him angry. What's wrong with trusting someone? Aika questioned. What a blackguard, Brook exclaimed. That's because Crocodile never trusted anybody in his life, Robin said before she sighed. Of course, I'm one to talk. Oh, Robin. Nami whispered in concern. Hey, you're different from Crocodile, Zoro said. At least you learned to trust people, again, unlike him. Yeah, Aunt Robin, Aika said. You're a lot better than Crocodile. Don't ever let your past define you, Frankie said. We trust you and that's what counts, right? Robin chuckled at that. Thank you, she said. You're all sweet for saying, makes me feel so lucky. Crocodile. Everyone looked up to see Vivi, standing on top of the stairs with Past Robin standing behind her. And it looked like the former had run a marathon. She was panting heavily and sweat was dripping off her face. Her legs seemed a bit wobbly, too. Vivi? Past Usopp asked in shock. Vivi, you're here, Luffy exclaimed. What's wrong with Vivi? Aika asked, worriedly, she looks exhausted. I might have put her through the ringer when Crocodile sent me to fetch her, Robin confessed. Don't worry, though, I didn't hurt her. I'm sure you didn't, said Sanji. Not that I believed you would, mind you. As for her bodyguard, Pell, Robin began, I did wind up breaking his spine. Ooh. Blizzard shuddered. Yeah, that. That's just uncomfortable to think about. Wait, who's Pell? You'll see later on, said Usopp. Well, said Crocodile. If it isn't Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Welcome, my dear. Or should I say, Miss Wednesday? I must admit, you did quite well to get past my assassins and make it this far. Ha. Vivi panted as she glared at the warlord. I go to the ends of the earth to get you. That's how badly I want to see you dead, Mr. Zero. Oh, I'm not going to die, said Crocodile with a wicked smirk. Your kingdom on the other hand, that soon will. Hearing that caused Vivi to tense up before she growled and charged at him, pulling out her peacock slashers as she ran down the stairs. Alabasta would still be at peace if you hadn't shown your face here, she yelled. Wait, Vivi, Luffy and past Usopp called. Get us outta here, first. Vivi, past Nami cried while past Zoro just watched, seeming all nonchalant as Vivi swung her peacock slasher, and seemed to chop off Crocodile's head while he was in the middle of lighting a cigar. Ah! Chopper and Brook screamed. She chopped off his head, Frankie yelled. Holy crap, did you see that? Luffy in the memory asked while past Usopp and past Nami gaped. However, Smoker only sighed. It's no good, he muttered. Wait, Aika cried. Something's not right, here, look closer. A closer look revealed sand coming out of Crocodile's neck and shoulders. It's sand, Kumi exclaimed. Oh, boy. Just like with Doflamingo, Blizzard muttered. Just as Vivi became surrounded by the sand and Crocodile's body slowly disappeared. Are you happy now, Miss Wednesday? Crocodile asked as he appeared behind Vivi and pulled her close, his hand covering her mouth so she wouldn't be able to scream. As the princess of this kingdom, you should know about my powers of the sand fruit. So, WME a mummy? MMMPH, Vivi let out a muffled shriek as she struggled to get away. Wait, Vivi knew about his powers? Frankie asked. She sure didn't act like she did. She acted on impulse, Robin replied. Crocodile knew how much her kingdom meant to her, so she goaded him into attacking so that he'd get her closer to him. What a horrible thing to do, Aika shouted. How can someone be so evil? Because that's just how Crocodile is, Sanji glared. He hits you where it hurts the most. How despicable, Brook hissed. Ah, Sandman, past Usopp screamed. Hey, Luffy yelled. Leave Vivi alone, Croc, I'll kick your ass. Here, Crocodile said as he threw Vivi into a chair at the table. Have a seat. Damn you. Vivi cursed as she glared at Crocodile while past Robin tied her wrists together. Oh, don't look at me that way, said Crocodile. After all, it's time for the party to begin. Wouldn't you say, Miss All Sunday? Yes, indeed, past Robin replied. It's 7 o'clock, Mr. Zero. Right then, Crocodile grinned. Time for Operation Utopia to begin. Kuhahahahahaha. What's Operation Utopia? Asked Aika. Operation Utopia is the code name Crocodile gave for his master plan, Robin explained. Doesn't Utopia usually mean something like paradise? Chopper repeated. He started a war, you know. That's just it, Robin replied. He named it that out of irony. That only goes to show you how depraved he really is, said Nami. Yeah, you're telling me, Frankie said. Playing on poor Vivi's feelings like that, he's lower than low. That's just one of his many skills, Robin said. He's manipulative. But, what does he mean by it started? Asked Aika. She means that the civil war has begun, answered Zoro. The rebel army was on its way to the capital. Wait, what? Aika questioned. Oh, no, that meant you guys were too late, Kumi cried as the memory continued. Crocodile was cackling as Luffy and the others stood in the cage and Vivi sat helplessly at the table, all of them realizing that the war was about to begin. The only one who seemed so stoic about it was Smoker, who continued to sit idly by in the corner of the cage. So, what do you think, Ms. Wednesday? Crocodile asked, mockingly referring to Vivi by her code name. The master plan that you were once part of is finally coming to fruition. Listen carefully and you just might be able to hear the death rattle of Alabasta. And to think. All of them believe that they are the ones who are defending Alabasta. Kuhahahaha. Stop it, Vivi screamed. How could you do this to my people, you inhuman monster? Yeah, how could he do this? Aika questioned. Because he's a monster, plain and simple, Sanji said, glaring at Crocodile, venomously. How depraved can a man really be? Brook asked in anger. Stomping all over a lovely princess's heart. Why, it's enough to make my blood boil, if I had any blood to boil. Your people really do love this country, Princess, Crocodile mused. However, it's that love that's going to kill them all. This guy gives bastards a bad name, past Zoro scowled. Why that slimy croc? Luffy growled as he rolled up his sleeve. If it weren't for this cage, I'd kick his ass to Kingdom Come. It wouldn't do much good, said Robin. Seastone is harder than diamond, after all. Doesn't Big Brother know what Seastone does, anyway? Aika asked. Oh, he knows, Usopp answered. It's just that he's so pissed, he doesn't care. I've had to overcome many an obstacle to get to this point, said Crocodile. I had to find the right people. Raise enough money to buy the silver need manufacture the dance powder. Orchestrate acts of sabotage in order to destroy crumbling towns. Have my people spread rumors that they had been wronged by the king's army. And finally, I had to undermine the people's trust in their king at every turn until all their frustrations were overflowing. He then turned to Vivi, who struggled to get out of her chair. Do you know why I want Alabasta so badly, Ms. Wednesday? How in the hell should I know what goes on in that depraved mind of yours? Vivi shouted. My, said Crocodile. Such a sharp tongue for a princess. That's a good question, said Chopper. Why did Crocodile want to take over Alabasta so badly? Because, Robin began, he was after something. After what? Nami asked. He believed that there was a weapon hidden somewhere under the kingdom, said Robin. The ancient weapon, Pluton. Wait, Pluton? Frankie repeated. Did you say Pluton? You know about it, Frankie? Brook asked. The truth is, Frankie began, my old mentor, Tom, knew about it. In fact, the world government arrested him because of it. What is the Pluton? Asked Aika. Well, the Pluton is said to be an ancient battleship, Frankie said. It's capable of destroying an entire island in no time flat. A whole island? Blizzard questioned. Sorry I asked, Aika muttered, remembering when her home island was destroyed. The ancient shipwrights of Water 7 created the blueprints for a counter-weapon in the event that Pluton should ever awaken, said Frankie, and it was passed down from master to apprentice for generations. But eventually, the world government tried to take the blueprints. So I had no choice but to destroy them, forever. So you had them, Frankie? Usopp inquired. Yeah, Frankie replied. That's why they captured me and Robin. But, Aunt Robin, Aika began, does that mean you were looking for the Pluton, too? Actually, I was helping Crocodile find the whereabouts to Pluton, Robin replied. You'll see later. As the memory continued to play, Vivi fell over in her chair and attempted to crawl across the porcelain floor on her belly like an inchworm, declaring her intentions to get to Alubarna before the rebels did. Unfortunately, she wasn't going very far, and Crocodile continued to mock her efforts to stop the war, calling Vivi weak and saying that he and past Robin were on their way to the capital, as well, in order to meet with Vivi's father, King Cobra. Haven't you done enough to my father, already? Vivi questioned, angrily. Who do you value more? Asked Crocodile. Your father or your people? He then held up a key. However, you're welcome to come along, if you wish. A key? Vivi exclaimed. It's the key to the cage, Luffy shouted. Give it here, Croc. Oops, Crocodile smirked as he tossed the key down a chute in the floor, to the horror of Luffy and the others. No, Luffy cried. Not the key. The choice is yours, Ms. Wednesday, said Crocodile. You have at least 8 hours until the slaughter begins. But I doubt you'll make it in time. It would take you much longer than that in order for you to reach Alubarna. If you want to stop the rebellion, you'll have to leave right now, Ms. Wednesday. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands will perish, kuhahahaha. Damn you. Vivi cursed. Sadly, I seem to have dropped the key to their cage in the banana gator's den, Crocodile smirked. A banana what? Aika questioned. Banana gator, Usopp repeated. It's a giant alligator with a banana growing out of its head. And they're fierce as hell. Hey, look! Luffy exclaimed as he pointed out the window, where he saw said beasts. There are alligators growing out of those giant bananas. Holy crap, they're huge! Past Usopp cried. We were in an underwater chamber. All along? Past Nami questioned. What weird-looking bananas, said Luffy. Look again, you idiot, Past Usopp yelled. The bananas are growing out of the alligators. Are you sure? Luffy asked as he squinted. Oh, for God's sake, Past Zoro grumbled. Can't Luffy ever understand the severity of the situations he gets himself into? Blizzard questioned. Not really, no, Sanji replied. Remind me, why did I fall for such an idiot? Nami asked, rubbing her temple. Oh, no, Vivi cried as she looked down the hole where the key fell in. What's wrong, Vivi? Luffy asked. The banana gator just ate the key, Luffy questioned. Well, don't just stand there, go make him spit it back out. Are you insane? Vivi questioned. Banana gators are ferocious monsters. They've been known to eat anything, even sea kings. If I get near one, I'll be swallowed up in one gulp. That idiot, putting Vivi in danger like that, Sanji yelled. PSH, Zoro scoffed. Please, those lizards weren't that tough. I thought I told you to stop comparing the rest of us to you and the other superhuman freaks, Usopp barked. Oh, I'm so sorry, said Crocodile, mockingly. If only I hadn't accidentally dropped the key. I haven't fed them in a while, so they'll eat just about anything. And besides, how would you know which one ate the key, anyway? He's not sorry, Aika yelled. Yeah, he dropped it in there on purpose, Kumi added, angrily. You son of a bitch, Past Nami snapped at Crocodile. If only we could get this cage open, Past Zoro began, then I'd turn those gators into a nice leather bag. Man, you're stupid, Zoro, said Luffy. How are we supposed to get out without the key? You don't think I know that, dumbass? Past Zoro questioned. Well, there's no point in me staying around here, Crocodile said. Ms. All Sunday will be taking our leave, now. Oh, and by the way, in just an hour, this whole room will be flooded with water. I used this secret room as president of Baroque Works. But I won't be needing it anymore. Soon, the water will come pouring as it sinks into the lake around Rainbase. He then held out his arms. A multitude of citizens. Or 4 no-account pirates. Make your choice, but you'll be lucky to save anyone. You have to decide who's more important, Ms. Wednesday. Vivi gasped silently as she glared at Crocodile, who chuckled sinisterly. That scoundrel, Brooke yelled. Rubbing it all in her face, like that. Frankie shouted. Why, I ought to rip him a new one. Ooh, he makes me so mad, Aika spat. I'd bite him if I could. In a situation such as this, Crocodile continued, even a princess is powerless. This country of yours made my work easy since it's populated by idiots. Like those young rebels and that scrawny old man in Yuba. Wait, dried up Pops? Luffy questioned. Oh, so you know him, Crocodile mused. That oasis died a long time ago, and yet that old mule continues to stubbornly dig away at that dried up old watering hole. Kuhahahaha. It is to laugh. On and on he digs, heedless of the continuous sandstorms. Damn you, Luffy cursed. Tell me, Straw Hat, Crocodile said. Don't you think it's rather unnatural for sandstorms to continue hitting that wasteland of a town? Luffy gasped, realizing immediately what he meant, and the looks on the others' faces meant that they caught on, as well. You didn't, Vivi whispered. He couldn't have. Past Nami muttered. I did, Crocodile smirked as he conjured a small whirlwind of sand in his hand. It was you, Luffy yelled. You're making the sandstorms. You. I'll kill you for this, Crocodile. Vivi shouted, sounding very close to tears. He really is depraved, Brooke hissed. He's torturing Vivi by messing with her people. Chopper shouted. She doesn't deserve any of that. You think someone like him cares? Nami glared. For people like Crocodile. They take great pleasure out of messing with a girl's feelings. I know that all too well. Soon, the water started to come in, splashing through the trapdoor where Crocodile threw the key. Past Usopp shouted at Vivi, begging her to save them. But the princess just sat there on her knees, tears falling from her eyes. She tried her hardest to choke back her sobs, but the more she tried, the harder they came back. She soon sniffled and wept, knowing she was too weak to take on Crocodile on her own, especially with his devil fruit powers. She knew that even if she made it Alubarna, she'd be dead the moment she got there, but she also couldn't leave Luffy and the others to die. Oh, Vivi. Nami whispered, sadly. I just feel terrible, Robin whispered in shame. Robin, don't start that again, Zoro said. Crocodile was doing this to her, not you. That's right, Chopper added. No one blames you. But I'm no better, Robin argued. I played a part in tormenting that poor child. She sighed as she closed her eyes. If I had the chance, I would apologize to her. Maybe you will, one day, Sanji began, and I'm sure that Vivi will forgive you. If not right away, then someday. Who knows, maybe she forgives you, already. Thank you, Sanji, Robin smiled. I appreciate that, really. Vivi, Luffy shouted, getting everyone's attention, both in the past and the present. Don't just sit there, crying, hurry and get us out of here. Luffy. Vivi whispered. Luffy, what are you saying? Past Usopp questioned. Kuhahahaha, laughed Crocodile. Finally begging for your life, eh, Straw Hat? But of course, you are. Everyone fears death. Vivi, Luffy yelled. If we die here, then who's gonna kick Crocodile's ass? Vivi gasped silently while the others blinked. Why would Big Brother say that? Aika asked. Because your brother knows that there's no point in sitting around and crying your eyes, said Zoro. If you have time to cry, you have time to do something about it. It might sound harsh, Nami began, but sometimes taking action is the best way, no matter how slim chances might be. Action is the best way, Aika whispered. HMPH, Crocodile scoffed while glaring at Luffy. I wouldn't get too comfortable, fishbait. Oh, yeah? Luffy glared back in defiance. Well, you're the one who's gonna be fishbait when I get out of here. Meanwhile, past Nami and past Usopp looked absolutely horrified while Crocodile snapped his fingers, causing another trapdoor to open, and soon, a banana gator jumped out. Vivi gasped in horror, intimidated by its sheer size. Come on, Vivi, Luffy called. You can take that overgrown lizard. Are you insane, Luffy? Past Usopp questioned. That thing's way too big for her. He then turned to Vivi. Vivi, forget fighting that thing. Run away, but also, get us out of here. Now who's asking for the impossible? Past Nami questioned. She's right, Blizzard cried. There's no way Vivi could take on something that huge. And there are even more waiting, outside, Aika shouted as she pointed at the memory and saw more banana gators lining up. Vivi swallowed the lump in her throat as the gator in front of her sized her up, but she put on a determined expression and swung around her peacock slasher, nonetheless. Soon, the beast charged before Vivi could even have a chance to attack, and she was forced to jump out of the way as it crushed a part of the stairs in a single bite like it was a piece of freshly baked bread. And I thought I had a strong bite, Blizzard said. Oh, I can't look, Sanji cried as he covered his eye, but then uncovered it, again. But I have too. Soon, Vivi was lying on the floor, seething in pain from a bloody wound, just as the banana gator advanced toward her. Vivi, past Nami shouted. Run, you don't stand a chance. Get out of there, past Usopp yelled. Just then, the group heard the familiar ringing sound of a transponder snail echoing through the room, and as they looked up, they saw Crocodile and past Robin walking through a tunnel, the former holding a mini transponder snail in his hand. Hello? Crocodile asked. Who is this? Hey, there. This is the Crap Cafe. Hey, that's Sanji's voice, Aika exclaimed in excitement. Mr. Prince has arrived, Sanji grinned. Yeah, Zoro quipped. Prince of lame-ass land. Why you? Sanji yelled as he soon engaged the swordsman in another scuffle while Nami groaned and shook her head. Quite clever of you, Sanji, Brook praised. Even if I do say so, myself, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Yeah, Sanji, Aika added. You really had him fooled. I didn't I? Sanji asked, his cheek being pulled by Zoro while he had his foot against the swordsman's face. Hey, San MMPH. Luffy shouted to cover his mouth. Hold it, stupid, he whispered. Don't call out to him, or they'll figure out who he is. Oh, right. Luffy realized, his voice muffled. Who the hell is this? Crocodile questioned. Who, me? My name is Mr. Prince. Is that so? Crocodile sneered. And just where are you, Mr. Prince? Can't tell you that. Because if I did, you'd come and kill me, wouldn't you? I mean, I'm sure you couldn't kill me if you tried. But I'm no fool to actually give away my location for free. Unlike you, Mr. Zero. Crocodile sneered at this. Hey, Prince, Luffy yelled. Get us outta here. We're locked in this cage. Get us out, past Usopp cried. Well, if I didn't know better, I'd say those voices sound like my crewmates are with you. Well, I think I'll just, hey, what the? Soon, the sound of gunfire came from the snail, followed by screams of pain. There. That'll teach you. Hey, Mr. Zero. We got him. What should we do? Oh, no, past Nami cried. Sanji. Vivi whispered in horror. Ah, Aika shrieked. Sanji's been shot. The horror, Kumi screamed. Not exactly, Sanji replied with a smirk. I was only pretending to be shot while Chopper lured Crocodile out for me. Oh, Aika realized. You sly boots, hee hee. Yeah, I knew that, Kumi added, chuckling sheepishly. Where are you, right now? Asked Crocodile, in front of Rain Dinners. That idiot. Past Zoro yelled. I can't believe he got himself caught. No, Sanji. Luffy screamed. Ah, we're doomed, past Usopp wailed. He was our last hope. Past Nami wept while Smoker continued to sit quietly. Smokey hasn't really said much, has he? Asked Aika. Yeah, why doesn't he do anything? Frankie asked. Because he knew there was no point, Zoro answered. Kuhahahahaha, laughed Crocodile. Perfect. Let's head out to the front. Are you sure about that? Asked past Robin. The millions still don't know who you are. Who says I'm going there as the boss? Asked Crocodile. Only the numbered agents know our faces. I'll arouse no suspicion if I show up as Crocodile, the hero of this country, to investigate a commotion in front of my own casino. No, Vivi cried as she attempted to climb up the stairs, but the banana gator gave chase and ended up biting a good chunk of them off. Vivi, Luffy, past Nami, and past Usopp cried, but to their relief, she was dangling off the edge with one hand. Vivi, what are you doing? Past Nami questioned. There's still time before the water floods this room, Vivi answered. I'm going to go get help. I get it, past Usopp exclaimed. There's a chance that Sanji's still alive, so if Vivi can find him. That's right, past Nami added. And Chopper's still out there, too, maybe there's still hope. Before Vivi could climb up the stairs, though, Crocodile used his powers to propel his hook, which grabbed Vivi by the neck and then threw her down to the floor, knocking her out cold. Right in front of the banana gator. Vivi, Luffy cried. Get up, the gator's coming, past Usopp yelled. Where do you think you're going? Crocodile asked. If you care about your friends so much, then you should die here with them. Soon, this whole room will be flooded. And I'll even bring back that smartass Mr. Prince. That is if you don't mind a corpse. Kuhahahaha. Luffy seethed angrily as he clenched his fists, causing the memory to turn a deep red. Damn you, he roared. Ah, Aika, Kumi, and Chopper yelped before they hid behind Nami, Blizzard, and Zoro, respectively. Well, I think it's safe to say that Luffy's downright pissed, said Blizzard. Big brother gets really scary when he's mad, Aika whimpered. You can say that, again. Kumi squeaked. Vivi, past Nami shouted. Wake up, get out of there. Run, Vivi, Luffy yelled. Get up, wake up, Vivi, past Usopp hollered. Vivi groaned as she forced herself to stand, just as the banana gator lunged for her. Oh, good heavens, Brook cried as he covered his eye sockets. I can't look. Neither can I, Chopper agreed as he also covered his eyes. The banana gator chomped its jaws, only to spit out nothing but rubble while Vivi used the beast as an extra foothold and jumped up to the stairs. She made it, past Nami exclaimed, which prompted Chopper and Brook to sigh in relief. Thank the stars, Brook said, but then shrieked as the gator made a jump at Vivi again, only to miss and end up breaking a wall, causing the water to come in, even faster, and also caused Luffy, past Usopp, and past Nami to panic. You guys, Vivi called out. Don't worry, just hang on a little longer, I promise I'll be back with help. We know you will, Luffy called back, now hurry. We're counting on you, Vivi, past Usopp shouted while Vivi ran. At that moment, the memory shifted, showing that the group was still trapped in the cage, but the water level had gotten higher in Vivi's absence, and they were panicking even more, now. The only ones who seemed to be keeping their cool were past Zoro and Smoker. "Oh, no," Ika cried. "The water's gotten higher, now." Oh, man, Kumi shouted. "That ain't good," Frankie exclaimed. "How did you guys get out of there?" "Hey, you stupid gator," past Nami yelled as she stuck her arm out of the cage. "If you're hungry, come and get me." "Are you nuts, Nami?" past Usopp questioned. "What are you doing?" The banana gator lunged at the cage, nearly biting off past Nami's hand had she not pulled away, in time. Still, she almost fainted from the shock of nearly getting her arm bitten clean off, but managed to regain her composure. "I'm trying to lure that gator closer so he'll bite this cage apart." "Hey," past Usopp exclaimed. "That's not a bad idea." "Yeah, come and get us. Ya stupid banana," Luffy yelled. "Ya rotten banana." "Look, I told ya," past Usopp said as he stuck his nose against Luffy's cheek. "That thing's not a banana. It's an alligator with a banana growing out of its head." "But it's called a banana gator," Luffy argued. "Look, you've heard of the monkey dance, right?" past Usopp asked. "Even though it's got the word monkey in it, it isn't an actual monkey." He then snapped at Luffy for touching the sea stone bars. "How do you know they're not bananas if you haven't eaten one?" Luffy questioned. "Seriously, why does he think they're bananas?" Sanji asked. "I don't know," Usopp answered with a shrug. "I gave up trying to explain it to him." "Wait a minute, I'm confused," Ika said. "How did the conversation go from bananas to monkeys?" "That's not the point, Ika," Usopp said in exasperation. "Come on, don't make me explain it to you, too." "Watch out," past Nami yelled as the banana gator roared and attempted to bite open the cage, but to no avail, for its teeth ended up shattering when it bit down against the bars. "It didn't work," past Usopp cried. "The banana didn't even dent it," Luffy shouted. "Vivi, please hurry," past Usopp wailed. "Of course it wouldn't work," Zoro quipped. "Sea stone is harder than diamond, after all." "If I were there," Blizzard began, "I would have bitten the cage open for you guys. I mean, that is, if I could bite through sea stone, back then, but I couldn't, and again, I wasn't there." "Hey, you guys," Smoker finally spoke up, startling the others. "Ah," Luffy yelped. "Oh, Smokey. I forgot you were there. Wait, why are you so calm, anyway?" "Yeah," past Usopp added. "Why don't you help us think of a way out?" "Yeah, why didn't he help?" asked Nami. "Maybe because he was a marine and you guys are pirates," Ika suggested. "That kinda would make sense," said Kumi. "How much do you guys know," Smoker began, "about what Crocodile is up to?" "Huh?" Luffy muttered. "That woman with Crocodile," Smoker continued. "She's had a bounty on her head for 20 years, now. A bounty of 79 million berries." "Wait, what?" past Usopp questioned. 79 million? You're kidding?" "That's the same as crocodiles," past Nami exclaimed. "Wow, Aunt Robin!" Ika exclaimed. Big Brother's bounty when he started." "Yes," Robin muttered as she hugged her arms. "I did have a rather big bounty." "What's the matter, Aunt Robin?" Ika asked in concern. Squirt?" Zoro asked. "Maybe you shouldn't bother Robin too much. She'll tell you when she feels like it, okay?" "I guess so," Ika muttered. The very moment those two joined forces, Smoker began. "There's been more at stake than just the fate of this country. If they aren't stopped, the whole world could be at stake, here." "Wait, the world?" past Nami repeated in shock. That's pretty big." Past Usopp gulped. "Huh?" Luffy scoffed. "What are you guys talking about? I don't need any other reason to kick Crocodile's ass." "Huh?" Frankie laughed. "You tell him, Luffy." "Is that so?" Smoker asked. "Then tell me, how do you plan on getting out of here?" Luffy muttered before he looked down, only to shriek upon seeing that the water had risen even more, now. "Holy crap, the water's up to my thighs, now. We're gonna drown," past Usopp screamed as he splashed about. "No," past Nami cried. "What a bunch of babies," past Zoro said as he rolled his eyes. "Zoro, how could you be so calm?" asked Chopper. "You were going to drown with the others." "Yeah, Zoro," Ika said, "you were really cool under pressure." "Trust me," Zoro answered. On the inside, I was actually cursing myself for not being able to cut through those bars. I didn't know what the hell was gonna happen. So you're saying you're glad I showed up, Mosshead? Sanji smirked. Don't you even start, Zoro glared. I don't feel so good. Luffy slurred as he wobbled left and right, only for past Usopp to catch him. Oh, no, past Usopp cried. Hang in there, Luffy. Vivi's coming back with help, she promised, remember? Vivi. I know this is hard, past Nami whispered, but you had to hurry. Just then, a familiar voice spoke. Don't you guys know it's not polite to yell at the dinner table? The group gasped as they looked up, and saw past Sanji, kicking a banana gator in the stomach. Anti-manners kick course, he shouted while the others gaped in surprise and disbelief. My word, Brook exclaimed. Right on time, Robin smiled. That was quite an entrance, Mr. Prince. What, that? Sanji asked with a smirk. PSH, that was nothing. Hey, there, said the cook's past self. You guys been waiting long? Mr. Prince. Luffy and past Usopp cheered. Sanji, you're here, past Nami exclaimed. Will you quit wasting time and get the damn key, already? Past Zoro questioned. Nami, past Sanji called. Do you love me? Yes, I love you, past Nami answered. Now hurry and get us out of here. Vivi, Luffy called before he gave her a thumbs up. Great job. Vivi smiled as she returned the gesture. You bet. You really came through, Sanji, Nami smiled. You and Vivi both. Ahem. Chopper cleared his throat. Don't forget about me. I had to be live bait. And of course, you too, Chopper, said Nami. Yeah, Zoro began, but next time, dartboard, stop bullshitting around and be quicker about things, alright? Excuse me? Sanji asked as he glared. I didn't see you doing anything except lying around, Mosshead. Shut your trap. Zoro barked as he got in the cook's face. I'm right and you know it. Why don't you shut your trap? Sanji questioned. Why don't both of you shut your traps? Nami yelled as she pushed them apart. Seriously, can't you two ever go 5 minutes without being at each other's throats? Seriously, you two are such kids, half the time, Blizzard muttered. Big sis, you didn't really mean it when you said that you loved Sanji, right? Asked Aika. Oh, Aika, of course not, Nami replied. I only said that to get him to hurry. And besides, I wasn't really sure how to tell Luffy how I felt about him, yet, or if I was ready. Oh, Aika said. I guess I can understand that, then. Right now, let's focus on watching the memories. Sanji spoke up as he watched his past self being sized up by more banana gators. Geez, these things just keep on coming, past Sanji said in annoyance. Oh, no, cried past Nami. Here come more of them. Sanji can take him. Luffy said. Go on, Sanji. Kick their asses. Come at me, you crappy bananas, past Sanji said as he raised his left leg. I'll kick some table manners into all of you. After all, it's not polite to attack a lady. Sanji, quit wasting time, past Usopp yelled. Just get rid of all of them. Kill the third one that came in, Smoker said. Huh? Luffy asked. Smokey? Don't you recognize the sound of its growl? Asked Smoker. That one was the one that ate the key. He figured it out just by hearing its growl? Asked Chopper. Talk about perception, Brook added. They all kinda sounded the same to me, Blizzard said. That one, eh? Past Sanji smirked before he lunged for it and kicked it right in the gut, causing it to cough up. Some sort of white ball, to everyone's shock. Huh? Aika asked. That doesn't look like a key. An egg, maybe? Asked Frankie. Alligators don't keep their eggs in their stomachs, Zoro replied. You're close, though, Robin replied. Wax ball, open. The ball opened up, revealing the one inside to be none other than Mr. 3, who, for some reason looked like a dried-up husk of a man. I'm alive, he shouted before he looked around. Huh? Water? I'm in water, it's a miracle? Isn't that? Past Zoro questioned. Yeah, it's 3, Luffy shouted. Mr. 3? Vivi asked in surprise. What were you doing inside that banana gator? Yeah, what was he doing in there? Chopper inquired. Crocodile fed him to the gators after he failed to kill Luffy and the others on Little Garden, said Robin. He got eaten? Aika asked. Then, why was he in that ball? Mr. Three's wax is as hard as steel, said Robin. He more than likely used it to shield himself from the gastric juices in the gator's stomach. Gross, Kumi said in disgust. Ah, Mr. Three sighed in relief. I thought I was a goner for sure. He grinned as he turned his hand into wax. That stupid crocodile. He thinks he got rid of me, but the moment that gator swallowed me, I used the last bit of strength that I had to form a wax ball. Sealing myself inside, I managed to survive getting digested. A brilliant move, even if I do say so myself. He then looked at the broken wax ball and found the key stuck to it. But what's this here? A key? The key? Luffy yelled. Give it here, past Usopp shouted. Ah! You guys, Mr. Three shrieked. It didn't take him too long to realize the situation, and before past Sanji could get him to hand it over, he chucked it back into the water. Huh? Mr. Three laughed. If you want the key, then go find it yourself, just try not to get eaten. That's cold, Frankie said. After Sanji went through all that trouble, too, Brook added. Geez, what a bastard. Past Zoro cursed. He catches on fast, said Luffy. Sanji. Past Nami called. Quick, we're running out of time. Don't you make a fool out of me. You wax freak, past Sanji growled. Sanji, hold up. Past Usopp called. I just thought of something. Maybe we can make him use his powers to form a new key. Ooh, good thinking, Usopp. Luffy said while past Sanji smirked, causing Mr. Three to gulp nervously. WHAK. Bam. Thwack. Pow. Wham. Bonk. Ooh. Brook winced. That wasn't pretty. Serves him right, Nami said while she crossed his arms. Jerkass, trying to mess with me, Sanji added. Soon, a beaten and battered Mr. Three used his powers to make a new key and unlock the cage, thus allowing Luffy and the others to get out. Not bad there, Candlehead, said past Sanji as he put his hand on Mr. Three's shoulder. Then promptly kicked him in the face, knocking him out cold. Ooh, that's gotta hurt, Frankie cried. I felt that, Chopper began, and I'm not even him. Yeah, can you say, ouch, Blizzard asked with a shudder. Can't imagine being on the other end of that. Sanji urged as he ushered everybody. There's not much time left, Vivi. Which way do we go? The passageway that Crocodile and Miss All Sunday took must lead in the direction of Alubarna, Vivi answered. But the way is crawling with banana gators and RRGH, Luffy roared. While he and past Zoro stood on top of all the defeated banana gators. Come on, WHO else want some? Well, that's one way to handle them, said past Nami. I couldn't even handle one of them. Vivi whimpered in embarrassed tears. Hey, it's not your fault. Past Usopp reassured. Those guys just happened to have some crazy abnormal strength. Yeah? Luffy questioned. I'd be even stronger if I wasn't soaked, right now. I still wonder, to this day, how you guys are so crazy strong, said Usopp. Training, duh, Zoro answered. You're pretty strong, too, though, Usopp, Chopper said. Ah. Shucks, Usopp grinned, but then, there was a loud crack, and soon, even more water started coming into the room. Ah. Past Usopp screamed. The wall broke. You idiots, past Nami barked at the monster trio. You overdid it. The passageway is destroyed. Past Sanji shouted. We'll have to swim for it. Wog. Luffy screamed as he was soon hit by a wave of water, but as he thrashed about, trying to keep afloat, he noticed the familiar hand of Smoker, sinking beneath the depths. Oh, no. Smokey can't swim, either. Zoro. Luffy called out to Zoro, who looked up at him. Quick. You gotta save Smokey. What? Past Zoro questioned. He's our enemy, he can take care of himself. No, he can't, Luffy replied. He's got devil fruit powers. He'll drown if you don't help him. Come on, Luffy, do I really have to do this? Past Zoro questioned, but before Luffy could answer him, he was swept underwater, causing the memory to turn black. Luffy asked you to save Smoker? Chopper asked. I thought he was crazy, but not that crazy, Usopp added. I mean, yeah, I was there, but I didn't know he told you to save him. Look, I didn't want to save that guy, alright? Asked Zoro. It's just, Luffy ordered me to. But why would he even think about saving Smokey, anyway? Aika asked. Yeah, as far as I know, Blizzard began. All Smoker ever did was give you guys grief. Because that's just the kind of man Luffy is, Zoro replied. He just doesn't have it in him to let even his greatest enemy die. I guess so, said Nami. I mean, I'm not saying we should have let him die, but it would have saved us a lot of headaches. I'll say, Sanji agreed, but in a way, I'm kinda glad Luffy didn't let him drown. That would just make him like every other asshole pirate out there. And drowning doesn't really sound a good way to go for devil fruit users. Not letting your enemies die, Aika whispered. What's up, Aika? Kumi asked. Nothing, Aika answered. Soon, the memory returned, revealing that the group had managed to make it outside of rain dinners, soaking wet but alive. All right, everyone, past Usopp shouted. Let's head for Alubarna as fast as we can. Rarrgh, Luffy roared, once again. Where is that damn crocodile? Oh, they're awake, past Nami mused. They almost drowned, and still, Luffy's roaring for a fight, Frankie said. Why am I not surprised? Yo ho 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 ho, Brook laughed. Such vigor. Reminds me of myself in my youth. That's when Luffy noticed Smoker standing nearby. Huh? He questioned before he took a fighting stance. You want some of this? Bring it on? Ah! Past Usopp shrieked. It's Smoker. Forget him. Luffy, let's hurry and get the hell out of here. Go, Smoker said. Huh? Luffy muttered. Just this once, I'll let you escape, said Smoker. But next time, Straw Hat, if I ever see you again, you won't be so lucky, got it? Luffy blinked at Smoker, just as a troop of marine soldiers appeared. There they are, one of them yelled. It's the Straw Hat Pirates. Oh, geez, cried past Sanji. We gotta get out of here, now, past Nami shouted. Right behind you, past Usopp agreed. Ha 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 ha, past Zoro laughed. I don't get it, said Aika. Why did Smokey decide not to arrest you guys? I think that was his way of showing thanks, said Nami. I suppose seeing just honorable our captain really has got him thinking, Robin smiled. As Vivi led the others away, Luffy stayed behind, staring at Smoker. Luffy, what are you doing, standing there? Past Zoro asked. We gotta get moving. Right, Luffy answered. I'm coming. He then looked toward Smoker, who stared back at him. What? Smoker asked. Got something else to say? A pause, but then gave Luffy his signature impish grin. Hey, he said. You're not such a bad guy, after all, Smokey. Smokey gasped silently while Luffy laughed. But the Marine captain growled as he swung his sea stone jute at him. We'll get the hell out of here, Straw Hat, he yelled. Wah! Luffy shrieked as he jumped out of the way and ran down the street. She, Aika giggled. Silly big brother. But he is kinda right about Smokey. He's not really such a bad guy. No, I guess he isn't. Zoro grinned while ruffling Aika's hair, causing her to look up at him. By the way, Brook began. How are you all going to get to Alubarna? Oh, that's where I come in. Chopper spoke up. Hey, you guys. The past Straw Hats all looked up to see past Chopper and Eyelash, riding on the back of a giant crab with a rather peculiar grin on his face. According to Vivi, it was a sand-dwelling crab called a mover crab. The Straw Hats all gaped at how big it was. But Luffy was more interested in how tasty it looked. Turns out the mover crab, whose name was Scissors, was a friend of Eyelash, who actually lived in Rainbase. That explains why they're both perverts, said Sanji. Like you've got any room to talk, Usopp glared. Come on, everybody, past Chopper called. Next stop, Alubarna. Soon, everyone climbed up onto Scissors' back, and the crab soon scuttled along sideways, heading toward the capital. Woohoo! Luffy cheered. Alubarna, here we come. Nothing can stop us, now, past Nami exclaimed. But then, the group heard a shrill scream coming from Vivi, causing them to turn around and see her get snatched away by a familiar golden hook. Oh, no, Aika cried. What happened? Kumi questioned. It was Crocodile, Usopp answered. He found out we escaped and tried to stop us, Sanji added. Vivi! Luffy yelled. Shit! Past Zoro cursed. Chopper, stop the crab. Hang on, Vivi! Luffy shouted as he grabbed the princess, threw her back to the others, and then hooked his elbow around Crocodile's hook as he was being pulled away. "Go on without me, you guys," Luffy called. "I'll handle this." "No, Luffy," past Nami cried. "Just take care of Vivi," Luffy called out. "Make sure she gets home safely." "Okay." He then gave the others a grin, causing past Zoro to smirk back. "That idiot," he whispered. "Let's go, guys, to Alubarna." "Right," past Chopper answered. "Wait, Luffy," Vivi cried. "You guys were just gonna leave him?" Ika asked. "Look, we didn't like having to leave him behind," Zoro argued, "but we had our orders." "Well, couldn't you just not listen to his orders, just this once?" Ika questioned. "Ika," Sanji shouted, causing her to wince. "Look, we didn't want to leave Luffy behind, but we had to get Vivi back to Alubarna, no matter the cost." "But," Ika began, "but, he was fighting alone." "Even though he was, we had faith in Luffy," Nami answered. "Before that, we thought that no one could ever beat him." "But," Ika whimpered as tears formed in her eyes. "Ika, what was more important?" Usopp asked. "Making sure we had Luffy's back or getting Vivi to the capital so she could stop the war?" Even Luffy knew what was important, as dense as he is, sometimes. "Look, Ika. We don't really know what will happen here," said Nami. "The only thing we can do is watch. Even though we're very worried." Ika sniffled her tears while Kumi nuzzled her face against her side, causing her to pet the puppy. At that moment, Luffy fell on the sand, headfirst with his butt in the air, and behind him were Crocodile and past Robin. "So," past Robin mused, "it seems that Princess Vivi got away." "No matter," said Crocodile. "Our agents are gathering at Alubarna. Get word to them, immediately." He then glowered down at Luffy. "As for you, Straw Hat Luffy, your time is up." Luffy didn't answer him, at first. Instead, he simply set himself right side up again while he pulled his turban off his head. "Vivi's strength," he said, "it isn't in her muscles. It's in her heart. She's always trying to help others." "Eh?" Crocodile muttered. "She feels compassion and love for everyone," said Luffy. "That's why she never stops fighting. She doesn't want anybody to get killed in this war." "Bah," Crocodile scoffed. "No casualties. What a bunch of total nonsense. The world is full of peace-loving fools like that girl. Easy for someone who's never been in a real fight, wouldn't you say, Straw Hat?" "Yup," Luffy agreed as he stood up and dusted off his clothes. "But, as long as you're still around. She's going to try and stop until she breathes her last breath. So I'm gonna stop you, right here and now." "Big brother," Ika whispered. "Kuhahahaha," laughed Crocodile. "But you're an incorrigible fool, boy. You'd give up your life for some stranger you just met. I've abandoned hundreds that were just like you." "In that case," Luffy began as he cracked his knuckles, "you're the stupid one, here." Crocodile growled at that while the Straw Hats chuckled. "Luffy sure can strike a nerve," said Sanji. "Tell me about it," Nami agreed. Past Robin chuckled, but tried to stifle it by covering her mouth. "What the hell are you laughing at?" Crocodile questioned, clearly losing his patience. "Do you have a death wish, too, Nico Robin?" "If that's what you wish," past Robin began while still keeping that smile, "then so be it. Although you did promise you'd never speak my real name." "How come you didn't want him calling you by your real name, Aunt Robin?" asked Ika. "Brought back too many bad memories," Robin answered as she put a hand to her forehead. "That. And I just didn't want him saying my name." "I don't blame ya," Frankie replied. "He was so lucky I wasn't there," Zoro said. "Of course, I wasn't really in love with you, yet." Soon, past Robin turned and walked away. "Where are you going?" asked Crocodile. "Alubarna," past Robin answered as she kept walking. "HMPH," Crocodile scoffed. "That woman is a mystery, even to me." He then threw into the sand at Luffy's feet, causing him to look down and see that it was a tiny hourglass. "I give you 3 minutes, Straw Hat," Crocodile said. "After that, I'm through playing with you. Any objections?" "Nope," Luffy replied as he got into a fighting stance. "Fine by me." He then reeled his arm back in a pitching stance. Gum gum. Pistol. With the stretch of his fist, the battle in the sand had begun. However, as the Straw Hats watched, they didn't see 3 pair of red eyes belonging to a certain hellhound, glaring at them as their owner let out a dark chuckle.